Hello everyone, welcome to this comprehensive full course on DevOps. To begin with, DevOps is not an old field. The DevOps movement began around 2007 when the software development and IT operations communities raised concern about the traditional software development model. There was a growing realization that developers who wrote code worked separately from the operations who deployed and supported the code. This disconnect often led to delays, inefficiencies, and miscommunication. In response to these challenges, the term DevOps was coined, a clever fusion of the words development and operations. This term reflects the vision of integrating both these disciplines into a seamless and continuous process. The main aim of the DevOps is to bridge the gap between development and operations teams, ensuring faster and more reliable software delivery while maintaining a high level of collaboration. The inception of cloud computing has further escalated the motion of DevOps and producing scalable applications. Today, DevOps professionals with cloud computing skills earn an average salary of 15 lakh rupees. So if you wish to build a stable and successful career, you shall definitely explore DevOps as a career option. And today, throughout this session, we are going to get you started with the DevOps. We will deep dive into DevOps principles, practice, tools, and the significant benefit it offers to organizations. But before we begin, please enable both the subscribe button and bell icon for Intellipaat YouTube channel so that you won't miss out on the multiple updates coming from our team. Now, let me take you guys throughout the agenda for this session. We will begin this session what is DevOps and how DevOps work. Then we will cover version control with Git, how does Git work, commands for merge conflicts, Git workflow, forking, etc. Later that we will cover continuous integration using Jenkins and Maven as well as the Maven build-up lifecycle. Next, we'll begin with AWS Hands-on where we will deploy code to a server. Then we will talk about the version 0.0.5 system info, how to customize Jenkins, Jenkins Architecture, installing plugins and upgrades on Jenkins, etc. After done with that, we will look into Tomcat, Web Application Manager, Containerization using Docker, components of Docker ecosystem, and most commonly asked DevOps interview questions. I hope I have made myself clear with the agenda. So let's deep dive into the first topic of the session.
The word DevOps is a combination of the terms development and operations, meant to represent a collaborative or shared approach to the tasks performed by a company's application development and IT operations teams. Let's assume that Gary is a DevOps engineer working for Instagram. His job is to collaborate with different teams and make sure the DevOps pipeline is running smoothly to release frequent updates. Before Gary, Instagram used to create and release updates after every 2 months. But when Gary joined as the DevOps engineer, the plan was to release updates every 3 days to keep the users happy. Now users are more happy as they can use new features on a daily basis and get what they ask for due to the faster release cycle. DevOps teams use various tools to automate and accelerate processes, which helps to increase reliability. A DevOps toolchain helps teams tackle important DevOps fundamentals and go through its phases including continuous integration, continuous delivery, automation, and collaboration. Teams use various DevOps tools to help them facilitate a DevOps culture in their organization. Most teams rely on specific tools for their pipelines, building custom toolchains that fit their needs for each phase in the application lifecycle. DevOps cloud teams use tools like Docker, Selenium, Jenkins, and Kubernetes. These are just a few tools amidst an array of DevOps tools. DevOps influences the application lifecycle throughout its plan, develop, deliver, and operate phases. Each phase relies on the other and the phases are not role-specific. Plan. In the plan phase, DevOps teams ideate, define, and describe features and capabilities of the applications and systems they are building. They track progress at low and high levels of granularity from single product tasks to tasks that span portfolios of multiple products. Develop. The develop phase includes all aspects of coding, writing, testing, reviewing, and the integration of code by team members, as well as building that code into build artifacts that can be deployed into various environments. DevOps teams seek to innovate rapidly without sacrificing quality, stability, and productivity. Deliver. Delivery is the process of deploying applications into production environments in a consistent and reliable way. The delivery phase also includes deploying and configuring the fully governed foundational infrastructure that makes up those environments. Operate. The operating phase involves maintaining, monitoring, and troubleshooting applications in production environments. In adopting DevOps practices, teams work to ensure system reliability, high availability, and aim for zero downtime while reinforcing security and governance. Professionals can become a DevOps engineer coming from different backgrounds. A DevOps engineer should have various skills and they can't just be DevOps tools. Let's have a quick look at the other skills a DevOps engineer should have. A DevOps engineer should have one high-level programming language like Java, C++, or C#. Should also know Linux, SQL, cloud technologies like AWS, Azure, or GCP, scripting languages like Perl, Bash, or Python. On an average basis, DevOps engineer earns 5 lakhs per annum to 14 lakhs per annum in India, while in the USA, a DevOps engineer earns from $125,000 per year.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
The first one would be the continuous development. So this continuous development is nothing but you will be committing the code to the version control system. So you can just like understand. Okay, so you can just like take this particular point. So it is just committing the code to the version control systems. So we are going to learn about the version control system called Git. So we are going to learn about that particular one. So then after that, what we will be doing means we will be using these kind of tools like Ant, Maven, or Gradle for building and packaging the code. So why we need this building and packaging means the code will be in the human readable format that should be converted to the machine readable format. So that is why this building and packaging the code is required. So in under continuous development, we will be doing these activities. So committing the code and building the code. So if you want, you can take the notes or you can just like have the slide in your hand. Second point here is this continuous integration. So what is this continuous integration means? So you have to bring all those things. Okay, so let me go to the continuous development. So here, this is a stage where you will be committing the code. I mean, you means the developer will be committing the code to the version control systems. So something similar to Git or SVN. So we are going to learn about the Git here. Okay, not the SVN. And this is the first step. And the second step is we will be doing the building and packaging. So team, just take the high level ideas here because we are going to see this each and every tool in detail. Okay, so you can just take a one-liner takeaway so that like it will be easy for you to proceed. Yeah. So now I'm just moving to the continuous integration. So continuous integ from the name itself, you can understand. So you are going to integrate the different stages of the DevOps life cycle. So whatever the tools we are going to learn, right? So Git, Maven, and other tools, we are going to integrate the entire stuff here. That is what we are calling it as continuous integration. Okay, so we will be like integrating different set of tools continuously. So that is what we are calling it as continuous integration. Then we are calling it as continuous deployment. So what is this continuous deployment means? So you are okay. So the developer is creating the code, some Python or Node.js based code and all. So that will be converted into the executable code, and that will be implemented or that will be deployed in a server. So that is what we are calling it as continuous deployment. See, so the application is containerized. So the first step, like we have discussed about the dependencies. So Docker container, you will be converting your application into the container. Then we will be pushing that to the desired server. Then we will be like pushing that to the desired server here. So this is the concept, or this is the concept of this continuous deployment. So this is the concept of this continuous deployment. Okay, so we will be taking the code and we will be continuously, what is it, deploying to the production server or whatever the server may be. So this is what we are calling it as continuous deployment. So next I'm moving to the continuous testing. So what is this particular continuous testing means? So this continuous testing, so we will be dealing with the automated test cases of our application. So we will be getting the details from the like the QA, the tester. They will write the use cases or they will write the test cases, and we will integrate that with the respective pipeline. See,
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is DevOps? And your options are a programming language, a software testing framework, a software development methodology, or a collaboration of development and operations practices. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
so then we are having the continuous monitoring. So this continuous monitoring, why we need this continuous monitoring here? Because you have deployed an application and that application should be continuously monitored. So whether your application is up and down, I mean up or down. So what are all the logs that we are getting, and like what is the live status of your application? So all these things you can be able to perform with the continuous monitoring. Yeah. So team, is this so like these are all the 5 stages we are dealing with, but you should concentrate mainly on this continuous integration and continuous deployment. Okay. So I'm moving to the DevOps tools. So what are all the different tools that we are going to learn, and the use of that particular tool? That is what we are going to learn now. So the tools and its usage. So that is what we are going to learn now. See, the first one is continuous development. So what is the tool that you will use for the continuous development? So the tool that you have to use for this particular one is the tool called Git. Okay, there is a tool called Git, and we are going to use that particular tool. And what is the purpose of this Git is that it is a distributed version control system. So first of all, you should understand what is meant by this version control system. Then we can understand about the distributed version control system. Okay, so we will be using this particular tool, the Git, in order to manage so all our source code. And team, so please understand, as a DevOps engineer, you should know most of the details. You should know like maximum of the details in this particular Git actually. Okay, so you should be like knowing maximum of the details in this particular Git, because that is the easy way to perform this particular one. Okay, so because like this is main and mandatory thing, guys, because like, okay, only the developers will work with the Git. No, that is not the case. DevOps engineers should have or should know most of the details in terms of the Git and GitHub. So these are all the tools we are going to learn here. We will be like seeing like in-depth detail of Git in the upcoming session. So we are having the continuous integration. So for continuous integration, we will be using the tool called Jenkins. So we will be using this particular tool called Jenkins. The name is Jenkins. So it is an open source tool and it is based out of Java, and it is a web-based tool. So we need to access that in the web, I mean the browser. So whatever the steps we want to do, we will be using that, or we will be implementing that with the help of Jenkins. You will be writing the what is the pipeline? You will be writing the pipeline in Jenkins actually. Okay. So Amito, yes, there are a lot of tools. So that is what actually yesterday I have shared in the name of DevOps periodic table. So hope you have seen that. So the third one would be the continuous deployment. So continuous deployment, we are having two tools here. One is for virtualization and containerization. So for that, so team, what is the, I mean, the logo of this particular one? Can you just like tell the name of this particular tool based on the logo? So please understand the logo. It is a valve, right? It is a valve. So that is taking, yes. So on top of that, you will be able to see the containers. Yes. So this is the example for Docker. Okay, this is a Docker, this is the Docker logo. And here we are having this configuration management, Puppet and Ansible. So guys, what is the common meaning for Puppet? So what is the common meaning for Puppet? Yes. So Puppet means they those, I mean, you can control those persons, right? Yes. So no, not, yeah, exactly. So you will take the control of those particular guys, and like we can just like mention that particular, what is that? They will perform whatever we do, whatever we tell, right? So without asking questions, so they will do whatever like we tell. So the same applicable for your software. So that is why like we are having this particular name called Puppet. And this Puppet, actually you guys are going to do the self-learning. Then you are having this particular particular tool called Ansible. So that we will be like, what is that, writing playbooks in order to learn. Then we are having this tool called Selenium. So Selenium is once again an open source tool. Like you can just code Selenium in most of the common languages. So you can just like get this. Okay. So you can just like get all those things. We will be getting that. Okay. Okay. So this particular Selenium, we will be like using that in order to perform or in order to like manage all those things. Okay. So just give me a minute. Okay. Yeah. So Prashant, that's what I told. This Puppet and Selenium is your self study. So you have to learn by your own. So the team will be providing the contents and all the access. So you will be learning that by your own. So we will be taking care of Ansible. We will be like seeing Ansible, which is similar to Puppet. And for the continuous monitoring, the tool that they have defined is Nagios as per the PPT deck. But we are going to learn about the ELK stack. So we are going to learn about the ELK stack for the monitoring. Because we are having a lot of stacks for the monitoring alone. Because monitoring is main portion in terms of like, what is it? If you come to the production support or operations, monitoring is the key concept or the key area here. So these are all the tools that we are going to learn. And in addition to that, we are going to learn some more tools as well. So now if you assign that in the pipeline, so the developer will commit the code to the GitHub. GitHub will call the Jenkins. Jenkins will take care of what is the deploying the application in the production server and in the testing server with the help of Ansible, and your Selenium automation use cases will be executed in the testing server, and from the production server the feedback will be delivered to the to the developer using any one of the monitoring tools. So this is the flow team. So now, okay, superb. So this is the elk stack. Okay, so we are having a lot of things. So please check this. What is mean by this elk stack and what is mean by this Prometheus Grafana stack? So you have to come with the answer for this. It's all about the management. So if they find bugs in the testing server, so they won't allow the application to be released in the staging or the production server. So here, like, we are having an image something similar to this, but the actual flow would be it will come from the Jenkins, it will go to the testing server. Based on the approval from the testing server, it will be promoted to the production server. So this is the flow. If you find any bugs, that will be stopped. In diagram, why Puppet or Ansible is not working with testing server? So the answer is eliminating the waste. So this is under lean methodology. That is why we are. So which life cycle stage helps in transitioning from one stage to another? So please think clearly. So in which stage, we will be bringing all the stages. If you know the answer for this, then that is the answer for this question. In which stage you will be bringing all the stages? Okay, so I'm moving to the next one. It is continuous integration. Yes, so this is where you will be like transitioning from one stage to the another. So now I'm going to the, okay, so this one you can easily get this, guys. So what is the tool you will use for creating the containers? So the answer is Docker here. So yes team, so with this actually we have completed the theory. Okay, so this is a common theory that I took from this one. So whenever you are talking, this is what we are calling it as reverse elephant theory. So like if you see the folks, if you see those kids in the screen, so all the kids are having the blindfold there, right? So they are just like first time they are just like touching the elephant, and how they will define, okay, if we ask each and everyone, so how that particular animal look like, so how they will tell. So because like one person is like what is it, touching their tusk, and one person is like touching their like what is it, stump thing, and one person is touching the ear, and one person is touching the body, and one person is touching the touching its tail, and one person is touching its leg. So if we ask the concept of this particular animal with these 6 persons, so will they give the same answer? So can I expect the same answer, or can we expect the same answer from all these 6 folks? So that is how the DevOps is. Yeah. So this is the reverse elephant theory. So like this is how like the people are like, oh, what is it doing in terms of the DevOps? So everyone is like taking their own perspective. But yes, you have to understand that is the design or the mindset. It is not about all the tools. And another one I want to mention here is that, and this is the typical DevOps pipeline that I want to share here. So the developer will be here. Okay, so the developer will be here. Then he or she will commit the code to the GitHub, to the Git, and all these actions should be performed automatically. So this is how you have to configure the pipeline. So Git, your source code will come here. It will be like consider, it will take to the build. Okay, we will be like doing the build here. Then we will just like do this code quality check. The code quality analysis we will be doing, and with this code quality analysis we will be doing the testing framework, the Selenium. We will be making use of the Selenium in order to do the testing. Then we will be storing the packages or the binaries in a tool called Artifactory. Then that will be taken, that Artifactory will be taken to the production environment, using any one of the configuration management tools, and all these actions will be taken care by the continuous integration tool. If you see, we are having Jenkins, we are having Travis, we are having Bamboo. So this is the typical DevOps pipeline I want to show. Pradeep, no, we are not having this Sonar Cube in our pipeline. I mean, in this particular course. So you can just like do the self-learning. So I can guide you to check like what are all the things like that you want to verify. So that I can help you, but we are not handling the Sonar Cube in this course. Okay, GitLab. I just like showed this particular diagram. So how the real or the production environment pipeline will look like. So you can just consider this as a baseline and you can configure your own set of pipeline. Yeah. So version control with Git. Okay. So we are just like starting with this version controlling with Git. So this is this Git is the very basic one. Okay. The basic one. And at the same time, then you have to, what is it? Very clear about some of the concepts here. So because you as a DevOps engineer, you will be dealing with this Git a lot. Okay. So as a DevOps engineer, you will be dealing with this particular Git a lot. Okay. So that is the concept like we have to consider here. What is the meaning that you are able to interpret from this particular word version control? So there are two things. So what are all the, what is the meaning? Just give an one-liner answer for this. What you are able to, what you understand from this particular word, version control. Version control, from the name itself, you can understand we will be having multiple versions, and who will control that particular multiple versions? That is the answer here. So see, version control that records or manages the changes to the documents. It records, okay, or manages the changes to the documents. So it will help us in tracking the changes. So if you are working in the same project, so yes, someone mentioned that multiple people will be working with the same document or the same file. So how you will track who did what? So that is the purpose of this version control. So what happened before this version control? So the developer A, so he will just like start the company with the software. So I mean with his own with his or her own piece of code. So then like he will, I mean in addition to developer A, so some more developers, developer B and developer C and developer D, they are joining to the company. And how the developer A can share the code? So like he or she can share the code with the version 1 of code to the developers directly. So there is no common medium for sharing the code, right? I mean, I'm talking about the early stages here. Okay, because your software is running with version 1 of code, right? The software is running with version 1, and some more developers joined the company, and now they want to enhance the features. So from where the developer B, developer C and developer D could start, so they can start from the version 1 of code. So developer A will share the code to each and everyone. Then like for example, developer B will deliver version 2, and the developer A will combine those things. So developer A will perform the version 1 and plus version 2 changes, then version 2 will be deployed here. So the same thing goes for developer C. So once again, developer C will deliver the version 3 code. Now what developer needs to do? He or she needs to check with version 1 and version 2 of code. Then he or she will combine that with version 3. Then that version 3 will be deployed. And the same goes for developer D, which where the developer D will share version 4 code. So team, this is okay. What are all the difficulties here? Can someone just like put that in the chat? What are the difficulties here if we do perform? Let us say I'm having 10 developers. So now like I'm having only 3 developers. So let us say I'm having 10 developers. So what is the hectic thing, or what is the problem here? Doing this activities is a difficult one. It's a hectic one, right? So whatever you have mentioned, you are having this as a disadvantage, because versioning was manual, so it is a time consuming, as you told, and it is cost wise. And team collaboration, so there is no team collaboration as of now, because no one is having the latest code. Okay, let us say developer A is not coming to office because of some health issues or personal issues. It's a single point of failure, right? And also we are having this no access to the previous version, the rollback. Yes, high chance of missing the code, and multiple versions will take multiple space. So these are all the problems here. So that is why we are moving to the versioning control. So if you have versioning control in your place, so it will be an automatic one. The team collaboration is simple, and you will be having an easy access to the previous version, the rollback, and like we will be storing only the modified code, not the all code. So that is how like we will be working on. That is how we will be working here. So team, before going into that, do you have any doubts in terms of the versioning? I talked only in terms of the theoretical way, not the practical way. So now we are going to enter into the types of version control system. So team, with this types, with after completing this types of version control system, we can take a small break. Okay, so we can take a small break for 10 minutes. Then you just get the re-energizing thing. Then we will continue with our discussions. Yeah. So the types of version control system. So basically we are having two types. One is central VCS, and another one is distributed VCS. So this is what we are calling it as versioning control system. Okay, so VCS means versioning control system. And what is this SCM? So I will tell you, SCM means source code management tool. Okay, so whenever or wherever you are seeing this particular word called VCS or SCM, this VCS and SCM might be having some other abbreviation, or what is that, based on the context. Okay, I'm telling only in terms of the DevOps perspective and in terms of the CI/CD perspective. So whenever you are hearing this VCS and SCM, these terminology should come to your mind. And which tool should come to your mind right now? If I'm asking VCS or SCM, so which tool should come to your mind right now? Here we are having the central VCS and distributed VCS. So we are going to check about what is the difference between these two things. So centralized VCS and the distributed VCS. So centralized VCS. So what we are having here is this. From the image itself, you can see there is a centralized repository, which is a remote repo. So the developers are pulling and pushing the code to the respective repository. The centralized repository, see, has one single copy of code. Okay, one single copy of code in the centralized server. So you are having only one single copy of code in the centralized server, and that will be used in order to manage or in order to deal with the other things. So one single copy of code in the centralized server. And the second one would be like the developers will commit the code or will get the code to this particular central server. So not from the local to the central one, so which means to the remote repo. And what is this committing? So we will be discussing some new terminologies here. So commit the code something. So commit the code means you have to record the change in the centralized system. So that particular change should be recorded in the centralized system. That is what we are calling it. Yes, that is what we are calling it as committing. So this is what the okay, let me clear this. So this is what we are calling it as the centralized version control system. So where only one server will be there and all those things will be handled in that particular only one server. Okay, so now I'm moving to the next one, the distributed version control system. So here comes the distributed one. So in distributed version control system, what we will do means there will be a remote repo or the centralized repo. But in addition to that, a local repo will be there in the developer's machine. So a local repo will be there in the developer's machine. So whenever they want to perform the change, okay, so whenever they want to perform this particular change, so they will just like use this particular they will just like take this particular one, and also they will perform these changes. So whenever there is a particular or whenever there is they will take the clone of the exact repo and they will be working. So the developer will be working with this repo only in the local. So once all the changes were done, then it will be pushed to the remote repo. So that is how this particular workflow will this workflow will work. Okay, so they will just like mention, yes, in their machine they will just do all the changes, then only this will be moved to the next one. So then only this will be moved to the next one here. So from this DVCS and the central VCS, CVCS and DVCS. So I'm just moving to the next one. So the difference. So here, these are some of the differences here. So for pushing and pulling, pushing and pushing means uploading the code, pulling means downloading the code. So like except this pushing and pulling, everything can be done without everything has been done without the internet connection in terms of the distributed VCS. But for the centralized VCS, you need the internet connection for each and every operation. So then we are having this every developer, yes, you know, right? So the developer will be having the full version history in their local hard drive. But in terms of the centralized VCS, the developers won't have that, and committing and retrieving will be faster as you are having all the data in the local disk. But this committing and retrieving is somewhat slow comparing to the network speed. Then it is not good for storing the large files, because like you should store only the what is the code kind of thing. So you should not, you can store that, but that is not the correct way to do that. So it is not applicable for the it is not good for storing the large files, but CVS, it is good for storing the large files. And like if you are having a lot of commits, then the downloading of the file will take a lot of time. So that may take a lot of time to achieve this. Then like if you are having in terms of the CVS, so it is not about the number of commits. So team, you might have learned some new terminologies at this particular stage. So we will be having this, or we will be like looking into that. Okay, so we will be like looking into that each and everything. So Aman, binary. Okay, so large files and binary means it is a kind of, let us say, your image, your video, your exe file. So these are all the binaries. So we should not like store all those things in the distributed VCS. So we will be storing all those binary files in the centralized VCS. Okay, so binary in the sense which is not in the source code format. That is what we are calling it as binary. So distributed, yes, we will be having some methodologies to manage the merge conflict, and we are having a demo for that, Kenneth. So to manage the merge conflict, we are having the demo in order to manage the merge conflict. So it depends on the lot of commits. So if your project is having a lot of commits, then downloading that particular project to your, because you are going to you need to download the repository or download the code to your local system, right? If you are using the distributed version control system. So if that project is having a lot of commits, then that is once again, it will take some time, right, in order to download the project. But in terms of centralized VCS, you don't need to download anything, so you don't need to consider about number of commits. So these are all the examples of CVCS. One is Subversion and one is Helix code. So I have worked with Subversion some time back, but not right now. We are not having that. So this is something like in terms of the subversioning. So what is meant by this Apache Subversion? So this is once again the Apache Subversion. It is an open source software. So this is for the centralized version control architecture. So team, if you have time, you can even just like browse through the internet for this Apache Subversion. And this is some of the facts, like started in 2000 and it got available in 2004, but it is still constantly being used, but it is not that much of active or what is it, applicable for our DevOps methodology or DevOps area. So for the understanding perspective, you can take this Subversion, but we are not going to see any hands-ons or nothing in terms of this Subversion. So I'm moving to this disadvantages here. So yes, you need an constant internet connection, and you cannot like download the version history in your local, and it will be slower than the DVCS, and conflicts have to be resolved manually. So like whenever you are pushing the code, so that time you will get the conflict, then you have to manage this, or you have to resolve that conflicts manually, so in the main server. So these are all the disadvantages of the Subversion. So that like we cannot that, I mean, for the understanding perspective, so you can just like keep this, okay? And these are all some of the examples of DVCS, Perforce, Git and Mercurial, but we are going to see only about this the so famous called Git actually. Okay, Pratap, for Git you don't need. If you want to push the code to the GitHub or GitLab, then you need the internet connection. That is what. So for pulling and pushing, you need the code, you need the internet connection for the GitHub or GitLab. Your Git will be installed in your local machine. You are going to work in your local machine. So if you are working, you are in a local host. So why you need the internet? In order to push and pull the code to the GitHub repository or GitLab repository. So there are two things we have to consider. So one is Git and another one is GitHub. Okay. So you have to understand this particular difference. Git or GitHub or GitLab. So Git is a different tool. GitHub is a different repository, and GitLab is a different repository. So in order to work with the Git in the local, I mean, which means in the local, yes, I need to pull the code from the GitHub. For pulling and pushing, I need the internet. So we are going to learn about this Git only. So even though like we are having a lot of DVCS tools, we are going to learn only about the Git. So this Git is the most popular tool actually. So like if you see the trends, I mean, but this is a world graph actually. By 2018 they took this, but nowadays most of the, I mean, not most, almost all the companies are using this Git as their version control system. And this is the logo of the Git. So you can just like have a look. This is the logo of this particular one, and you can just like have this. Okay, so what is this Git version control system? So it is a version control system for tracking the changes in computer files. Okay, and we will be using that for like what is it, in order to coordinate with multiple people. So that is the concept here. And also like it is primarily for the source code management. So like we are just like using mainly for the source code management. but you can just like use it for other tools, other sort of files as well. So the main version control system, or the first tool that we are going to learn here, is the Git. And we are having a life cycle here. So how you will store, or how you will save, or how you will commit the code or the files to the Git. So it will deal with three areas actually. So the life cycle of Git actually has three stages. The first one is the working directory. So the first one is the working directory. And what we will do means, in the working directory, so what this working directory will do, so it will be having a respective project. Okay, it will be having a project inside that. It will be having the code, and that project or that code may or may not be tracked by the Git, and we will be calling this directory as the working directory. So the entire directory, we will be calling this as the working directory. And so that will be tracked by that will be tracked by Git here. Okay, so that will be tracked by Git here. So we will be using this something called command. Okay, this Git init command, that we will just see all, we will be seeing all those points in the real-time scenario. Okay, but just for the understanding, please have this particular idea. So initially our code will be in the working directory, and that will be initiated as the Git working directory using the command called git init. Then we will be having this concept called staging area. So staging area is nothing but we will be telling the Git that these files should be tracked by you. Hey Git, these are all the files you should track. So that those files will be added in the staging area. So that is what we are carving, that to achieve that particular stuff, we will be using this command called git add. So we will be using that particular command called git add to achieve that. So in order to achieve that staging area. Okay, so it is a temporary area between this working directory and the committing stage. The final is commit. So once the files will be ready in the staging area, then we can save those files to the repository, and the saving of that particular process is called as doing a commit. And how you will do that commit? You will do the commit using this particular command. So git commit -m message. So these three steps we will be doing here. Okay, so these three steps we will be doing here. So just give me a minute. Okay, so these three steps like we will be doing here. Initially you will be starting with the working directory, then you will be having the staging area, then you will be doing the commit here. So all these things we are going to perform only in terms of the Git. No, that's what, like, two repositories you have to consider. Okay, you have to consider two repositories here. So one is local repository and another one is remote repository. So yeah, so now I'm moving to the next one. So you will be having the code here, and you will convert that code, you will convert that directory into the Git initialized working directory. Then you will be doing the staged files. You will be like doing the staging of those particular files. Okay, you will be like doing staging. Okay, you will be doing staging of those particular files. Then you will, what is it, commit the files to the Git repository. Okay, you will commit the files to the Git repository. So for this we have to, for this particular step we have to initiate a command. For this particular step we have to run the command, and for this particular step we have to run the command. So this is the flow, or this is the Git life cycle. So Kenneth, GitHub is one popular tool handled by Microsoft, and GitLab is like another popular tool. So both are same in terms of their working nature, but there are different websites, that's it. So GitHub is maintained by Microsoft and GitLab is maintained by some different vendor, by the GitLab INC itself. So both are doing the same exact thing, only the name. So and also in terms of the cost wise, they are different. Okay, team. So now a common question to all of you. As of now, I'm discussing only about the local things. So till that particular stage, it will be in your local machine. So how you will share that particular machine or particular code with other folks. So that is where your GitHub repository comes into the picture. So from your local repo, you have to push the code to the GitHub repo so that the team will be able to handle, or the team will be able to take care of all these things. So that is how we are having. So the team will be able to take care of all these particular information. So we are going to see the live scenario. So I'm going to create one repo in my GitHub, and you guys are going to share your GitHub username, and we will be like collaborating on a project in the same repository. So that we are going to see in this particular demo. Okay, so this is how the Git lifecycle will work. So team, right? So if you come with this particular GitHub account, then it will be easy for me to proceed with the next set of things without wasting the time. So how this particular Git will work. So now we want to see this particular one, at least in the theoretical concept. Then we can go into the respective Git commands. Okay. So first and foremost thing, what it will do means, these are all the files. Okay, so we are having the HTML, JSS. So we are having this project folder. So all those things we are having in this project folder. Then we are just like doing the commit here. Okay, the first commit we are doing here in this particular step, the commit ID we are having here. So whenever you are doing a commit, a new commit ID will be generated. So this is just for the understanding purpose, but the commit ID will be in different value. The commit ID will be having a different value. Okay, this is the first takeaway you should do. And so you have added a new code here. If you commit that, after adding the new code, if you commit that, a new commit will be generated. So in this commit, this particular file will be there, and in this commit, this particular file won't be there. So this is how we will be planning, or this is how we will be like performing all these activities or all these changes. So this is how like we will be doing the commits and all. Okay, then we will be like doing that. So now we are coming into the concept of branches. So everything will be dealt, or everything will be handled with the help of branches in the Git. So what is the default branch? Now the question should rise in your mind, because you are creating the repository. So there will be some default branches, right? So now what is the default branch of your GitHub? I'm going back to this PPT. So here, what it will do means, we did commit 1 and now we did commit 2. So your pointer, there will be a pointer which will refer to the latest commit. So that is what we are calling it as the head. Okay, so that is what we are calling it as this head here. So this is the latest commit that we are having. Okay, so this is the latest commit that we are having in this particular stuff. So the latest commit is known as the head. So head will refer to the latest commit in the respective branch. So team, just keep all those things in terms of the theoretical perspective. So that is the only way we can do. Then tomorrow we will start with this, all those things we can see in the hands-on perspective. And this is what I told. the default branch in the Git repository is the master branch, but in the GitHub, it is main branch. So now a question, you should have this particular question. Why you need a branch? So why we need the branch? So let me tell you the answer based on the current scenario or the real-time scenario. So this ID is the original commit, and this commit ID is the second original commit, which is in the master branch. And this code will be used to deploy your application. Okay, team. So now developer A. So there is a developer who comes and he or she wants to update this particular code. Okay, so this is the only single source of truth. If you allow the developer to edit this particular code directly in the master branch, so this is the master branch. So this should have the clean code. Your master branch should have the clean code. So what is the difficulties or what is the disadvantage if you allow the developer to go and edit the code in the master branch? That is the only single source of truth. The code will be changed, but if the code is having some bugs, that is once again a problem, right? The code, they have not tested the code, right? So that is why we are taking into the separate branch. Yes. So what we will do means we will clone the branch, we will clone the master branch to the new branch and do whatever the changes we want here. That is why the branching concept is required. Yes. So master branch will be having the clean code here. So master branch will be having the clean code here. So clean code in the sense like the production ready code. You should call it as the production ready code. So master branch will be having the production ready code. That is the single point of source or the single point of truth. So, okay, guys, you are having a confidential information or very secured information in this particular file. So will you go and directly edit that particular file, or what you will do? So there is a file, let us say there is a file called A. Okay, so this file is very, very important and very, very confidential and very, very secured one. So will you directly go and edit like whatever the changes you want in this particular A file? What we will do normally, you will clone the file, you will keep the branch as correct, the normal file as it is, then you will edit the older, the new file, then you will verify whether the changes are correct or not. Am I right? You will verify whether the changes are correct or not in the new file. Then you will do the changes in the master file, the common file, right? That is what we are doing in terms of this branching. So that is why we need the branching strategy here. So whatever the changes we will be doing, so this new feature A, it will have the commit 4. See, commit 1, commit 2, and commit 4. And this commit will be merged with the master branch. So this is, we are going to see all those things in the real-time scenario. So we are going to see all these things in the real-time scenario. Okay. So this is what, this is how your Git will work. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
So team, I have already opened my EC2 console. So here, so now I'm going to create the instance alone. So, and also like I'm telling, so this particular session is not about EC2. So I'm going to give only the high level steps of how to creating an EC2 instance. Okay. So this is not the cloud, sorry, AWS cloud session. So like, please what is it, keep that in mind. And yeah, so I'm just like entering into EC2 here. So if you see from the home, from the dashboard, I'm just like entering into the EC2 instance. I'm entering into the EC2 instance now. Cool. So I just entered into the EC2 and I'm clicking on the instances here. So now I don't have any instances. So I'm trying to launch an instance here. Okay, so I'm trying to launch an instance here. So here I got this launch an instance step. So here I'm just giving my name. So I'm just giving a common name here as Intellipaat session. So you can give some random names if you want. First step, I'm entering the name here. You can enter like whatever the name you want. Second step, I'm selecting an AMI. So if you see here, I'm selecting an OS. So I'm selecting an AWS, okay, Amazon Linux. So which is by default, like we are having this AWS. So please go with that. So I have not selected anything here. And then the architecture is 64. Then it is in the T2 micro. So you got, I mean, we are going only in the free tier. So we can go with this T2 micro as well. Then we have to create the key pair here. Okay, so we have to create the key pair here in order to access this. So now I'm going to click on this key pair. So what is the purpose of this particular key pair? So you will be using this one to access your machine. So that is the need of this particular key pair. You might have seen, or you might have like, what is it, heard or learned in one of the previous sessions. So I'm creating the key pair here and I'm entering the name as Intellipaat. Okay, so just for the same naming convention, I'm just entering the name as create key pair. And here I'm selecting this RSA, and also either you can use PIM or put PPK. So I'm using this PIM key and I'm creating the key pair here. So now my key pair got created and downloaded here. So it got downloaded in my machine as well. So this is the second step. Then networks, okay, network settings, I'm not doing anything here. I'm not doing anything here. So like, but we have to modify something, but as of now I'm not doing any, I'm not editing anything here. And the storage, I'm going with the 8 gig, I'm going with the 8 GB. So these are all the steps I have done. See, I have entered the name. So by default, this Amazon Linux was selected. Then the instance type T2 micro key pair, I created a new key pair. And so this particular, network settings, I have not modified anything. Then configuring storage, I have not modified anything. Then after that, I'm just like clicking on the launch instances here. So launch, I'm clicking on the launch instance here. So meanwhile, before clicking on that, so I'm giving this launch instance command, button. So your instance will be created. So see, like our instance got successfully initiated. If you go to the list here, it will be in the pending status. So it will be in the pending status. So we have to wait until it becomes the running. Okay, until it becomes the running. So we have to wait for that. So now it is in the running state and you have to wait for this particular status check to be completed. So it is in the initializing steps, initializing status. So it should be in 2 out of 2. It should be in the green color. Then only you can be able to access the EC2 instance. So we can wait for some time, and not for some time, some seconds. So it will become green, so that like we can continue with our next set of steps. So team, today like we will be like following these commands. Whatever the commands we are having right in front of our machine. So that is what actually we are going to do now. So merging the branches. So we are just like going to perform like all those things, the merge conflict. Okay, so we are going to like perform all those things here. Perfect. Cool then. Fantastic. So you can use this particular button in order to check the status. I mean, in order to refresh you don't need to refresh the entire page. You can use this to refresh this particular stuff alone. Okay, so you can just like use this. I mean, our machine is ready to access, or our machine is ready to be accessed here. Okay, so two things actually we have to do as the first step in terms of the security perspective. So the first thing here is that, okay, I will just come to that particular step like later. So there are two ways to connect to this particular machine. Either you can use, now we have created the machine. Now we have to connect to this particular machine, right? So select the machine, click on connect here, and you will be having an option here. So EC2 instance connect. So just click on connect here. So it will be opening in the new browsers, new browser tab. So you don't need to install any third-party tools. You can be able to connect from the browser itself if you are comfortable. Okay, but if you are not comfortable, you can use the tool called Putty or MobaXterm. But if you guys are having Linux or Mac OS, you can directly access that from the terminal itself. Okay, and if you are using Windows 10 or Windows 11 machine, that you can even like use your PowerShell or command prompt to connect to this particular machine. So these are all the different options that you can explore. Okay, so if you are using a Linux or Mac, so you can connect from the terminal itself. Or if you are using Windows 10 or 11, you can use either command prompt or PowerShell. So these are all the options that you can use to connect to this machine. Okay, got it. So now I entered into this particular machine. Okay, so now we are in this Linux machine team. Okay, so what we are going to do is that, coming back to this, now I want to use the Git. Okay, I want to, now I'm having a fresh machine. I want to use the Git. So how I can do that? Because like if you see this PPT, you won't be having this kind of like, what is that, steps and all. Okay, so now what I want to do is that I want to check whether the Git is available in my machine or not. So how you can verify that means by typing this particular command. So git -version. So I think it is not getting copied here. Okay, I think I need to use my mouse. Yeah, browser. Yeah. So to verify whether the git got installed or not. So I'm just using git -version. Are we having the git in this machine? No. So we have to install the git first. So this is the first step. Okay, so installing the install git. Okay, so this will be the first step here. Okay, so how you can install this particular git? So like for different environments, you will be having different commands. Okay, for different set of environments, you will be having different commands. So for that only, I took this particular stuff. Okay, I took this particular official documentation here. So if you come to this, okay, this is the home page. gitscm.com is the home page, and you can follow different websites as well. I came to the downloads and I clicked on the Linux and Unix. So from this, you have to pick the exact version which we are going to install. So we have to pick the exact version that we are going to install. So here this Amazon Linux is based out of this Fedora 1. So now I'm going to use this yum install git, or what you can do is that you can simply search in the internet. So like install git in Amazon Linux. So you will get lot and lot of what is it? The steps to do the installation. Okay, so you can just like use lot and lot of steps, or you can follow any thing here. You can follow any step here in order to do the installation. So let me take the first URL itself. Okay, so I'm taking the first URL itself. So what is the command that we are using? So we are using these two commands. So sudo yum update y, sudo yum install. So sudo yum install git y. Okay, so git version in order to check that. So these three commands actually we are going to use here. Any software or any packages. Okay, so first you have to update your machine. So sudo yum -y, you have to update your entire machine. So like it is already updated, then you have to install the git. So sudo yum install git -y. So it will download the packages and it will install the git actually, and this will depends on your internet speed. Okay, so now the git got installed, so I'm going to use the git version command. So I'm going to use the git version command. So now what is the version that we are getting, team? Here, are you able to see my screen? So what is the version that you are getting here? Okay, superb. So what is the job of the first command? Coming back to this particular one. So what are all the things we are having? So creating the repository, making the changes, initializing the repositories, and the parallel development. So right, so thinking that. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm clearing my screen. And so team, are you able to see any directories here? So have I created any new directory here? Now I'm going to create a directory here. So the command to create that particular directory is mkdir. So I'm going to create the session. I'm going to create the directory as Intellipaat git. So I'm going to create this particular directory. So mkdir Intellipaat git. So team, I'm once again telling, so you have to learn the Linux as well in order to become the DevOps engineer, because you won't have this Windows in all the places. So please keep this in mind. So that is why that, I mean, even like I'm insisting, or that's why I have opened all those things in the EC2 console. And also most of your DevOps tools will work with Linux. For example, your Ansible. Ansible won't work with Windows. So Ansible will work with Linux only. So that is why I'm insisting you to learn Linux. So without learning Linux, you cannot say yourself as the DevOps engineer. So in most of the interviews, if you see, like and okay, where you will install the Kubernetes once again in terms of your Linux. Okay, so you have to be very clear in terms of the Linux concepts. I mean, at least the basics. Okay, so now I have created the directory and I'm giving this ls here. So a new directory got created. So ls stands for list. Okay, so okay, the ls stands for list here. And now what is the second step they are doing? So first we have to create the repository. Okay, first we have to create the repository, and we have to create two new files here. Then we have to perform the initialization. So now I have created a new directory called Intellipaat Git, and I'm just entering into that particular directory by using the command cd. So cd stands for change directory. Okay, so cd stands for change directory. So I'm entering into this particular file, and I'm giving this ls. So I'm not having any files inside that. So as per the PPT, what should I do now? So team, what should I do in this particular case as per this particular file? So what are all the two files that we are having here? We are having two files here. Yes. So I have to add two files. So the easy command to do that is, like, you can give it as echo. You can just echo is to display. So this is first file. So team, if you are having any queries in terms of the Linux commands, please post that in the chat, or just take this as the assignment. So one.txt. So this is first file. And also I'm just like taking this particular command to use the same thing for the second one. So this is second file. So I'm creating the file with some contents. Okay, so this is what I'm doing here. So echo, this is second file. So if I give ls, I will be having one.txt and two dot. Another way is you can use the command vi or vim, or as suggested by Vetri Nano. So these three commands you can use. And the last command I didn't understand. Okay, Sayed. Okay, what we are doing is that echo is the command which will display whatever you are doing. What it will do means, whatever the things you are doing, it will display in the screen. Okay, so echo, this is the first file. So if you give your name, it will give your name. So what I'm doing is that I am taking this input and passing that to the file called one.txt. Sayed and others, is it clear? So normally what this echo will do, echo will print whatever the input you are giving. So we are getting the output as this is first file. So instead of printing that in the screen, what I'm doing, I'm passing that particular output to a file which is called one.txt. Shall we give any name in place of Intellipaat Git? You can use any name. You can use any name. Okay. Are we creating this directory in the root folder? So now I got two files, and this is the newly created directory. So now what is our first step? So go to this particular flow, the flow we are having. So what is the first step here? The program workspace. Program workspace is nothing but your home the directory which you are dealing with. So it is Intellipaat Git. Yes, now I have to convert that to the Git initialized working directory. So how I can do that? So I can do that using the command called git init. So I'm just running the command git init. So what it is throwing, what it is throwing, the error before initializing this, before running this command, how many files and how many directories. No, inside this, I'm talking about inside this particular Intellipaat -git. Have you seen any directory? Only two files were there, right? Now, if I give this ls-a, you will be able, okay, let me give this -la. So you will be able to see the new directory called .git got created. So see the timings, guys. See the timing between the file creation and the folder creation. So 6 minutes gap. So a new directory called .git has been created. And how you can see this particular file, directory, using this ls-la command. So sorry guys, okay. So ls-la command, you will be able to see that. Okay, so now a new directory got created. You can initialize that. So now I'm going to change the name. Okay, I'm going to change the name here, guys. I'm going to change the name of your, what is that, the branch. Okay, I think we have not like entered into the branch here. Yeah, so we have not like entered into the branch here. So now what is the next step, team? What is the next step we have to do? So we initialize this particular directory, and what is the next step we have to do here as per this particular flow? Yes, I have to add that to the staging area. Then I have to commit that particular code. I have to add that to the staging area. Then I have to commit that to the particular code. So now you can just check all those things using a common command called git status. So if you run this particular command, you will be able to see the exact status of your git repository. What is the status here? In which, okay, what are all the details you are getting? You are getting the branch name, and you are getting the commits details, and you have to, it is still in the initialization stage. We have not entered into the staging area. So how I can enter into the staging area? So what is the command I have to use here? So I have to use this command called git add and dot. So team, why I'm using dot here? Because like you told only git add. What is meant by this dot here? So dot refers to the current directory, which means, yeah, Pratap, you are right. Aditya, you are right. And other folks, yes, to copy both the files. So that dot will handle or will take whatever the files you are having in your machine, whatever the files you are having in your directory, the current directory, right? Okay, now tell me, I want to add only one.txt. What is the command? Yes, so git add one.txt. Okay, I want to add multiple files. What is the command? No, I want to add multiple files using their names. What is the command? You can use this, the same command, git add one.txt, two.txt. So here I'm going to use git add dot. Fine, we have added. Now if I run this git status, so team, are you able to see the changes? Initially it was in the untracked files. Now we are in the changes to be committed, which means it was in the untracked stage. Now it is in the staging. To check the git branch, what is the exact branch you are now? So in order to check the git branch is to see what is the branch that you are right now, or that you are sitting now. All folder files will be added. Now I have to commit this message. So git commit -m. So this is the syntax. So we have to use this git commit -m. Okay, if this git commit -m. So what we are adding here, guys? So give some meaningful names to your commit messages. So please keep this practice. Give some meaningful messages to your commit messages. Don't give any, like, what is that, some simple or what is it, wasteful messages. Okay, so because we are going to collaborate with multiple members, so we have to give the exact messages. So now what we are doing here, exactly tell me now what we are doing here in this particular commit. So here we have to mention, okay, like, is it a meaningful one or not? The commit message which you are seeing in the screen, is it a meaningful message or not? So in this commit, I have added two files, which is 1.txt and 2.txt. So if someone from our team, if he or she comes and check the commit message, so they will be able to easily understand what happened in that particular commit, right? So now I'm committing this particular one. Okay, so now I have committed this particular one. Git commit -m and this one. Okay, so I'm just copying this and I'm pasting it here. Okay, I'm copying this and pasting it here. So git commit this one. Okay, so this is the second, this is the final step here. Now if you see them, I mean, please skip these messages. It is because we have not configured the username here. So this one, if you see this particular message, you will be able to see the branch name and the commit ID and the commit message. Okay, now if you add all the files to the stage, if you commit only the specific file, then you will get the error. So we have initialized, we have added some files, we have added that to the staging area, and we have just committed that to the respective Git repository. Okay, so we have just like committed that to the Git repository. Sorry, I mean the local repository. Now we are having all the files in the local repository. So Git init we have seen, and git status we have seen, git add we have seen, git status once again we have seen, and git commit we have seen. Now what is the next step we have to do? So now I'm just putting this particular option called git log. So if I use this git log, do we need some more information apart from this information or not? So now it is in the it is in my local repository, right? It is in my local repository. So now in order to maintain the what is it, the common forum, so I'm going to change my branch name, guys. What is the name of the branch here? What is the name of the branch, or what is the command I have to use here? So you can check the branch name by using this command called git branch. So it is master. So in GitHub and all, we will be using the main as the master branch. So I'm going to change my name here. Okay, I'm going to change my name here. So git branch. So okay, git branch -m, then main. So it will be changed here. So if I look into this, I will be having the main branch here. So I will be having the main branch. So even if you see, it will be in the main branch stuff. So now we have seen the new command as well. So changing the, renaming the branch name. Okay. So now the next step is to, I want to push this particular repository. I want to push this to the local repository. I mean, I want to push this to the main or the GitHub repository. Now we have to push this particular file. I mean, we have to push these two files or this repository to this. Okay, this is the local repository. I mean, the one which you are having right now in machine is the local repository, and we are going to push that to the remote repository. Okay, so we are going to see the steps for that. Okay, so how to push local repository to the remote repository. So what is the first step we have done? So we have created a new remote repo. Okay, so this is the first step we have done. Now, as the second step, what you have to do is that you have to tell the remote, I mean the local repository, you have to, because this is the source, right? Which is source here. Your local repository is the source. So you have to tell this particular repository to push the code to this particular repository. So how you can do that means, that is where your command comes in, this particular command. So git remote add origin. So this command will comes into the picture now. So git remote add origin. So I think like I'm not able to copy, I guess. Okay, so git remote add origin. So then your URL, what is the URL of the URL of our repository, guys? The URL of this repository is this one. So the one which I'm highlighting now. So we have to run this particular command in the local repository, git remote add origin. So I'm just running this particular command. Okay, now we have added that. So now what is the command, or what is the command that we have to do now, or what is the command that we have to use here is that the next command, which is nothing but your git push origin master. So that is the command you have to run. So git push origin master. So okay, git push origin. So that is correct. So team, okay, I'm seeing an error in point number 3. So what is the error? Can you guys like identify that? That is purely an error. Git push origin master. So what is the error here? Can anyone please identify and tell that? Exactly. So you are pushing a branch, so you should give the correct branch name here. So what is the branch name that we are dealing with? It is main. So we have to use this one. So git push origin master. Okay, super. Now I'm running this particular command and let us see what is happening. So it is asking for the username. So I know my username here. Okay, and it is asking for the password, but you will be having a password for this, but let me try, because like recently they have removed the password access, but let me give a try. Okay, so now what is the error that you guys are getting? What is the error? I have entered the username and I have entered the password. So what is the error that I am getting? What is the solution? Could you just give the solution for that as well, based on the error message? Yes, team. So for this, you should not use the password. No, you should not use the password. So what you need to do is that you have to use the personal access token. Okay, so these things are not in the PPT. So here, if you see, you cannot, support for password authentication was removed. So what we have to do is that we have to use the personal access token. So we are calling it as PAT. This is what we are calling it as personal access token. And from where you can create that personal access token, go to your settings. Okay, you have to go to the settings here. So inside that you will be having an developer settings. If you come inside the settings, you will be having a developer settings. Inside that developer settings, you will be having the personal access token. Okay, so see, like this is the one which I have used a long time back. So here, team, I'm creating a new token. So under personal access token, I came to this tokens classic and I'm creating the new token here. So I'm just giving the name as, okay. So I'm giving the name as, and I'm giving the expiration date as 1 day. Okay. So, okay, let me have this for 7 days. No, like you will be able to see my personal access token. So that is the faulty one. Okay, so no issues. I will give 7 days, but after this session, I will just like delete that. Okay, so I will just like delete this particular one. Okay, so PAT stands for personal access token, and that is similar to your password, which you will be using to authenticate with your GitHub repository. So now I'm just creating this personal access token. Okay, I'm just like creating this personal access token. So now I'm just taking this particular one. Okay, so I'm creating this particular one, generate token. And also, if you want to give, if you want, I mean, by default, it will have the default scopes. But if you want to give any more additional scopes, you can pick this, or you can select from this list of items here. Okay, so you can select the respect needed items from this, and I'm generating the token here. So a new token got generated, and copy and save this in the same place. So if you are not saving this, you will be able to see this particular token only once. So if I come here, you won't be able to see the token here. You have to regenerate the token once again. Okay, so this is how we have to create the personal access token. So this is something similar to the password. You should keep this one in a very secured manner. I'm going to delete this token after this particular meeting. Okay, so because like it has been, so now like we have pushed this particular git push origin master. So we have used the main branch. So now we are able to see the code in the remote repository in the GitHub. Okay, so this is like another command. Okay, now yeah, a common change like will what is that? A common thing like will be there the end. So now we are having this particular stuff called git clone. Okay, so in which scenarios you will be using this particular git clone? Okay, in which scenarios you will be using this git clone actually? So like you want to download the remote repository. Let us say I'm having lot of remote repositories, or in GitHub you will be having a lot of remote repositories. Okay, let us say I want to use this demo webhook. Okay, so that is the stuff called okay, this Jenkins file. I want to use this particular one. Okay, so I want to take this particular one. How to download this particular repository to your local machine? So for that you will be using a command called git clone. Okay, so you will be using a command called git clone in order to use that. Okay, so I'm just like going for this git clone command. I will be taking all the questions at the end. Okay, what we are trying to do is that we are trying to fetch the code, like this particular step, pushing the code to the local to remote. So now we are trying to get the code from remote to local. Okay, so remote to local. So what is the command to achieve that? So we are having this command called git clone. So we are having this command called git clone. So now I'm going back to this particular repository and I'm just going one step back of this particular directory. If you see this ls-lrt, so what are all the directories that you are able to see here? And what are all the directory that you are able to see here? So Intellipaat Git, right? So only one, which is Intellipaat Git. Now I'm going to bring this demo webhook to that particular file, to that particular directory. How I'm going to do that? So come to the respective repository, click on this, this particular button, this green color button code. You will be having the HTTPS URL. Pick that particular URL, then run the command git clone, then that particular repository URL. So I think it got wrongly pasted here. So the command is git clone the repository URL. So if I give this, see, it is cloning the repository. It is cloning the repository. And if I give ls-lrt, you will be having a new directory with the same repository name. This is the concept of this particular demo. This is the concept of the clone. So in order to clone the entire repository to your local. So this is the concept of git clone. So team, is this clear? So now we have just downloaded all those things. So this is what we have to do, or this is what we have to achieve. Yeah. So team, is this clear? So this is the concept of clone. So you are cloning the entire repository. So to go back, I would use cd dot dot, not 3 dot, it's cd double dot. And it is a case sensitive. Linux is a case sensitive. Pull command. So what is the work of the pull? What is the work of the pull here? Okay, now I'm going with this particular scenario. Now I have downloaded the demo webhook repository. I took this particular Jenkins file. Okay, now I have updated something in this Jenkins file. Okay, so team, do I need to do the git clone once again to get the latest file? So we don't need to do the clone. So we don't need to do the clone once again. So we have to do the git pull. So we have to do the git pull here. So team, let me enter into the demo webhook. So here we are having only one Jenkins file. Am I right? So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add another file to 2.txt. So this is sample file. Okay, so I have added another file here. Okay, so commit the new file. So now how many files are there in the demo webhook? So one is 2.txt and one is Jenkins file. But in my machine, in this particular machine, I'm having only one file, right? So now I want to take the update of that 2.txt. So what is the command I have to use? I have to use this particular command, the git pull. So I have to use this particular command called git pull instead of git clone. So I'm just going to the previous command. So instead of git clone, I'm putting this git pull here. So we can just try with this particular command here. So git pull. So okay, I think, okay, I have to enter into this demo webhook. Okay, then I have to use this git pull, or I can use this particular one. Okay, so git pull origin main. So main branch is this particular one. So it will bring all the changes to this particular branch. Okay, so if I give ls-lrt, you will be able to see two files here. So this is the common thing in terms of this git pull, git pull and the clone. Okay, so now Javagar posted a message. Git pull and clone will do the same task. So Javagar, we will be using this pull multiple times, but clone is an one-time activity. So I have cloned this particular demo webhook for the first time, and whenever there is a change in this particular repository, I can use git pull. I don't need to use the git clone. So which means like this git clone is the one-time activity that will be used to download the entire repo, but this git pull, it will perform, or it will bring only the updated items. Okay, so is this clear? So clone will download the entire repo. Git pull will download only the updated files, comparing with the current state. So now we are comfortable with this git clone and git pull as well. Okay, now we are going to see how to create the multiple branches. Okay, so how to create the multiple branches from our end. So that is what actually we are going to see. Okay, so now, okay, I'm going to our step here. I'm going for our previous what is it, the Intellipaat get, because that is the one we have used very clearly. So team, how many branches we are having here in this Intellipaat git directory? How many branches we are having? Now we are having main branch here. Yeah, so now we have to create here new branch. So like as per this particular command, so like you can use this particular, what is that, new command called git branch. I'm creating the name as new branch one. Okay, I'm creating the branch name as new branch one. If I put git branch, there will be two branches, so main and new branch one. So how to delete this particular branch? Using this particular command, git branch -d. So git branch -d, the uppercase D, and the name of that particular branch. So it will be deleted. So if I use this git branch, you will be having only one branch here, main. So I'm going to create the branch once again. Now I'm in, okay, how I identify that I'm in the main branch? How can I identify that I'm in the main branch? The star and as well as the color code. It is in green actually. The star and because of this particular color code. So that is how we are having here. Okay. So now I'm going to use this particular command, the git checkout. Okay. Yes. So git checkout. So you have to use this command called git checkout. Okay, so git checkout, the branch name. So the branch name is new branch one. Now you got the message like switched to the branch new branch one as well. And now like if you put this git branch detail, you will be able to see the new branch detail here. So which means new branch is there.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, This course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
The next command which we are going to see is that git stash. So what is the purpose of this git stash here? So the reason of this particular git stash is that, so you don't want to commit the code, but you want to save your work without committing your code. So are you like, please understand this particular scenario. So you will be saving your work by committing your code, but you don't want to, okay, but you don't want to commit your code, but you want to save that particular work. So that is where we are having this git stash. So like there are two commands we have to understand. So one is git stash and one is git stash pop. So for example, I'm just like connecting to the machine so that like it will be easy for all the, in order to like execute all the commands, it will be easy for me to proceed. So okay, so just give me a minute. I'm just like logging into my machine. So the first command we are going to see here is git stash. Meanwhile, so if you want to see more commands, okay, if you want to check about like some more commands regarding the git, I would suggest you to go to this particular this particular URL. This is the official URL link, official URL of SCM. So you can learn lot of new commands here. Okay, so now I got this particular one. Okay, so whatever the commands we are here, it will be applicable to the local. So this git revert and git diff, so all those things will be applicable only to the local. So not to your you are not pushing your changes to the remote. So only your git push, whenever you are executing the git push, then only your changes will be pushed to the remote repository. So unless and otherwise, if you are not executing that particular command, all those changes are applicable only to your local repository. Clear? Okay, so now you guys are going to guide me to create the new file. So what are all the steps I have to do for creating the new file here? I have to create a file called 3.txt. So what should I do now? Okay, echo some message. Okay, 3.txt. Then what is the next command? Yes, it's fine. So what is the next command? Okay, so here comes the usage of stash here. Okay, so if I put git status here, so it is in the untracked stage. So we are in the new branch and it is in the untracked stage. So we can add git. Okay, we can use git add in order to move this to the staging area, but we don't need to, or we want to save this particular file for the temporary purpose. So that is where you will be using this particular command called git stash -u. Okay, so if I give this, so git stash -u, so you will be having your files. Okay, see your working directory and index state work in progress on new branch 1. So if I give, I have executed the git stash. So if I put this git status, so you won't get any, what is it? You won't get this particular untracked status of 3.txt. So this is what we are having here. So team, is it clear? So the file got added or saved temporarily. Okay. Yes, you don't need git add. Yes, you don't need git add. So the 3.txt got saved temporarily. Okay. Now, how I can bring that particular one out? So using the command git stash pop. So this is the command I have to run to bring that particular file to the current stage. So see, now it is in the untracked status. So the reason here is that we will be using we will be using this particular command in order to save our what is it, the save our work temporarily. Okay, so that is the activity that we can do here. So team, now I'm moving to the next one. Okay, so use of stash pop. So you are adding this particular command. Okay, so you have created this particular file 3.txt, but you don't want to commit this file. Okay, because if you don't want to commit this file, but you need this file for the future reference. Okay, in the same repository. So in that case, you can add the file and you can execute the git stash. Okay, you can execute the git stash. So it will be saved to the working directory. See, it will be saved to the working directory, and you won't be able to see that particular file in the area. I mean, in the real directory. So in order to recover from this particular stage, you have to run this command called git stash pop. Okay, so like we won't use this git stash or git stash pop that much of thing in the real-time scenarios. Okay, so just wanted to mention this. So we won't use this git stash or git stash pop that much in our real-time scenario. So git stash is to, okay, I can, okay, this particular one you can this particular in the demo wise it would be good, I guess, but in the theoretical wise you can follow this particular statement so that it will be easy for you to get into. Okay, so that is what I'm telling. Want to commit this particular file, what are all the commands you guys will use? This is in the untracked state now. So what are all the commands you will use to commit this particular file? So you will use git add, then you will use git commit. Yes, simple. So two things, either you have to do the git commit or you can use git stash for the in order to save your file for the temporary purpose. Okay, so that is what I'm telling. This git stash we won't, I mean the developers won't use that much of like stuff in terms of the real-time scenarios. Okay, so this is for the learning purpose. Yes, I understand, but for the real-time purpose we won't be using that much of level in this particular one. Okay, so I'm moving to the next one. So if you want to get this detail, this git stash, so the explanation is here, so it will help you to understand. So whatever I told, they are having this in this particular PPT. Then I'm moving to the next one, the revert. So yesterday someone like asked about that. So what is this? How can I like go to the previous commit? So this commit, this is the so this is the one you can just like use. So git revert. So now I'm just like putting this particular one. So git log. Okay. So I think new branch. Okay. So let me add this particular file, git add and git commit -m added third file. Okay, So I have just committed that. Okay, so now I'm having two commits here. So this is 1919 commit, and D658C, that is another commit. Now I want to move this particular commit, or I want to go to this from this particular commit. I want to go to this particular commit. So I mean reverting the latest commit. So what I can do is that a git revert and take the commit ID. So this is the commit ID. I'm taking this, and oh, sorry, I need to copy this, or I need to copy in this way. Yeah. So git revert, and if I put this respective one, okay, sorry, it is not in the correct format. Just give me a minute. Yeah. So if I put this git revert, it will be reverted to the previous one. Okay. So it will be reverted to the previous commit. Okay. So this will revert the commit. So whatever the commit we have done in that particular commit ID, so that will be done. So I'm just like saving this particular one. So if you see, I just reverted this particular commit, which means whatever the files I have created in this particular commit, or whatever the changes I have done in this particular commit, so that changes won't be available. So what I have done in this particular commit, guys, so this is the commit I have used. So what is the change, or what is the work that I have done in this particular commit? So D658C. So you can see the message, I mean the commit message, and you can tell what exactly we have done in that particular commit. Yes, so we added two files. So now if I give ls, so my 1.txt and 2.txt got deleted because I reverted this particular commit. So in this commit, I have added 1.txt and 2.txt, and now what I have done, I just reverted all those things. So now this, okay, someone asked this, what is this revert and all. So now are you able to like what is it, get this particular point? Yes, not deletion. Whatever the changes you have done, that will be reverted. Okay, so that you can consider that as the deletion. You can consider that as the deletion. Okay, you can consider that as the deletion. So git log, if you see, there are three commits. First commit, I added 1.txt, 2.txt. Third commit, second commit, I added the third 3.txt. And what I have done, I reverted this particular change. Reverted in the sense, I removed or I deleted. I don't want this particular change. So that's why a new commit got created here. Okay, so a new commit got created here. Kind of rollback. Yes, how to pass some flags. Okay, along with the git fetch command, you have to pass some flags. So I would suggest you to check the syntax once. I mean, based on your scenario, because like the git fetch will work from different scenarios. Now we have just like close this git revert, and now like we can see this git diff. So what is the use of this particular git diff actually? So it will help us to check the difference between two commits. Okay, so it will help us to check the difference between two commits. And in this particular one, so in this particular one, you're just okay. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to add a new commit here. So I'm going to add a new commit here. So this is the third message, and I'm adding a new line. Okay, so added a new line in 3.txt. So this will be considered as the new commit. So git add, I'm just adding this and git commit. So -m, so added new line. Okay, so added new line. So now if I put this git log, I will be having four commits here. So added new line and this reverse commit and added the third file. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to check the difference between this commit and another one and another commit. So I'm going to check the difference between this commit and this particular commit. So this is what I'm going to do now. So you can just put the command of git diff and the commit ID. So I'm just like pasting the commit ID here. You will be able to see what is exactly the difference that happened between these particular commits. So if you see, I put the git diff here. Okay, so I put this git diff here. So what exactly like it is changing? I mean, it is mentioning this particular changes, right? So plus means like in that particular commit, we had this 1.txt, 2.txt, and the 3.txt. And now the exact difference is this new line and this particular content. So this is the difference between the previous commit and the current commit. So this particular git diff will be useful in order to compare the changes between the similar files. For example, in one commit, let us say you are working in an environment. So in one commit, you might have done or you might have entered one piece of code. And in another commit, your team member might have entered like another piece of code. So if you want to compare those changes, so it will be this git diff will be useful here. Okay, so I'm just like using this particular one, this particular PPT for your better understanding. So it will help us in checking the differences between two versions of the file. Okay, so same file, in one commit it might have some code, in another commit it might be having some changes. Okay, see like here okay, I can use this particular example. So they are comparing the index.html file. Okay, they are comparing the index.html file here. So what exactly we are having? So they have in one commit, they had this final website too, and in one commit, they are having final website title. So in order to see the differences in the versions of the file, we will be using this particular git diff command. So this is what actually I have shown in the demo itself. So if you see in the first time, the 3.txt had only this is the third message, and I have added the new line there. It is showing that as the difference. So this is the reason, or this is the need of the diff command. So this is one commit ID and this is one commit ID. You want to compare the difference between two commits. So there you can use the git diff command. Yeah. So team, with this, we have completed like all the common git commands. Okay. So I would suggest you to go or take this particular assignments, the hands-on assignments. So then only you will come to know about the each and every differences here. Okay. So you will face like some more new errors or new difficulties in this particular one. So please take the hands-ons. So without taking the hands-ons, it is very difficult, team. So I'm keep on telling. So in this, for this particular course, the PPTs and the session which we are handling and the questions which you are asking, so these are all the basic things which you can take, which you can consider to get the knowledge. But if you don't take the hands-on, and if you procrastinate your assignments and the hands-ons and all, so definitely you won't be a DevOps engineer. So just like please keep this in the mind, and without taking the hands-ons, so it is not possible to get the knowledge, and also it is not possible to clear the interview. So please like keep this in mind, and you can just like work on the hands-ons for all the modules. That is what I can say here. The next one here, yeah. So the next topic for this Git is merging the branches. Okay, so now we are having this, we have like worked with multiple branches. So team, what are all the two branches that we have worked? So first we will be talking about, or we will be seeing about the Git merge. So what is this particular Git merge will do? So like you can use this Git merge. So the same. So if you want to bring the changes from one branch to the another branch, let us say from the new branch to the main, so you have to use this particular command, and this should be used on the remote branches. So like remote branches in the sense, you will be like, Pratap posted a question, right? So like how can I like access the remote branches and all? So in that remote branches scenario, you can use this particular command, the git merge. So what it will do means it will create a new commit. Okay, so this will create a new commit for our understanding. So that is why we are having this. It will create a new commit, and the syntax is git merge the source branch. So from where it should take. So I will tell you, I will tell this, we will be like executing this particular command once. So this is git merge, and then we are having, this is the concept of git merge. So now we are having this main branch, and this is our new branch one. So what we are going to do here in terms of the git merge, we are going to combine this new branch will be merged with the main branch using the git merge command. So this is what we are going to achieve now. Okay, so this is this is the command. So team, I will be executing this particular one. So just give me a minute. Okay, so I'm going to execute this git merge here. I just wanted to, now we will check in what branch we are. So we are in the new branch. So we are having this git ls. So I'm going to revert this particular commit. Okay, so I'm going to revert this particular commit. So I need these two files. So I'm going to revert this particular commit. Yes, so my new two files will be added here. And if I give ls, I will be having three files in my new branch. So get branch, if I put it is in new branch. So team, now I want to merge this 3.txt to my main branch. So for that, I have to switch to the main branch. So what is the command I have to use in order to switch to the main branch? So git checkout main. Okay, so git checkout main. So I have switched to the main branch. So how many files are there in the, that is what, how many files are there in the main branch? How many files will be there? Any suggestions or any ideas? So if I give ls-lrt, you will be having only two files. Okay, so you will be having only two files here. Okay, you will be having only two files. Then now what I need to do is that I have to use this command git merge. So what is the source branch name here? So from where I have to merge the files? From where I have to From where I have to merge the files? I'm asking about the source. I'm asking about the source branch name. So new branch 1 is the name that I have to take. So git merge, then new branch 1. So now how many files will be there in the main branch? If I give ls-lrt, it's 3. Okay, so totally there are 3 files here. Okay, so totally there are 3 files here. Okay, so team, this is how you have to merge. Okay, this is how you have to merge. So I will be like executing this particular command. So git log, the same command. Okay, so it will be like taking in terms of the graph. Yeah, so here like we are not having any changes, so that's why like it just like showing this in this particular way. But yeah, new, okay, whatever the commit that you had in the feature branch, that will be added to the main branches thing. So that is what we are having. Okay, so that is what we are having here. So we did we did lot of changes, right? So all those changes were added to the main branch. So finally you are having this 3 files here. I'm taking the questions now, and main branch will have only 2 files. Mohammed, I'm not sure what is the question, so please rephrase your question. Suresh, hope this is clear. Mohammed, that is what we have merged that with the main. Now I am in the main branch. Okay, now I'm in the main branch. So I'm having all the 3 files in the main branch here. So I'm in the main branch. So are you able to see that? Yes. So this is how you have to perform the merges here. Okay. Now I'm going back to the PPT. So that is what team I would recommend you to take the hands-ons. So if you don't take the hands-ons, then it is once again like you won't get the exact detail. So at this particular point of time, this will look like what is that? The easiest one or in the understandable way. Okay, but if you are not doing that, then so this is the starting point, the source. Okay, so we will be like setting this as the name. You can set this name as different one. Okay, so you can set this name as different one. Instead of origin, you can even like use some other different name as well. So it is like a keyword kind of thing. By default, we will be using this origin to mention the starting point. So this is the starting point that the Git should consider. So that is the use of this particular word. You will be setting up that, right? Git remote origin or something. So while setting up this particular one, you will be setting the name. While setting up this git remote add origin. So where is that? Yeah. So this is the name, add origin. So you can use different name here. If you use different name here, then you can use that particular name while pushing the branch. Git push that name and your branch name. So team, I'm moving to the next concept here, the git rebase. So this is alternative command to git merge. So we will be using this git rebase once again to merge different branches into the single branch. Okay, this is also used to merge the branches. Okay, so alternative to one, and we can use this for the local branches. Okay, so we can use this particular one for the local branches. And if we don't want to create any new commit, so it won't create any new commit, and so your log history, your git log will be a comfortable one or the easiest one. So it won't create any commit history. So if you want to have a cleaner commit history, so you go with the git rebase. And in most of the scenarios, you will be using this git rebase in the real-time environment. Okay, so real-time environment in the sense in the real while working with the developer guys, all those things. So you will be using this particular one. Okay, so okay, the history is based on the common commit. Okay, so whatever the common commit we are having, so that will be taken into the consideration here. Okay, so now I'm just like jumping into this particular one. The same thing, it will also work as the git merge, where your destination branch, okay, your destination branch commit will be pulled into the base. Okay, and it will be rebased in the sense it's a sort of merging. That particular file will be merged to the latest commit on the source branch. Okay, so if we see a demo, then it will be easy for you to understand this. Git rebase. Okay, so this is the scenario here. So you are having the master branch and you are having the test branch. Okay, so but this should be added or this should be merged with the master branch. Yes, so that is the ultimate requirement. So if we use this particular one, so git rebase, okay, the source branch, then it will be merged with all the thing. Okay, so it will be merged with all the thing. So this particular test branch will be rebased with the master. So that is what we are having here. See, initially we had the test here, but after rebasing that, so you are having the master and as well as with the test code. So I mean, this is not the branch, the code actually. Okay, so all the code are having here. So this is what we are having. Okay, this is how we can do the rebasing. So rebasing also will do the, what is that, merging of the commits. Okay, so rebasing also will do the merging of the commits and the merging of the branches. Okay, so now I'm going to like what is that, create the new branch here. So how I can create the new branch team? So what is the way to create the new branch? So any comments or suggestions to create the new branch? So I want to create the new branch. So how I can do that? Okay. So git branch, I'm using this test. Okay. So I'm moving to the git branch. Okay, the git branch test. Okay. So now like I'm trying to mimic the exact scenario. Okay, I'm trying to mimic the exact scenario here. Okay. Okay, so now what I'm doing is that it is to I'm going with a different scenario here. So I'm going to main here. So git checkout main. So there I'm adding a new file. Okay, so now I have added a new file here. So touch 4.txt. So touch is the command to create the file alone. Okay, so touch is the command to create the file alone. So here I'm using this particular one. So git add dot, then git commit. So added 4.txt. Okay, so now we are having this particular file. Okay, now we are having 4 files in the main branch. And how many files in the git branch? Sorry, the test branch. So I'm having 3 branches in the test branch. Okay, because I created this particular branch using main branch. So whatever the files I have in main branch, that will be replicated in the test branch. But now how many files are there in main branch? So now in main, we are having 4 files, but in test, I am having only 3 files. So now I want to do the test. I want to merge the files from main to the test. So how I can do that? That is where your rebase command will comes into the picture. So now what is our source branch team? What is our source branch? Because Now our master is having the latest files. My test is not having the latest file. So now what is the source branch? What is the source branch I need to consider? So main or master is my source branch and test is my what is the destination branch. So now I have to run this particular command called git rebase main. Okay, so this is the command I have to run. So git rebase main. So if I run this, so what is the message that I got? So successfully rebased. So now how many files will be there in my test branch? Yes, so 4.txt, and let me take the git log. Okay, let me take the git log here. So like it is having the linear history, but it took as I have created this particular branch from the main, it took all the what is it brought like all the logs. Okay, but if you have created this from something else, you won't be having that the entire logs here. I mean the git logs here. Okay, but this is one of the ways that you can merge the files here. So the git merge is one option and git rebase is one option. Okay, so why we are having this git rebase? What are the scenario? If you are no, normally your merge will fail if you are having the conflicts. So let us say if you are having some more file, let us say the same file. Okay, so the same file you are having in your the branch. For example, in test branch you are having the 4.txt with some other content, and in main branch you are having the 4.txt with some other content. So there you were definitely your merge or rebase that will definitely fail. Same file with a different content in a nutshell. Okay, so team, now we have completed this merging. I mean, like what is it? How we can do this merging between the branches. So now, like we have to consider. Yeah. That is what Pratap. We are going to see this merge conflicts. We are going to see the merge conflicts as the next concept. Okay, so
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following is a primary goal of DevOps? And your options are faster development, faster operations, faster testing, or faster development and operations collaboration. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
now we are just like entering into the main section, the merge conflicts. So this is one of the key or the common error or the common problem that you guys will get in terms of this merge conflicts. So let us see how we are just like working on that. Okay, so please like see this particular content. So without this particular information, if I go into that, then it will be a problem. So we can just have we just like look this particular content, then we will go there. So see, merge conflicts will occur when we try to merge two branches which have the same file updated by the two different developers. So this is the scenario. Okay, the same scenario you will be facing in your real time whenever you are working with the team in terms of the GitHub or the Git. So they will be having two branches, but that two branches will be having the same file with two different contents. So at that particular point of time, your Git will get confused. So which change should the Git take, right? So that is the scenario here. For example, see, so two developers, so they took the, okay, this is the master branch, and feature A branch, they took that from the master, and feature B, they took from the master. So totally there are two branches. So they are adding their code in the functions.c file, right? They are like adding in the functions.c file. So totally there are three branches. One is master, and one is feature A, and another one is feature B. So we are having this particular one. Now this is the initial code. So this function C is the initial code here. So now how we are just like merging, or how we are just like performing this particular one means, so we are having this commit ID here, and we are, okay, this is the master branch. So developer A completed his or her work. So the developer A pushed the changes to the master, right? So now master is having the updated code. Am I right or not? So now the master branch is having the updated code from the developer A, right? So now after this one, so this is the file which is in the master branch. So this is in the master branch, and if you see the code of developer B, this is the code of developer B. So team, what is the change that you are able to observe from these two files? The file, the one file in master branch, which is on the left, and the one file is in the right side, it is from developer B. So what is the change that you are able to, I mean, that you are observing here? The function, exactly. So like developer A wrote his or her own code, and that is available in the master, and this piece of code is not here, and this piece of code is not here. This is the conflicting scenario. Are you getting this particular point? This is the conflicting scenario. So how you can achieve this? See, so this is how like we will be having. So we will be comparing this master branch code and the this is the wrong one. Okay, this is the wrong one. Like we should have it as feature B. Okay, this is the wrong. This is a typo. Just miss that. So now we are having the developer A code, and we are having the developer B code in the different branch. So if we try to merge this with the master branch, then you will have the merge conflict. Okay, so then you will have the merge conflict. Okay, so guys, like this is, we are having some typo in this PPT. Okay, so this is not the feature A branch, this is for the feature B branch, because this is the code of developer B, not developer A. So your master is having the developer A code. Okay, you are trying to merge this particular code to master branch from the developer B. So this particular conflict will occur. So which code is correct and which code should be maintained? So this is what we are calling it as merge conflict. So you are having two different branches, the same file. See, we are dealing only with function.c, nothing much. We are dealing with only function.c. Okay, so the same file, and okay, the same file, but two different branches updated by two different developers. So developer A and developer B, master is that. Okay, if I explain that in what is it, with an example, so in the hands-on you will be able to get that. Okay, so just for the like sake of like understanding, so this is the theoretical explanation I could give at this particular moment. So if we see a demo, you will be able to get that. Okay, so just give me like 5 to 10 minutes, so that like I can explain the content, then we can have the real example. But yes, once again, you have to take the hands-ons. Then if you're not taking the hands-ons, then it is once again a waste of time then. So here the master branch is I told, right, that is a typo. So master branch is having some other code, and the feature branch B, we are trying to merge that with the master branch with the same file. So that is where we are having the merge conflict. So I mean, just have this particular one in this particular understanding. So two new branches with with the common file, then we will just like look into that. So how we can just like manage that? That is what like we will be able to see. Okay, so they are having this what is that? They just like mentioned only this particular one, but I will be like going with an example, the same scenario, and how we are just like managing the merge conflicts, and this is the case. So now let me get branch. So I'm just checking out to main. Okay, so team, now you all please guide me as per the scenario. So now how many branches I want to create now from main? So I'm having the main here. Now how many branches I want to create from main? Can you just like name the branches? What are all the branches I want to create? Just give me the name. Can I go with feature A and feature B? Can I go with feature A and feature B? And what is the command I need to run? What is the command I need to run to create this feature A and feature B? I'm running with your commands. Okay, I'm running with your commands. The scenario is that I'm having a main branch. So git branch feature A. Guys, I'm going in a step-by-step manner. Please don't miss any step here. So this feature A is having four files, and the feature B is having 4 files. Am I right or not? So just give me the file that I want to pick. Just give me the file that I want to pick. So which file I should pick now? Out of these 4 files, which file I should pick now? I'm trying to mimic the scenario. Okay, I'm trying to mimic the scenario. Okay, so let me take this 1.txt. Okay, I will take this 1.txt. So which the discussion which we happened, which we done, right? 1.txt, the same file but with different content, right? So now I'm going to enter into feature A branch. So I'm going to enter into feature A branch. Okay, so git checkout feature A, and now I'm listing the files. I'm having 4 files here, and I'm going to edit my 1.txt. I'm going to edit my 1.txt. So this is the first file, and I'm adding a content here. So added this line. Okay, so just follow whatever the steps I'm doing. Added this line for feature A branch. Okay, added this line from feature A branch. So this is what I'm doing. Okay, so added this line from feature A branch. Now I'm saving this particular file. Okay, now what are all the next set of steps I have to do? Okay, so go to the feature branch, edit one. So before that, I want to commit this file, and I want to commit this file first. Okay, so then only I will be able to do that. Okay, added new content within 1.txt. So this is what I'm going to do. So added new content in 1.txt. So now my file got added here. Okay, I have added the new content here. So what is the content in 1.txt under feature A? Can anyone please tell that? So what is the, I'm trying to simulate the scenario. So you will be having the same scenario, guys, in your, whenever you are just like facing you the real time. So these are all the content that you are having in the feature A branch for the 1.txt. Okay, and what is the content that will be in the main for the 1.txt file? So this is first file. So now if you merge this main and the feature A branch, so that will be merged without any problem, because you are having the common line here, then you have added this as the new line, so it will be merged easily. Okay, so now what is the way to merge this particular branch with the main branch? What is the step I have to do? I have to follow guys, this is what there in the PPT. Are you able to see that? This is what there in the PPT. So initial code, so two branches, developer A, developer B. So developer B, what developer A did, he or she did the changes in feature A branch and merged with the master branch. So now I have done the changes here and I have merged that with the master. I'm going to merge that with the master. So how I can do that? I can be able to do that by switching to the main. So git checkout main, and I'm just doing the merge. So git merge. So what is the feature, I mean the branch name I want to enter here? What is the branch name I want to enter here? Yes, it's feature A, because now I am in main branch. I want to merge the feature A branch. So now I'm going to put this feature -A. So now this particular change got created. So now my main file is having a main branch 1.txt is having this particular content. Okay, and now coming back to feature B branch. Now what is the content that is available in feature B? Now tell me, now what is the content that is available in feature B branch? So in order to understand this particular scenario, you have to know the commands, how frequently, I mean you should have this commands in handy, so that like it will be easy for you to switch between the branches and check the content. Okay, so now the feature B will have only this particular file. So this is first file, it will have only this particular file. Okay, now like what we will be doing means, so team, until this particular stage, do you have any queries? So what I have done is that I have done only the branch merge. So I have created two new branches. I have added a content inside the feature A branch and I merged that with the content. So what is the thing? So if please confirm that you are clear here, so that like I can move to the next one. Okay, so team, now are you clear about the steps that we have done? What are all the steps that we have done? So we created two branches feature A and feature B. I'm repeating the steps. So we created two branches, feature A and feature B. And what we have done that in feature A, so we edited 1.txt. So we edited the 1.txt file in feature A branch. Then we switched to main, then merged feature A with main. So these are all the steps we have done. So do you have any questions here? So now for that, you should know the command to switch back to the main. You should know the command to know how to merge the branch with the main. Main, there is no master here. So we are dealing with main. So that is what I'm telling. So you should be good, because I totally understand, because like we have seen this merging of branches by today only. So without taking the hands-on, so you cannot be able to follow this particular one for the first time. So what is the command? Okay, I have switched to the main branch and I have merged the changes with the main branch. So now feature A and this main is having the same piece of code. Now what I'm going to do now is that I will be switching to this particular branch. I'm just like telling this, okay? Then I will edit the 1.txt file. And once again, I will switch to the main. Then I will merge the feature B with main. So this is what I'm going to do now. So you know from main how to create two branches. You should know the command and you should know how to edit the file in that particular 1.txt. You should know how to switch back to the main, and you should know how to merge that feature A with the main. So without knowing these commands, or without having these commands in handy, so it is really not possible to follow this or replicate this particular scenario, or just have this recording in your hand. So try to simulate the scenario. Then we will just like, okay, because you are having 3 days of time, Saturday, Sunday and Monday, and please come back with in case of any doubts or queries, so that I will be like very I will be like happy to take that particular one. Okay, so team, just give me a minute. Okay, team. So now you understood the flow, right? At least the flow. I mean, you don't need to like know about the commands in handy for the first time. But are you clear with the flow? What I have done? So these are all the steps I have done. What about others? Yes, Mohammed. Thanks a lot for your confirmation. So my expectation is that you at least understand the flow. Then you can just like search for the respective commands, because we have discussed the commands for each and every step here. Okay, so I will be like going to the next one. So team, shall I proceed with the feature B changes? We can stop it here. So we can stop with this particular merge conflict. Okay, we can stop with this merge conflict for this day. I don't want to like overdump you. Okay, so shall I move to the next one? Team, what about others? Yes, now I'm going for the, okay, what is the command to, yes, definitely I will be sharing by today. I will upload that in the Zoom chat itself. So what is the, okay, now I'm in, you guys give me the command. Now I'm in main branch. I want to switch to feature B. What is the command to do that? I'm in main branch. I want to switch to feature B branch. So what is the command to do that? What is the command I have to use to switch to the feature B branch? Yes. So git checkout feature B. Superb. So I'm just like switching into the feature B branch. Yes, I have done that. Now what should I do now? What is our aim? So switch it to the feature branch B. Done. So what is the next step? Edit 1.txt. Superb. So for editing that, I'm using VI editor. So I'm using this VI editor, VI 1.txt. So this is first file and added another line from which branch? Feature B branch. So we have added this feature B branch. So how I can save this file? Press escape :WQ. So this is the command. Exactly, you're right. Fantastic, Mahesh. So escape :WQ. So now my 1.txt is having, this is first file, added another file from feature B branch. So this is the content that I am having here. Oh, sorry guys, I have not copied that. Okay, so this is the content I have added here. So feature A branch. So now, are you able to see any difference between line number 35 and line number 51? Is there any change or both the lines are same? Okay, so both the lines are same. So line number 35 is different and line number 51 is different. Okay, so now I have edited the 1.txt file. Now what is the next step I have to do? Now what is the next step I have to do? Yes, so git checkout main. So I'm just checking out to main. Okay, so git checkout main. Okay. Oh, sorry. Sorry guys. I have not committed that particular file. Sorry, I have missed that. So git. Okay, yeah. So I have committed that. Now I'm just like switching to main. Okay. Now what is the next step I have to do? Now what is the next step I have to do? So I have to merge feature B. So what is the error that you are getting? So I'm trying to merge feature B. So what is the error that you are getting? So please read out this error. No, the error name. What exactly the error? It got failed. Yeah, I totally understand. So what is the error that you are getting? So that is where you are having the merge conflict. Okay, so merge conflict in 1.txt. So this is the scenario you will be facing in most of the scenarios. So if you see, this particular error message will be same here. Okay, so now what we have to do is that how we can resolve that. So we can resolve that by using the tool called git merge tool. Conflict means no, conflict means different. So both are having different one. Okay, so like how you can merge or how you can edit that means by using the tool called git merge tool. So you have to use this tool called git merge tool. So now I'm going to use that particular one. So git merge tool So then we can see this, what is the exact one. Okay, so I have entered this git merge tool and it is asking to open that. Okay, so I'm just like starting that. If you see the one which is in the center, okay, the which is at the middle is the common line. So common line means which is the exact line that we have to follow, and the one which we are having on the right side is from feature A, and this one is from feature B. So now we have to edit that particular file, which one you want to save. So which one you want to save. So this is the original file, which is at the center is the original file, and these are all the two different changes which are creating the conflict. So now we have to edit which file or which line we should have. So I'm editing this particular file. I'm editing in the bottom section. So see, I'm just editing this head. So I'm deleting this, and also I'm deleting this particular one because I need both the lines, and I'm editing this. So now you have to escape colon WQ. So this is how we have to complete, or this is how we have to complete this particular one. Okay, so this is how we have to manage the merge conflict, which means you have to locally edit the file. So without that, you cannot be able to do that. So now I'm in the main branch. So now if I open the file, okay, if I open the cat1.txt, so I will be able to see the, what is that, both the lines, because I have edited that manually. So this is first file, and added this line from feature A branch and added another line from feature B. So this is how we have to manage the merge conflict manually. Okay, so now we have to delete this particular file. So 1.txt.original, we don't need that. Okay, so we can delete that particular file. Then these are all the manual activities that you have to do in order to manage the merge conflict. Okay, so now if you put the status modified, I'm adding that particular one, then I'm committing that. So git commit -m, so resolve merge conflict. So team, follow this particular steps, just take the hands-ons. So then only you will be able to check this particular one out. Okay, so git status, so merge conflict. So this is how we will be able to manage this. So if you are having the same steps, you will be having the same steps here. So whatever I have done, so you will be having the same steps here. Okay, so this is how you can be able to manage the merge conflict. Whatever process done to is done, that is done to feature B, but why got the merge conflicts? It is all about the content. Okay, this is all about the content. Please understand the content here. Your file is same, your branch is different, but what about the content? So is there any similarities between 43 and line number 43 and 51? Can you just say? Will you say that 43, line number 43 and line number 51 are same? So that is the key concept here. Your content is different, even though your file, that is what I'm telling guys. Even the space will be considered as a difference. Okay, so please don't think in terms of your own perspective. So we are having the intelligence. We are having the intelligence. So this is same. So based on your understanding, so we are having feature A branch, we are having the feature B branch. This is a small change that you can accommodate, but Git won't understand. So you are having the same file, but different content from different branch. So that is why you got the merge conflict. Yep. So team, is this clear? Yes, you won't get the merge conflict. Yeah. Guys, like if you are, that is why. So if both the developers are doing the same change, then what is their work? Why I need two developers? So I can, what is it? Fire one developer, right? No. Okay. Cool.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
So I'm in the Intellipaat, I'm inside the Intellipaat Git directory. So I'm giving this ls. Okay, so I'm giving this ls here, ls-lrt. Let me check the branch name here. So I'm in the main branch. Okay, I'm in the main branch and I don't need the file. I mean, the file 3.txt and 4.txt, and I'm removing this particular file. Okay, so I'm removing this 3.txt here and I'm removing the 4.txt here. Now, if I put the git status, yes, so it will be deleted. So what I have to do is that git add dot, then git commit. So git commit -m. So what I'm doing is that I'm just like deleted 3.txt, comma 4.txt. So I'm just like putting this particular one. So now it will be in the clean status. So like only two files will be here. So git.status, okay, 2.txt and 1.txt. Okay, even if you want to sync that with the okay, what is the first step that we have to do here is that we have to pull the latest changes from the main branch. So then what we have to do is that git pull origin main. So this is the first command you have to run. So whenever you are going to perform any new changes, you have to pull the latest code. This is how we will be like working in the organization. So git pull origin main. Now what I have to do, I have to create I have to check out to the new branch. So what is the command to check out to the new branch, or what is the command to create the new branch? I have to create the branch first. So I'm just like giving the branch name as feature 3. Okay, I'm already having some different branches here. If you see feature A, feature B, new branch 1 test I'm having. So I'm giving the branch name as feature 3 because I'm going to add feature 3 only, right? I mean the 3.txt. So I'm giving the name as git branch. Yes, Pradap, you are right. You can use that particular command as well. Yes, you are right. You can use that particular command as well. So team, as a shortcut, we can use this particular command team. So git checkout -b. What it will do means it will create and do the checkout. Okay, it will create the branch and it will do the checkout. Okay, sorry. Okay, so I'm doing this git checkout feature 3 because we are going to add the third.txt. So this is the second command that I have executed. So I'm just like storing all the commands. Now I'm in feature 3. So how many files will be there? How many files were there in feature 3? How many files are there in feature 3 branch? Now, any suggestions or any comments? So there will be two files. So one.txt and two.txt. And now what I'm doing is that I'm adding the 3.txt. So echo, this is third file. So what I'm doing, I'm just piping the, I'm just like sending the output to 3.txt. So now a 3.txt, a file called 3.txt got generated. So team, now what I should do now? What is the next step I have to do here? Any inputs? So team, why I'm going in some fast manner means we have seen all those things already for the last 3 days. Actually, we have seen this. So that is why please take the hands-on. That is why I'm telling once again. So git add is the next command I'm running here. So git add. So I'm copying this particular command for your future reference. Then what I'm running this git commit. So git commit -m. So what I'm doing this added 3.txt. So this is the file I have added. So git commit m, okay, 3.txt. So copy and I'm pasting it here. So now what is the next step I have to do? Just tell me guys, what is the next step I have to do here? So I created the file, I committed the file, and now the 3.txt is in what is that, your feature 3 branch. So what is the next step I have to do? And before that I'm going to the git repo. Are you able to see any new files here, any new branches here apart from main in the GitHub repo? So apart from main, like are you able to see any other new branches? No. Okay, so you guys are clear here. Now tell me what I have to do here. Now we have seen this particular command. What we have to do in this particular step? Exactly, you have to push the branch. So how you have to push that? Git push, then origin, then what is the name that I have to give? Git push origin. What is the final keyword that I have to give? Yes, I have to push the feature 3 branch. So you have to mention the name because we are pushing the branches here. Oh, sorry guys. We have to push the branches here. So the name is feature 3. So this is the command you have to run. So it is asking for the username here. Okay, so it is asking for the username here because like I have deleted the personal access token team. Okay, so I have deleted the personal access token. So that is why it is asking for me. So just give me a minute. Let me create the personal access token and we will just like push that. So just give me a minute. Let me create the personal access token. Then we will be able to push that. So you guys are like clear how to create the personal access token and all. I have created that. So you have to go to the profile and you have to go to the settings, and under the settings you have to come to the developer settings, and under the developer settings you have to come to the personal access tokens. Then from this personal access tokens you have to select the tokens classic. So I have created the new token here. You have to click on this generate new token. So click on this generate new token, give the name whatever the token you want, and set the expiration date and select the repo and select this option called repo. Okay, so that like it will be easy for us to, what is that, access the public repositories and all. So select the option called repo, then click on generate token. So these are all the steps I have followed. Okay, so I think like we have done this multiple times in the previous session as well, but I'm not sure whether you have done this from your end or not. So team, is this clear? So shall I move to the pushing step? Okay, so I'm just entering the username here. And it is asking for the password. So password is nothing but my GitHub token. So now the code got, I mean the feature 3 branch got pushed to my repository. So now if I go here, you will be able to see a new pop-up here. So team, now how many branches are there in my repo? How many branches are there in my repo? Just see this particular number. Just see this particular number. So this is where you will be able to see the number of branches. So under main, if you click on this, you will be having main and you will be having feature 3. So how many files are there in main and how many files are there in feature 3? How many files are there in main? Let me go with one by one. Okay. See, in main branch, you are having only 2 files. Okay. And in feature, I am switching to the feature branch, and in feature branch, I am having 3 files. So 3.txt. I mean, 3 files are there. Now, what is our goal, team? What is our goal now? What is the exact thing we want to achieve here? What is the exact thing that we want to achieve here? So we want to merge this 3 dot exactly. So we want to merge this 3.txt. Okay, so the expected output is the 3.txt should be present in main branch. Okay, so that is the expected scenario. So what I have to do here is that go to the pull requests tab. Okay, so guys, team, this is how you should work. Okay, if you don't know what is meant by this pull request, then the team will easily identify that you are not having any idea on GitHub. So go to the pull request, then click on, just skip this notification, click on new pull request, and what is the base, what is the destination branch here? To which branch actually we have to merge the changes? What is the destination branch here? To which branch we have to do? So the destination branch and okay, and the base branch, so both are same, so which means main. And from where we have to push the changes? From where we have to push the changes? So in which branch is having the latest change? Your feature 3. So select the feature 3 branch in the compare, and what is the message you got? Able to merge, which means you are not having any merge conflict. So now if you see, you will be able to see the changes. So you will be able to see all the changes here. Okay, you will be able to see all the changes here. So how many files are going to be created? So these 1.txt, okay, 1.txt and 3.txt with these particular changes will be added there. So that is what we are going to do now. So what you have to do is that by selecting the compare and you have to check this message whether you are able to merge or not. Then click on the create pull request. Okay, so then click on the create pull request. So if you want to enter any message to the reviewer, let us say adding adding 3.txt. So if you want to create any message, you can type the message. Then if you want to add any reviewer, okay, if you want to add any reviewer, let us say Amit Jao. So, and guys, like what about the, okay, so now Amitav needs to review my pull request. So if I create the pull request here, so the pull request will be created. See, this is the open pull request. So Amitav needs to confirm and give the approval for this. See, like one pending reviewer. So Amitav needs to give the approval, but for this particular one, we don't need any approval here. So team, are you clear with this particular steps? I have created the pull request. I just created the pull request. I have not added any, I have not merged that. Any doubts at this particular stage? Because this is very, Javakar, that is a good question. So you are doing the coding. So how can you ensure that your code is good? So you need some approval, right? You need some you need some members' effort to verify whether your code is correct or not. So now my intention is to add a 3.txt. So they have to come and check, right, whether I'm really adding this 3.txt or not in this particular pull request. Kenneth, as of now, I made it as an optional, but in the organization, the mandatory reviewer will be there. Yeah, clear? And also you can chat here. You can also like chat here. You can also chat here. I mean, chat in the sense you can add your conversation. If you have approved or if you have accepted, please do let me know. Okay, so I'm adding like another folks as well. So this is how you have to enhance the collaboration team. We are sitting in different zone. We are sitting in different region. Yeah. So I'm selecting all the folks. 2 folks. So now they will be getting the notification to approve that. So see here 2 pending reviewers are there. So now Syed and Mahesh should, what is it? I think I'm not able to see Abhishek's name here. No, you should not merge that. You should not merge that. You should approve this. You should approve the PR first. Okay, merging is not mandatory here, so that we can do, but you should approve. Approval is something different. Merging is something different. Okay, so what Mahesh did is he came and clicked on the merge button. Okay, so that is the different one. So you need to approve the PR first. Okay, so when I'm adding you as the reviewer, you have to approve. Okay. So now he merged the files. He merged the file to the main branch. If you go to the main branch, you will be able to see 3 files here. So I have not touched the main branch, but via pull request, I added that. And team, this is how we have to add. Okay. So team, do you have any queries here? Do you have any doubts here in terms of the pull request? So please add your friends and add your peers as your reviewer and try to replicate the same scenario Okay, I think someone reverted that. Okay, so yeah, so I think like Mahesh reverted that particular one. Okay, that is fine. Yeah, leave it, no issues. So that's fine. So team, do you have any queries here at this particular point regarding the pull request? Yeah, so add the reviewer. So team, this is the step we have to do. So these are all the steps we have to do. So try to simulate this particular one from your environment, and then we will get that. Will I get the email for approve or notification? Yes, Magesh, if you have added the email, you will get that. So basically you will get the notification here. So you will get the notification here. This particular step, you will get the notification in this particular one. So team, any other queries here? If not, we can go for the short break. Okay, Mahesh, then you have to just check your notification settings in your GitHub. So it will, you can just like modify that. Git workflow. So this is actually the important one in terms of this workflow. So what is this particular workflow means? So this particular workflow is a kind of approach, is a kind of way that you will interact with the Git. So we are having this multiple workflows here. So the thing is that how you will be working with the Git. So that is what we are calling it as Git workflow. Okay, so how we will be like, now we have just like used a new branch and we have just merged that with the master branch, I mean main branch, right? So that is one workflow, one of the workflows that we are having. Okay, so yep, super. So we are having three workflows in our bucket. So one is centralized workflow, and one is feature branching, and another one is Git flow workflow. So team, we have already followed one workflow methodology. So you have to tell me which workflow methodology we have followed just for this pull request demo. Okay, so you need to tell that. So I'm just like entering into each and every workflow here. So the first workflow we are having here is the centralized workflow. So centralized workflow, in the sense, you all know from the image itself, you can understand there will be a centralized branch. So the team will be directly interacting with the main branch or the centralized branch. So whatever the changes we are directly doing, that will be reflected directly in the master. So we won't have any new branches. See, the workflow doesn't require any other branch than master. So this is what we are calling it as the centralized workflow. Okay, so this is what we are calling it as the centralized workflow methodology. Okay, so this is the first one. Then the second one here, we are having this master, I mean the feature branching. So here your master will have only the production ready code, and whatever the changes we want to do, it will be converted into the feature branch. So a new feature branch will be taken into the consideration, and all the changes will be done in that particular feature branch. Then finally that particular feature branch will be merged with the master branch. Okay, so that particular feature branch will be merged with the master branch. So this is what we are having here. Okay, this is what actually we are having in this particular one. Okay, so this is what actually we are having in the particular one. So the feature branch. The finally we are having this Git flow workflow. So this is similar to the feature branch, but the thing is that the feature branches won't be directly integrated with the master branch. So the feature branches will be merged with the develop branch. So from that particular develop branch, like we will be merging that to the release branch, and from that release branch only we will be merging that with the master. So here you see feature branches got included, master branch is there, then another three more new branches like hotfix, release, and develop. So we are having three more new branches. So we are having three more new branches in the pipeline. So we are going to use that particular thing. Okay, so we are going to use these particular new branches and we will be doing the changes. So in the develop branch, so whatever the changes we want to do, so those changes will be merged with the develop, then it will be merged with the release. In release, we will be adding the readme files or the license files. Then it will be merged with the master. And what is the purpose of this hotfix actually? So hotfix, from the name itself, you can understand it is hot fix. So whenever there is a quick fix, okay, whenever there is a quick fix wants to be implemented in the master regarding the bug fixes, so that will be taken care by the hotfix branch. Okay, so that will be like taken care by the hotfix branch. Okay, so this is the flow. Okay, so we have followed the feature branch. Okay, so we have followed this option of feature branch. So we have followed the feature balance, like this feature branch workflow in order to do that. So which is the last topic in terms of Git, which is nothing but the forking. So what is actually the forking means? Okay, so let us say I'm going for the new repo here. Okay, so I'm going for the new repo here. This is the public repo. Okay, this one is the public repo. So I want this particular repo, or I want the details or the code of this particular repo to my own repo. So how I can do that? So that is what we are calling it as forking. So it is a clone or copy of the repository. Okay, so it is a clone or a copy of the repository. So I want to do some changes in this particular repository, but I'm not having the admin access or the owner access. So what I have to do, I have to come to this particular repo and I have to use this particular option. So which is nothing but your fork. So if I click on this particular fork, then that will be created in my own repository. So in my repository, see, Santosh add. So like that particular repository got copied to my own repository. So here for this particular one, I will be the owner. So I can do whatever the changes I want. I can do whatever the changes I want. So this is the forking concept. Okay, this is the concept of fork. So here you are having this particular one. So what is that? How we are just like doing that. So forking is a GitHub concept, and don't confuse that with the Git. And it is used to copy someone else repository to our own repo. That is what actually we have done. Then finally we are having this, or what is that? The changes made to the forked repository won't be reflected back to the parent repository. Okay. Cloning you will do only in terms of the Git repo. So that we have seen already with the help of a command. So there is a command called git clone. So that we have already done before this particular one. So I hope like you have done the hands-on as well. So here like we are having the git clone. So in order to take the cloning, or if you want to take the clone of that particular repo or copy of that particular repo, you have to use this particular command called git clone along with the URL of that particular repository which you want to clone. So this is the concept of cloning, which means like downloading the contents. Okay, so once again I'm repeating the same point. Take the hands-on, so then only like you will come to know where you are lagging and what are the steps you want to see a lot. And the next topic which we are going to see is the Maven and Jenkins. So these are all the tools we are going to see today. So I mean see now. So Maven and Jenkins. Okay, so what is the purpose of this Jenkins and the Maven? We have to understand. Okay, so Jenkins and Maven. So these are all the two tools we are going to see as the next topic. Okay, so first we are going to see about the Maven. Okay, so we are going to see about the Maven and the team. These tools are what is it, aligned with the Java programming language. So for the Java programming language, we will be using this particular Maven a lot. Okay, so I'm just giving the hint here. So for the Java programming, Java based applications or whatever the applications like Spring Boot, so like we will be using this particular Maven a lot. Okay, so I just want to give this heads up. And today we are going to see only in terms of the theoretical perspective. Then we will be doing in terms of the hands-ons by tomorrow. So that is the plan. And this is the agenda for this particular day. So we will be having a why Maven and what is Maven and what is the purpose of this Maven and what is mean by this POM file, the life cycles. Then we will be having this, what is that, Jenkins, Maven installation and Maven hands-ons. So these are all the things we are going to do. Okay. So with this, I'm starting with why Maven. So what about non-Java applications? So Kenneth, you have to pick the respective tool. For example, NPM is there, pip is there, and for Golang, you will be having some other tools. So you are having the build tools for different set of applications. Okay, that you have to, once you understand this particular flow, you will be able to get the details of all the other things. Are we planning to do CI/CD pipelines? So I will tell you, I will list the what is it? The manual steps first. We are going to follow the manual steps first for the CI, and then we are going to automate that using the Jenkins. So what Kenneth posted, yes, we are going to learn the deployment of Java application. Yes, we are going to take the piece of code from the GitHub and we are going to use that. Okay, yeah, so thanks. So first we are starting with this, why Maven? Okay, so what is the purpose of this Maven? So I already told Maven is a Java based tool. Okay, so what we have to do? So I already told, right, building. So team, what is meant by this building? What is meant by this building? And what is this called executable? So I think we have discussed this particular concept. What is this? Any inputs? We have discussed this. What is mean by this building? What is mean by this executable? I think we have discussed that. What is the input? So the thing is that we have to convert this. Okay, the whatever the code written by the developers, which is in the human readable format, should be converted into the executable format, which means into the machine readable format. So who will do this particular one? Okay, so who will do this particular one at this particular stage? So the code will be in the human readable format and we need to convert that to the machine readable format. Am I right? So that is the expectation here. So the code, okay, the Java code will be in the human readable format. Okay, and this particular what is it? We are having this. Okay, we have to convert this to the machine readable format. So this is what your Maven will do. So that is the purpose of the Maven. So into an executable format. So this is the purpose of Maven. So team, is this clear? So please understand the purpose of each and every tool. Then only you will be able to make it up. So what it will do in terms of the Maven? So it will help us to perform these three activities. So one is downloading the dependencies, and the second one is enforcing the directory structure, And third one is building an executable. So this is the third one. So first it will download the dependencies which you have mentioned in the application. Second, it will enforce a directory structure. So all those things should be done in this particular way only. Then we will be like building an executable. So we will be having an executable here. So this executable will be created with this particular one, the Maven. So that is these three are the mandatory thing we are having. So what is Maven here? We are jumping into the Maven tool. So we are calling this as the build tool or dependency management tool. So you should call Maven as build tool or the dependency manager. Okay, so you can call it as build tool or dependency management tool. Okay, so I'm just like putting the thing here, dependency management tool. Okay, so dependency management tool we will be calling it as. So why we are calling this as build tool? It will manage the entire life cycle of the project. So the whatever the life cycle we are having, so it will download the dependencies, it will build the application, and it will create the executable. So it will manage all the things, and it will also help us to generate the reports, store the documents as well. So this is why we are having this Maven at this particular stage. Okay, so this is why we are having this Maven at this particular stage. This is a simple introduction about Maven, and we are having this. What does Maven do here? So what is the exact work of Maven? So we have already discussed this. So it will enforce a directory structure, it will manage and download the project dependencies, and it will build the executable code. So team, we are going to see these three things. Okay, we are going to see all these three things in the live or in the demo, so that you will be you will be able to easily understand that particular concept. So you will be like having all these things. So enforce the directory structure, manage and download the project dependencies, and you will be building an executable code. So we will be building an executable code here. So the first step we are going to see here is that how it will help us to manage and download the project dependencies. So that is what we are going to see, and this is actually important as well. So this is also like an important step that we have to understand. So here what it will do means there will be a file called pom.xml. See, POM, so pom.xml, and we will be having a project directory here. So all our Java based code will be here. Okay, all our Java based code will be present in this directory. So this pom.xml will be having the list of dependencies, and Maven will read this particular file, and it will go to the internet, okay, to the respective site, and it will get the details, and Maven will download the dependencies, and it will give that to the project directory. So this is how your Maven will work in terms of the project dependency. So team, we will be seeing the code for this. Okay, we are going to see the code for this particular Java, but don't think that you have to learn Java for this particular one. So this is just for the understanding purpose. You don't need to learn Java and all, but at least you should know how the Java applications are getting executed and created. So those things actually you have to know and you have to understand. Okay, so that is the flow I want to mention here. So at least you have to know, so how we are just like, what is it, performing, and how we are just like getting all those details. Okay, I'm taking the question here. Alternative for Maven. Alternative for Maven, you are having this Gradle, you are having this tool called Ant. So these are all the alternative for Maven, Ant, Gradle in terms of Java. And POM repo means. So POM means project object model. We are having a separate class for that. Okay. So team, okay, for this particular one, pom.xml is like a JSON file. It is an XML file. It will look like JSON. It will look like JSON. Yes. So you will be using the existing module, right? So in terms of Java, if you see, there is a login in your my app, and you have mentioned this particular login module as the dependency of your application. So your Maven will read this particular dependency. So where you will mention this dependency, you will be mentioning this dependency in the pom.xml. So your Maven will read this pom.xml and it will download this particular login module from the internet on behalf of you. This is what we are calling it as project dependencies. Okay, so team, is this clear regarding the project dependencies in a brief? Or Kenneth, is this clear to you what Maven exactly will do? So this is what Maven will do. Okay, this is what Maven will do. This is one of the activities. So you need the login functionality. You need that for your app. You won't write this login functionality from the scratch. So what you are going to do, you are going to mention this as the dependency in the pom.xml. So your code, okay, so your entire what is it, your entire thing will be taken care into this particular one. Okay, so your entire what is that, your entire this dependency will be taken care by Maven. So Maven will download that module and add that with your app. So this is what the project dependency means.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
So how your Maven is managing your project dependencies. So this is where actually we have stopped from our end. So how it is managing our entire dependencies and the how it is downloading this particular one. So I just gave only the flow. So now we are going to see about the pom.xml. So just have these things in your idea so that like you can be able to recollect this while seeing that in the what is it, in the manual way or in the demo. So the next topic for this particular day is how we are building the POM file. So what is mean by this POM files exactly? So this POM stands for project object model. So POM stands for this project object model, and that is an XML file. So you will be having an XML file for this. So like this is the starting point or the initial point for your Maven project. So if you are this is the initial or the what is the starting point of the Maven project. So without this pom.xml, you cannot what is it, you can't run your Maven project. Okay, so if you see this particular line, it contains all the details necessary for Maven to effectively execute a project. So like you need this particular pom.xml in the same naming convention, and you need this particular file, and so like it is stored under the source directory. Okay, it should be under the source directory or the root directory. So that is the concept here. Okay, so this is what actually we are having in the pom.xml. And we will be like exploring about the pom.xml. So after creating that, but just for the understanding purpose, you just like have this particular ideas. Okay, so then we are having the life cycle. So how the Maven, okay, how the Maven, what are all the different life cycle methodologies of Maven? So all these phases will be executed. So what is that, like we are having 7 phases in Maven. So we are going to see each and everything. So the phases are nothing but these are all the commands that you are going to execute based on your requirement in Maven. Okay, so how you will execute the Maven means you have to check or you have to execute one of these particular commands for your what is it, as per your requirement. So the first one is the validate phase. So your Maven project will be there. Okay, so your Maven project will be there. Then you will execute this command called Maven validate. So this is the command. So what this validate phase will do, it will validate whether the project is containing, whether the project is correct and containing all the necessary information. So that is what your validate phase will do. Then you are having, compile phase. So if you run this mbn compile to your Maven project, so what it will do means, okay, what there's just take those inputs in the theoretical way, then we will see each and every command. Okay, so what is mean by this compilation first of all? Okay, so what is mean by this compilation first of all? So we will be from the common directory, we will take the Java files, okay, .java files, and Maven will compile that, and it will be converted into the .class files. Okay, so it will convert the .java files into the .class files, and it will store once again into the directory. So this is what we are calling it as compile phase. Okay, so this is what we are calling it as compile phase. Okay, so this is the second one, and the third one we are having is the test phase. So what, I mean, this is once again the command. So mvn test. So what this particular command will do, you will be having some test cases, and that particular test cases will be, what is it, executed, and it will create a result here. So that is what we are calling it as a test phase. That is what we are calling it as test phase here. Then we are having this package phase. So during this package phase, what we will be doing means it will, so Maven will take all the class files from your project, and it will convert that into a single package, and the type of that particular package would be either any one of these particular given uh, type. So it might be jar, or it might be bar, or it might be EAR. So it will take, I mean, the package might be in any one of these particular archive format. So when this will happen, whenever you are running this MVN package. So whenever you are running this MVN package, this particular step will do. Okay, it is confusing. So I'm just like giving only the commands. So then you will be having the verify phase. So this verify phase will run the integration tests. Okay, so it will just run the, or it will just validate the results. So whether all the previous life cycle phases are successfully executed or not. So that is the purpose of this MVN verify. So these are all the commands. Okay, these are all the real commands I'm talking about. The one which I am entering the notepad, they are all the real commands. So then we are having the install phase. So what this install phase will do? So this install phase will install your package that we created, right? So this MVN, okay, sorry, I have to clear the annotation. So this MVN package will create some packages in war file, jar file, or ER file type. So this MVN install will, okay, this MVN install will help you to install this particular package in the local repository. So this is what, please understand, in the local repository, and there is no what is the relationship between Git and this particular local repository, and please don't get confused. Okay, so this will be installed into the local repository, and the final would be the deploy phase. So the deploy phase means like we will be having a command called mvn deploy, and that will be used to, what is that, upload the package to the remote repository. So these are all the different phases or different life cycles of Maven. Okay, these are all the different phases or different life cycles of Maven here. So these are all the different phases or different life cycles that we are having in Maven. So I'm taking a pause here. So if you are having any queries, you can just post that in the window. Okay. So I have joined late today. Can you explain one more time? No, Pratap, like these are all the topics that we have seen. So from the POM only we have started. I hope like by POM you have joined the session. Okay, Java remote repository of Maven. Okay, so remote repository of Maven in the sense, so okay, it will be downloading the jar files. Okay, so it will be downloading the jar files here. Okay, let me put this. So remote repository means we will be downloading the jar files from that particular Maven repository. So what I can put here is that okay, so this is your remote repository. So the URL which we are having, right? So this repo.maven.apache.org. So this is your remote repository of Maven. Okay. So like all your, what is it? Whatever the Maven dependencies that you are having, that will be available here. So from this particular repository or from this particular website only, our Maven will download the dependencies. Okay, so this is your this is the example for your remote repository. And Pratap, what is mean by this POM? So POM stands for this project object model. So that is the stuff, and that is an XML file. Okay, so that is an XML file, and that is the source for your Maven project. So without your pom.xml, your Maven won't work. So, okay, so have you just noted these commands? I think, do we have any other queries here? So that we have not entered Pratap as of now. So as per the, what is that? As per the PPT, so we have seen only these topics. So you can just like check it out if you want. So for this question, so what I can do is that I will just like enter into the demo. So then I will open the pom.xml file. Then we will have the discussion on the contents of the pom.xml file. So that will be easy for me to proceed. So if I tell some, what is that? It will have the dependencies, it will have the type of the project. So you won't get that. So just give some time. So we will enter into the demo. Then we will, you just like post these questions. So here, if you see, we have the internet. So this is the remote repository. So Maven will pull the dependency from the internet, right? And it will gives to the project, right? I mean, or you're clear with the flow, right? This is the remote repository. So Maven will download that particular dependencies and it will give to the project. Are you all clear with this particular step? What about others? Are you all clear with this particular step? Because Roshan posted where your local repository will reside. Okay, so are you clear with this particular flow? So Maven will read your pom.xml and it will contain the list of dependencies, and it will go to the remote repository. It will download the respective dependency and it will give to the directory. It will give to the respective project. So are you clear with this particular flow? Okay, so here in this particular one, the Maven, while installing the Maven here, okay, so while installing Maven, there will be a configuration for Maven. Okay, so that is called as settings.xml. The file is called as settings.xml, and that file will have the path of your local repository. So the path which you are mentioning in the settings.xml will act as your local repository. Okay, so that is where you need to, then you have to check the settings.xml. Okay, so then you have to check the settings.xml file to get the path of your local repository. Okay. Okay, so now I'm just like moving to the next set of stages here. Okay, so here we are having the Maven repositories. Okay, so what this Maven will do? So this is what actually we have discussed already in terms of this Maven. So if you see this particular line, so all the dependencies needed will be in the pom.xml. So that is why I told you your pom.xml is the single source of truth. Then it will download those dependencies from the remote repository and it will be stored in the local repository. And where this particular the name of the local repository or the path of the local repository will be present, so it will be present in the settings.xml file. And where this this is the default remote repository. If you want to change the URL of the remote repository, you can do that in the pom.xml file. So team, pom.xml is what is that? It's a very powerful file. So you can just like mention many details inside the pom.xml. Okay. So now we are having this particular step here. So these are all the steps. So download and install Maven, create the sample project using Maven generate command, verify the directory structure by installing the tree. Okay, then create a dynamic project in Jenkins, push the code on the AWS, clone the code, deploy to the code. Okay, this is the something different set of steps we have to look. Okay, but before that, I want to complete these 3 steps actually. So install and Maven. So create a sample project using Maven generate command and verify the structure. Okay, so this is what actually I want to do. So just give me a minute. Let me open my AWS console PPT, which I have shared. So there are 3 works of okay, 3 works of your Maven. Enforce the directory structure, manage and download the dependencies, build the executable code. So this is the first step. So if you are creating a Java project, you cannot go and simply create the files and the directory based on your what is it, interest or kind of thing. You should follow some definite directory structure. So that particular directory structure will be created using Maven as a project. Okay, then you will come and enter your Java code and the testing code on that. So this is what the first step we are going to do. Enforce the directory structure. So you cannot, okay, if I ask you to create the Java project, so I will create some different projects, different folders and different file names, and you will be creating some different folder, different file names. So how I can manage or how I can merge that in a single thing? Maven is supporting multiple things, multiple projects, but as of now, most commonly Maven is being used by Java. So the first step we are going to do is that we are going to install Maven. Okay, so we are going to install the Maven. So team, we are not having any what is the content for this particular.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the main benefit of continuous integration in DevOps? And your options are faster deployment to production, improved team communication, automated testing, or frequent code integration. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT M Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT M Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
So what we can do is that we can just like simply go with the, what is it, this particular official site. This is the official site of Maven. So we can just go with the steps like which we are having in this Maven stuff. Okay, so either this one or we can just like follow any one of the internet blogs. Okay, so I'm just like putting something similar to this. So install Maven. So I'm using this Amazon Linux. So I'm just like putting it as install Maven on Amazon Linux. So I got the official documentation as well. So this is the official documentation here. So because like it is coming from the Amazon EC2 Linux. Okay, Amazon Linux EC2. So this is the official documentation. So I'm going to follow the same official documentation here. Okay, so I'm going to follow the same official documentation in order to install this particular one. Just a minute. Okay. Super. So I'm going to follow this particular step because I'm using this Amazon Linux EC2. We are not having any content here as well. So I'm just taking the latest content. Okay, this is the URL. I'm just following to install the Maven here. So I'm just like putting here as the reference. So these are all the steps like I'm using to install the Maven here. So the first command what I'm using is that I'm adding the repository to download the Maven. Okay, so this is the repository URL that I want to download. Okay, so now I'm just entering this particular one. So this is the repository URL that I'm using to download the Maven, and this is the first step. Then what I'm doing is that I'm setting the release version here. Okay, I'm setting the release version here. So team, if you want, you can even follow any one of these what is it, the common the common blogs as well. Okay, so all those blocks will be having the same command here. Okay, so how to install, so all those things will be having the same command. Okay, so see, like they are also like having the same command here. So yum install mvn version. Okay, so you can follow this particular where this repository got created. I have not created any repository as of now. I'm just following these commands. Mohammed, I have not created any repository. So do you have any commands to create the repository here? No, right? Or you can simply follow these 4 files. Okay, you can simply follow these 4 files. So that will be also like it's an easy one. Okay, you can simply follow these 4 steps in order to install that. So this command is used to add this particular repository. So the repository means this is the different repository where your Maven packages will be available. So your Maven packages will be available in this particular URL. Okay, this particular HTTPS like Maven repo. This is something different repo. This is not related with your Git repository or Maven repository. This is the repository where your packages will be available. Okay, so we are creating this in this particular directory. So etc yum.repos.t, not in the root directory. We are creating all those things in this particular one. Okay, I will give you the analogy. So you want to download the Notepad++ software. So which URL you will go? You want to download the Notepad++ URL, Notepad++. So what is the URL that you will follow? So you will follow this particular URL, right? The one which I'm showing. So you will go to this particular URL, then you will be downloading. Am I right or not? I'm just trying to give an analogy here. You will go to this particular URL and you will download the respective what is it, Notepad++. Am I right or not? The package you will be downloading. Similarly, okay, is it possible for you to, okay, if in Windows I'm able to go to this particular URL in browser, so because of the UI I'm having. So is it possible to get the same URL or from the same browser from this particular Linux? So team, I'm having Windows, I'm having the UI, I'm able to browse to this particular URL directly from the browser. So is it possible to achieve the same steps in this Linux, the Linux screen which you are seeing? No, it is not possible. So that is why what I'm doing is that I'm telling the Linux, okay, I'm telling the Linux, hey Linux, please add this URL. Okay, please add this URL to your to your to your local system, add this URL to your local system, so that I will be able to download the Maven using this particular command. Okay, so these are all the Linux basics actually. Okay, these are all the Linux basics. So you need to know about the Linux basics here. That what is meant by this wget, what is meant by this sed, what is meant by this yum install. So these are all the Linux basics. That is why I told you how to learn Linux to become a DevOps engineer, because all these things like will be, I mean, everything will be handled via the command, because Linux is so powerful. Okay. Okay. So let me stop the promo for Linux. Then I will jump into the next command. Okay. I have executed the next command. So what this particular command will do, this sed is the what is text processing command. There are a lot of text processing commands. So it will replace this 6G with the release server. With the release server variable, it will replace this particular 6G. Okay. So it is a text processing command. Okay. So, okay, if I want to replace Maven with something else, let us say with Jenkins. So what I will do, I need to put the Control F here, and I have to search for the Maven. Then I have to replace that with the Jenkins. Am I right or not? If I want to do in this particular text document. So this is the manual way, but we can achieve this with the help of sed, the command called sed in the Linux server directly. So you have to learn these commands and all. Okay. So that is what I will say at this particular moment. So the third command, what I'm going to run is that, so in order to get the exact version, we are replacing the version. So we have to get the exact version, right? So that is why we are replacing that. So we need this version of the packages. That's why. So if time permits, you just like go and view this here. Okay, so I'm installing this Maven here. So sudo yum install Apache Maven. So Maven is like being installed. So if you follow these steps correctly, so your Maven will get installed. Okay, superb. So our Maven got installed. So how I can check whether the Maven got successfully installed or not, using this particular command. So mvn -- version. So if you put this mvn -- version, so you will be able to see the details. So Maven, Apache Maven, and what is the home of the Maven, and what is the Java version associated with this particular Maven. So this is how you have to check. So now you have to install, or you should have this particular one. So sudo yum install, and all these 6 commands should be taken care. Okay, all these 4 commands should be noted. Okay, I'm deleting this particular one. So this is how you have to install this particular one. Okay, so this is how you have to install this particular one. So this is the version of Maven. So 3.2.5. I'm not sure what is this version 6.1. So Apache Maven version 3.2.5 is the version that we are having here. This is how we have to install the Maven. Okay, these are all the steps you have to follow. The next step is to create the sample project using Maven generate command. So there is a command in Maven, okay, to generate your project. Okay, so generate your project. So I would suggest to follow the official documentation. Okay, so my suggestion would be just follow this official documentation because I'm going to follow the official documentation only in order to perform this particular steps. Okay, so just give me a minute. I think like we are having this okay, yeah. So I will be like following this particular one. So because like the 5 minutes, okay, so learn Maven in 5 minutes thing. So it will be like easy for us as well in order to perform that. So how to perform or how to use Maven in 5 minutes. So now we are in this particular step, MVN hyphen version. So let me close all the other things. So I don't need this right now. We are going to use the official guide here, okay, because this is the beginning. So now we can just see, so we are just executing the same command. So Maven hyphen version. So I'm just clearing this particular screen. The first step is to Maven hyphen version. So we are getting an output for this, okay, that is well and good. The second thing would be creating the artifact or creating the project. So if you see this particular project, I will be like putting the whatever the commands I'm running. So I will be like putting this particular command here. And if you see this particular command, so team, hope the font is clear to everyone. So I just wanted to explain this particular one. So that's why. What about the font size? Is it okay to everyone, or shall I maximize this? Is it okay to everyone? So this is the, if you see line number 30, okay. So if you see line number 30, and yeah, line number 30 would be fine. If you see that, that is the command used to create the the Maven project. So if you see here, so like Maven project. So team, better I would say, I will post this particular command in the chat. You just copy and paste it in like whatever the things you want, and you just like do the maximize the, what is it, the font size, like whatever it may be. So I will just like mention the keyword. You just like refer that particular keyword in your screen. So that will be easy for me to go with. Okay. So we are having this particular command. So MVN archetype generate. So this is the keyword. So MVN is the common command. Archetype generate is the command, that subcommand that is used to generate the project. Then you are having this group ID. So the first one we are having here is the group ID. So this group ID is used to mention the package name, package of your Java project. So team, it will include some of the technical details of Java, but being a DevOps engineer, you don't need to, you don't have to like learn about these things and all. You have to know the basic commands of Maven. Okay, but for the time being, I'm just like giving this particular input. So this D group ID is nothing but it is your package. So this group ID will help you to define your folder directory structure. So please see this. It will help you to define your folder directory structure. Then you are having this artifact ID, and this artifact ID is the name of your app. So what is the app that I'm giving here? So the app name which I'm giving here is my hyphen app. So this is the app name that I'm giving. So then the next thing we are having here is the archetype. So this is the type of the project we are creating. So in Maven, you will be able to create multiple types of projects. Okay, you will be able to create multiple types of projects. See, you can create these much of projects here. So Mojo and plugin, plugin site, portlet, and quick start, and what is it? Web app, site simple. So these type of archetypes are available. So out of these archetypes, we are using only the Maven archetype quick start. So what is the purpose of this Maven archetype quick start? Okay, I think like, okay, what is the purpose of this Maven archetype quick start? So it is used to generate the sample Maven project. So because like here we need only the sample Maven project, right? So that is why we are going with this Maven archetype quick start. Okay, so then the next thing would be the archetype version. So what is the version of the archetype? This particular archetype. Okay, so which version we want to use? We want to use 1.4. So that is the version we are using. Then we are having this interactive mode equal to false. So this is the what is that interactive mode? It will it will prompt for some questions. So we are removing those particular, or we are skipping those questions. So that's why we are giving this interactive mode equal to false. And in your DevOps engineer, as a DevOps engineer, you won't execute these type of commands by in your work nature. So this is just to understand about the Maven. So as per we are having this in the curriculum, so that's why I'm taking this particular command. So team, I'm not going to run this command. If you are having any queries, please do let me know. Then we will go ahead with that. Yeah, so team, waiting for your response. Yes, we are creating a Maven project. Yes, this is where we will be creating the POM file. Okay, shall I execute this particular one? So team, what are all the directories that you are able to see here? What are all the directories that you are able to see here in my screen in the current directory? In the screen, I mean, if you just like see my screen, so you will be able to see only two directories. Yes, so those two directories were associated with the Git. So you are not able to see any other directory. Am I right or not? So now I'm going to run this particular file and let us see what is happening. Okay, and let us see what is happening here. So I have executed this particular one. So team, what is the step that you are most of the steps, like what is the step that you are seeing here? What is the step that is being executed? In the screen, downloading. So from where it is downloading the file, can you just check the repository? Can you just like check the repository from the remote repo? So we have confirmed one of the points. It will download the dependencies from the internet. So is it clear to everyone? So Maven is responsible for downloading the dependencies from the internet. So are we good here? Yes. So if you see this particular line, downloading from https repo org. So I have already told this particular point, right? So it will download this particular file. Okay. So now if you see, we got this output as build success, which means we are able to, what is it, complete the steps. So if I give ls-lrt, yes, Java is required. Java is the base for your Maven. Java is base for your Maven as well as for your Jenkins. So without team, without Java, your Maven or Jenkins won't work. I'm registering that particular point. So team, now we got a new directory called my app. So as per this particular one, create a sample project using the Maven generate command. Yes, it's done. So what is the third step we have to do? Verify the directory structure by installing tree. Yeah, okay. So the next one would be, we will be taking this particular step to proceed further. So what we are going to do now? So now we have just like installed here. Okay, so now we have like installed all these things. Now we have to verify the directory structure. So there is a command called tree. So there is a command called tree in your machine. So there is a command called tree. So the tree command is not visible here. So I'm going to install. So sudo yum install tree. So the command name is tree actually. Okay, the name itself is tree. Okay, so I have installed that particular command. Okay, so I have installed this particular command sudo yum tree. Then what I'm doing is that I'm entering into the my app directory. Now I give the command tree. So team, what is the directory structure that you are seeing here? So, okay, have I created all these directories by my own by using this mkdir command? No. So we are satisfying the second point as well. So first point, see, enforcing the directory structure. Yes, we have achieved that. Enforcing the directory structure, we have achieved that. And the second point, manage and download the project dependencies. Yes, it downloaded that from the internet repo. So we have achieved the second point as well. So only the third step is pending here, that I will come to, I will come to the third step here. So do you have any problems or any confusions or any issues in this particular one? Just let me know. So these are all the activities that the developer should do. Okay, so these are all the activities that the developer should do. So we created two files, one for the application code, one for the test code. Okay, so team, do you have any queries here? Because like based on your confirmation only, I can proceed. That is an output of the tree command. Okay. So difference between main and test. So main is responsible for having the application code. Test directory is responsible for having your test cases. So tree will help us to see only the directory structure. Okay, not the file structure. So POM is a file. You cannot see the, but you will be able to see the file inside that. There is a file called pom.xml. Okay, so there is a file called pom.xml. So that you will be able to see, but you cannot like see that particular one. Okay, so we are comfortable with the tree structure, right? It is based on the archetype that you are going to do. What is the archetype that you are going to give here? The archetype ID. So based on the archetype ID, your project structure will change. So if you want to test, you can just like try with some different archetype ID, and you can conclude on this, Kenneth. just an extra input that I could give for this particular point. Okay, so now if you see, my app is the application that we have created, and the pom.xml is sitting in the root directory itself. So this is where your pom.xml should work. So now I'm opening this pom.xml, and you can see your pom.xml will be something similar to this. So this is how your pom.xml will look like. Okay, just give me a minute. I'm going to copy and paste that in the notepad plus plus. So this is how your what is it? This is how your pom.xml will look like. So you will be having the group ID which we have entered, and we will be having the artifact ID as well. So we have entered in the command. This is the default version that is taking, and we are having the name here. So URL, you have to set that. So you have, I mean, as the developer, or as the developer, we have to edit this particular URL and all. Then the main concept or the main stuff you want to see here is this, your dependencies. So whatever the dependencies you are mentioning in this particular block, so that will be taken into the consideration. Okay, so that will be taken into this consideration for this particular one. So this is the consideration we have to, I mean, this is the place we have to consider. So guys, what is the dependency that we are having, that we have mentioned in this particular file? What is the dependency? What is the dependency here? What is the dependency that we are seeing here in this particular file? Yes. So JUnit is the dependency that we have to download. So if you want, I mean, okay, who will add the dependencies here? Who will add the dependencies here for your better understanding? So the developer needs to add that. The developer needs to confirm this, because it is not the duty of the DevOps engineer. Okay, so please understand that that is not the duty of the DevOps engineer. So like we have to confirm that with the, what is the developer. So developer needs to add this one. Okay. So the developer needs to confirm that. Okay, clear? Okay, team. So coming back to this particular, how you get the POM file? I executed this particular command and the POM file got generated. So I have not created any POM file by my own. Is this the one that you are expecting, Jabagar, or? No, I got confused with the question. So sorry. I have not created any POM file. Okay. So I just like took this particular and using the tree, we will be able to see something similar to this. And we have viewed the pom.xml as well. So this is what we are having in the pom.xml. And then what is the command I'm going to use is that mvn package. So team, what is this mvn package is going to do? So can you just like tell me what this mvn package will do? What this mvn package will do? So your MVN package will take all the .class files, then it will compile that into one file. So that is what your MVN package will do. Okay, so team, my assignment or my suggestion would be try to run all these commands in the same directory and get this, I mean, try to get the output, like what are all the different outputs that you are getting. Okay, now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to run MVN package here. So team, I want to check this particular one once again. So are you able to see any other files? Okay, what are all the files that you are able to see in this particular directory or in the screen? Can you just confirm? I'm asking only about the files. I'm asking only about the files. So what are all the files that you are able to see here? The files. Then, okay, you have mentioned 2 files. Then another one file is also there. POM.xml. So totally you are having 3 files here. Okay, you are having 3 files here. Am I right? Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to run this command called mvn package. So what this command will do, it will take the code, it will take the app.java, it will download the required dependencies from the internet, then it will create the jar file. So if you see, like, this build success is the confirmation, and if you see building jar file, so the jar file got created in this particular directory structure, and if I give tree structure, you will be able to see lot of new files. So initially we had only these directory structure, but now, like, we are having the target directory, and under that you are having the class files, and you are having some other files. Then finally you are having the jar file here. This is the package exactly. So this is the package mvn package will do. Okay, now I want to delete all these things. How I can delete that? I want to delete this particular one. I want to start from the scratch. So what I have to do now? How I can delete all these things? I mean, delete this jar, delete this target directory. How I can do that? So there is a command called Maven clean. So if you execute Maven clean, sorry, it is a typo. If you execute Maven clean, then you will be able, it will clean your, it will see deleting the target directory. So your directories will be deleted here. So it will come to the original state. So this is how you can package and you can remove that particular package. So this is what we are having in what is that? Maven.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
So in this particular step, what we are going to do is that we are going to take the, I mean, instead of creating the dynamic web project, so we are going to take the running application. So from the GitHub repository. So that is what actually we are going to do. So instead of creating a sample dynamic project or pushing that to the code, so what we are going to do is that we are going to get the code. Okay, let us say like we are going to, what we are going to achieve is that one question, what is course you are dealing in this particular class? Okay, Ramesh, we have completed more than 6, 7. I mean, this is the 7th day. So you are posting this particular question. So it's a DevOps. I'm handling only the DevOps. Any doubts? Ramesh, any doubts for you? This will cover the end-to-end pipeline. So I will consider this as an intermediate one. Okay, sorry, Shishma. Okay, like understood. So you can just like what is it? Troubleshoot or fix your issue from your end. So then you just like complete the steps so that like it will be easy for you to understand. Yeah. So I'm in this particular machine. Okay. So now I'm in this particular machine here. So what it will do means, so we will just like what is the first step we have to do? So now consider this particular scenario. The developer actually created the code. So team, how I can confirm whether this is the Maven project or not? By seeing the repo itself. So I'm in the repo. Okay, so this is the code I'm going to use. So by seeing the code itself, how I can confirm whether it is a GitHub a Maven project or not? So what is the secret or what is the code that I need to check here? So if you see this particular repo, you are having the pom.xml. So we already discussed about that. Whenever there is a pom.xml, that application, we should call it as the Maven project. So just give me a minute, team. So I will just like sign into my GitHub account so that like it will be easy for us to, you can even like use the same piece of code. You can clone that. So now you are going to guide me what are all the things that I have to do in order to build this particular code. So that is why I took this particular code. Okay. Yes, I got it here. Okay. So I got this particular message here. Okay. So I'm in this particular repo and this is the repo I'm going to use. And even I'm going to save this in our source file. So I mean, in our code file, so we can use it. Okay. Now the developer provided the source code to us because you are not the developer and we are going to create that particular one. Okay, so we are just like going to create this particular one. Okay, so we are good here. So the developer provided the code to us. Now what is the next step I have to do? So this one has been done. So developer created the web app and the source code and it is in the GitHub. Okay, fine. So now what is the next step I have to do? So now I'm having the repository detail. So now what is the next step I have to do? So here the first step is you have to clone the code. So you have to clone this particular code to your machine. So this is the first. Please note down each and every step because we are going to automate all these steps via the Jenkins. Okay. The first step is to clone the source code. Okay. So I'm just like using this particular command. So git clone. Okay. So I'm using this, whatever the commands we learned, it will come here. So git clone, like this is the first command I'm going to run here. So git clone and the respective URL. So it will be cloned. Okay, this application will be cloned here. So sysfoo application got cloned here. Now what I need to do, I need to execute the code here. So the second step is, okay, sorry. The second step is to cd into sysfoo application. So I'm just entering into cd and sysfoo. So this is the second step. Now, what is the third step I have to do? So I have entered into the cd sysfoo. And what is the third step I have to do? What is the third command I have to run here? So you have to build the code. So building the code is nothing but creating the executable. So how we will create the executable using the Maven? So the command is mvn package. So you have to execute the mvn package command, and that will create the sysfoo. Okay, so I'm just like running the command here, mvn package, and this will create the like your application. Okay, this will create your jar file here. So that is what you have to do as the second step. So building the code. So mvn package. So see, build success. And if you see, the var file got generated here. So yesterday we have, that is what I gave it as an assignment. So what is mean by this var? What is mean by this jar? What is mean by this EAR? So without what is it, knowing these kind of informations, then it's once again a big trouble for you to understand. So here if you see, yeah, sysfoo.var file got generated. So now what is the next step we have to do? So we have to take this sysfoo.var, and we have to deploy that in the server. Okay, we have to deploy that in the server. So what is the server that we are going to deal with? So what is the server that we are going to deal with? Any inputs? Take this sysfoo.var and deploy in the server. So team, these detailed steps are not available in your PPT or what is it, in your assignments and all. I'm just giving this for your better understanding. Okay, so you have to take this sysfoo.var and deploy in the server. So what is the server here? That is the question once again. So Apache Tomcat is the server. Okay, your Apache Tomcat is the server. That's why yesterday I told these particular steps, but no one took that seriously. Okay, that is fine. So this is the Apache Tomcat web server, and that server should be, what is the series of steps like should be done. So install Apache Tomcat in EC2. Okay, these are all the series of steps we have to do. So Apache Tomcat in EC2, then copy sysfoo.var. Okay, copy sysfoo.var to the Tomcat folder. So then we can browse our application using the IP and the port number. Okay, so IP and the port number. Okay, superb. Okay, so this is how we can browse our application. Okay, so these are all the steps that we are going to do now. So team, what are all the manual steps that we have done right now? What are all the manual steps that we have done right now? How many steps? Now, what we are going to do is that we are going to install the Apache Tomcat server. Okay, that is what we are going to see now. We are going to install Apache Tomcat server. Okay, so I'm taking the, what is the steps from this particular one. Okay, so install Tomcat in Amazon Linux. So either I can go with this medium or anything is fine. Okay, so or you can just go with Amazon Linux, anything is fine. So it's up to you. Okay, you can, if you are comfortable in terms of following the YouTube links, so you are okay to follow that. Or I'm just like going to like, what is it, follow this particular step like if needed. Okay, so That is what I'm going to do. And we are going to get the Tomcat URL, something like similar to this. Okay. So then I will go with this particular step itself. So the one which we are having here, or you can just like use this particular Medium blog as well. Okay. So we are not having any reference URL. I'm just like posting this particular URL here. Okay. But you are free to use whatever the steps you want. Okay. So you can just like use whatever the steps you want. Okay. So we have already installed Java here. Okay, so we have already installed the Java here, and what we are going to do is that we are just like following the entire steps here. Okay, so I'm going to follow the entire steps here. Okay, so I'm just like switching to the root user by using the command sudo su. So now I'm the root user here. If you see, the name is root, and I'm just like switching to the cd slash, which I'm just like switching to the like home directory, and I'm switching to the /opt. Okay, so team, I'm just like following the steps here. Okay, so nothing much. So I'm just like downloading the Tomcat binary. So I just like switch it to the opt directory. Then I'm downloading the what is it? This Tomcat binary. Okay, from here. And okay, it is not found. Okay, error not found. So which means this particular URL is not correct. Okay, this particular URL is not correct. So what we have to do here? So we have to go to the official site of this Tomcat. Okay, we have to go to the official site of the Tomcat. So Apache tomcat.apache.org is the official site of Tomcat. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to download the file from here. So here you are having the latest file. So out of this particular file, what you have to do is that you have to take the tar.gz. Okay, so that is what we have to use for tar, for our Linux machines. So tar.gz. So I'm taking this, but I'm doing the right click and copying the link here. So this is the link we have to use. So copying the link here. So now we have to use this particular link in order to download this particular file. So wget, if I paste this particular link, now it will be able to download this particular. Now we are able to download the Apache. Now we have to download this particular file. So using this particular command, I'm able to download that. If you give ls, there will be a Apache Tomcat server, that's tar.gz file. Now I have to unzip this binary. Okay, you can, I will post this particular comment as well here. So on top of that, so that it will be easy for you to do that. So unzip the Tomcat binary, so you can use that. So we will be like using this unzip command. So this is once again the Linux command. Okay, so team, this is once again the Linux command. So now I have downloaded this particular file and I'm unzipping this particular file. So that is what I'm doing now. That is what I'm going to do now. So I'm unzipping this particular file. Please don't miss any step. You will miss the flow. So please don't miss any step. Just follow whatever the step I'm doing, or you will just like skip the, or you will just like miss the step and you won't be able to achieve that. Now I have unzipped this particular one. So I have downloaded the binary and I have unzipped this particular one. Now what is the next step I have to do? So I have to enter into this particular one. Okay, so I have to enter into this particular one here. Okay, I have to like enter into this particular one. So I'm using the same commands here. So I'm changing the folder name because you won't be having this particular folder. So I'm entering into this cd. Okay, ls. So what is the directory that we are having? What are all the directories we are having? So you have downloaded this particular zip and you have to execute this command to unzip. That's it. So this particular command you can learn from the Linux thing. So the command we are using is tar to unzip this. This is just like running a command. I have not done anything, anything here. Devashish. So I just like executed this command. So tar is a command. These are all the flags that we have to pass. And this is the file name that you have to unzip. So what is the file that we are having here? What is the file that we are having here? So how you can identify whether this is a file or not? So you have to put this ls-lrt, then there will be the option called D. So if you are able to see as D means your directory. So if you are having a dash, that means it's a file. So now we have downloaded this particular file. So in the tar.gz, and we have unzipped this. Guys, you will be using this WinRAR, right, in order to like unzip your RAR file or zip file in the Windows. So that is what I have done here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to enter into this particular directory. So I'm going to enter into this particular directory as per this particular one, and I will be entering into the CD bin. So that is what I'm going to do. So CD, please don't miss any steps. If you miss anything, then definitely like you will be blocked. So CD, I have entered into this. Then I'm entering into this CD bin directory. Here, what we have to do is that you are having the startup script here. You are having the startup script and you are having the shutdown script, because you have to start the server, you have to stop the server, right? So that is what we are doing here. So chmod, we are giving the permissions to that. Okay, so we are giving the permissions to the startup.sh and we are giving the permissions to the shutdown.sh. So please execute these commands. So like these are all the Linux commands that we have to learn. Okay, these are all the Linux commands that we have to know here. So I'm taking a pause here. If you are having any doubts or queries, so please do let me know. I'm taking a pause here. So team, these steps are not in your assignments or nothing. So I am just giving these steps for your better understanding. Here, like they are having like most of the things here. Okay, so they are having like lot of things. So these are all the extra steps that we have to do. Okay, these are all the extra steps that we have to do. Okay, so if you want to do that, you can just like take this particular if you want to do that, you can do this particular step. But I want to like continue with the normal steps here. Okay, so I want to like continue with the normal steps here. Okay, so just give me a minute. Guys, these steps are not that much of mandatory or not that much of required. So I'm just skipping this particular step. So I will tell you how to start the server now. Okay, so now what is the step to how I can start the server now? What is the command to start this particular server? So the command to start the particular server is executing the startup.sh. So this is the command that you have to do to start your machine. Okay, start your Tomcat server. So this is the command to do that. So if I run this /startup.sh, so team, what is the command? What is the message that you are getting here? So please check this particular command. What is the command that you are saying? What is the message that you are getting here? Tomcat started. So which means we have successfully started the server, right? We have successfully started the server. Now, how I can access this particular server? So now how I can access this particular server? So the default port, I already told we have to access this in this particular format. So IP colon port. So like we have to take the public IP of your EC2. Okay, you have to take the public IP of EC2 and the what is the port number here? So the default port number of your Tomcat is 8080. So like your Tomcat will be running in this port number 8080. So what we have to do, we have to take the public IP. This is the public IP. Then we have to use port number 8080. Okay, so team, will this work now? Will I get the web page here? We won't get that. Okay, we won't get this particular one because in your security group of your instance, yes, so in the instance, my port number got blocked. So we have to edit the security group. Okay, we have to see problem loading, connection has timed out. Okay, so before that we have to perform this particular changes as well. Okay, before that we have to perform this particular changes as well. So we have to change these settings to manage the Tomcat, because I will tell the reason here. By default, your Tomcat will be accessible in the local host. So the default settings is something similar to that. But what we are doing, we are accessing that from the, we are just like accessing that from the common, the public internet. So we have to comment these values. So what you can do is that just follow the same steps what I'm doing. Okay, just cd cd dot dot. So you will be in this particular directory. So 9.0.73, this Apache Tomcat. So I'm just noting this particular step alone. The step by step I'm noting in this particular one. Then what we have to do is that we have to edit this particular file, the context.xml. We have to edit this particular file. So web app examples context.xml file, and come here and just comment this particular one. So what I'm doing, I have opened that with VI editor. So VI is an editor in your, sorry, I have just like pressed the shift. So VI is the editor which we will use to edit the file in Linux. So I just like press shift I to the insert value. Then I'm just commenting this particular one. So this is how we have to comment. Okay, so I'm just like commenting this particular one. Okay, so this is the step to comment this particular file, or I will just like check this. Yeah, so this is the file, this is the step I have to use in order to comment. Okay, so now this value has been commented. So you have to use this particular symbol. So what I did is that I have opened this particular file. So you have to comment that out. Then what you have to do is that after commenting this, you have to press colon and WQ in order to save your file. So escape colon WQ. So now file will be saved. So I'm just like posting that particular value here. So you have to press escape, then press colon WQ. So team, this is how like I'm explaining like each and every step. So if you are not taking any hands-ons, then it's purely a, waste of effort. So then it's up to you. So now I'm going to follow the same steps for this particular file. So I'm just like opening this particular file. Then I'm here also I'm having the same thing. So I'm pressing the uppercase I. I'm coming to this particular line. I'm editing this particular line and I'm going to the end. So I'm just commenting this out. So that's it. So I have commented this particular line as well. So I'm just putting this WQ. I'm following the same steps for that. So for these three context.xml, we have to do that. So we have to do the same thing for the three context.xml. You can give that, but your public IP will be changed every time if you restart the EC2 server. So will you come and access, or will you come and change this files like multiple times? You can give that. So you can just like give that. That is possible. Okay. But how many times you will come and change that? Yeah. So now we have changed the settings for all these things. Okay. For all these three files, we have changed the settings. Okay. So all good. Now, what is the next step I have to do? So now I have to change the port number of my EC2 instance. So I have to change the port number of this EC2 instance. So how I can do that? So select the machine, guys, like please follow this particular step. Come to the instance section, select the machine, go to the security tab, and so team, which one I have to choose here? Which one I have to pick? Okay, come to the security tab, click on this particular one. There is an option called security group, right? Click on this particular one, then you will be having an inbound and outbound rules. So now what is the rule that I have to change here? What is the rule that I have to change here? I have to change the inbound rule. So how I can change this inbound rule? I have to edit inbound rule. Then I have to add a rule. So this is custom TCP. So what is the port number I told? What is the port number I told here already? So what is the port number I told for this stuff? So it's 8080. So you have to put this 8080 here. And here team, for the better safety purpose, I'm giving this my IP only. So only my IP, if the request comes from my IP, it will be allowed. So team, please keep this as your what is it, better option. Okay, so please keep this and my IP, and I'm saving the rules here. Okay, now like we are just taking the public IP address once again. Okay, now we have changed this. So public IP address once again. Then I'm opening the port number 8080. So now at least like we will get the Tomcat page loading. So team, we have installed the Tomcat. We have done some configuration change, and we are having all these things here. Custom TCP is an option that we can enter whatever the port number we want. So that is associated with an AWS concept. For Jenkins also, you have to do the same steps. You have to install, you have to unblock, or you have to open the security group. Then you have to take the public IP and the port number. For Jenkins also, you will be doing the same thing. So you are going to create a web app. So where you will verify whether your web app is working fine or not. You have to deploy that to a server, right? So team, any queries here, like until this particular stage, both are different. Jenkins is a different application. Tomcat is a, okay, you have to understand this particular difference. So Tomcat, that is why I told you have to like explore what is meant by this Apache Tomcat. Okay, but you have missed that. So Apache Tomcat is a server. Jenkins is your CI/CD orchestration tool. So Tomcat is to host our applications. Jenkins is used to automate our actions. Okay, so team, so we are good here. So we have like installed the Tomcat and we brought this Tomcat up and running. So we can take a small break now for 15 minutes. Then we will connect back to discuss about or to deploy this particular application, how we are going to deploy this. Now we are going to see about the connectivity, this particular step, how to deploy this particular sysfoo application into this Tomcat, and we are going to browse that particular application. So whether it is opening or not. Okay, so that is okay, it seems. Yeah, for you. Yeah, super. So now you have to enter into the web apps. So inside the web apps only, you will be having all your application. So what you have to do is that you have to copy this particular sysfoo web app, okay, sysfoo.war to the web apps directory, okay, to the web apps directory. Okay, so that is what we are doing here. So we need to copy this sysfoo.var to this particular web apps directory. So that is how we can be able to manage that. Okay, so team, now please take this particular directory path, which is nothing but you have to run this command called pwd. So pwd stands for present working directory. Okay, so pwd is the command, stands for working directory, present working directory. Now you have to switch back to the I think it will be in the home. Okay, it will be in the home directory of your EC2 user. So like cd home EC2 user, you will be having the sysfoo application here. So team, you have to know these commands and all, how to switch back to the directory and how to list the files inside the directory. So these kind of basic commands, I hope you have already attended the Linux session, right? So commands, and if you give ls, so like your sysfoo directory is available inside the target directory. Sysfoo web app is inside, available under the target directory. So we have to copy this particular file. What is the command? Okay, so I have to copy this particular file to this particular directory. So what is the command that I have to run here? Any inputs, guys? What is the command that I have to run here? So my sysfoo.var is here. I have to copy this particular file to this directory. So what is the command I have to run? Exactly. So team, move command will entirely, it will move all the files exactly. So this is how I have to construct the command. So copy, you should have the destination and you should have the source. So here, what is the destination? What is the source? So this is the destination. This is how you have to create you have to understand the Linux commands. Now I'm going to run this particular command, guys. Okay, I'm going to run this particular command. So now the web app,
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is continuous deployment in DevOps? And your options are frequent updates to production without human intervention, or automated testing and code integration, or regular code backups, or occasional deployment during off-peak hours. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, We have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
The file got copied successfully because I didn't get any error. So the file got copied successfully. Now I'm going to enter into this particular directory. So to verify whether the file got successfully copied or not. So the file got successfully copied. So it will be there. Now, if I give this 8080/sysfoo, okay, so the sysfoo is our application name. So if I give sysfoo, I will be able to see the application here. This is how you have to install. These are all the steps we have to do in order to deploy our application. So team, do you have any queries here at this particular stage? So do you have any queries here? Like we cloned the code, we created the Maven, executable file, we installed the Tomcat, we configured the Tomcat, then we deployed the application into the Tomcat. So team, any queries here with this particular one? Any queries here? So team, what about others? So this is similar. This is the same thing that you have to follow for the other set of applications as well. Okay, so you have to follow the same thing for the other set of applications as well. So team, shall I move to the next one? So we copied the sysfoo.war file from its exact path to this particular directory. So the web apps directory of Tomcat. So that is the step to do the deployment in the manual way. So please understand, guys, this is the manual deployment. So we have to automate these particular steps. That is the work of the DevOps engineer. This is how you will be getting the work. So these are all the manual steps. Now we have to automate this. So I took the sysfoo.war and I have pasted that in the web apps directory of Apache Tomcat. So this is mandatory. Web apps directory, this is mandatory. This is mandatory. My app. Okay, can I directly just copy and paste this particular file in the Tomcat server? Can I directly copy and paste all these files in the Tomcat server? Will it work? Will this work if I directly copy all these files and directly paste that in the Tomcat server? Will this work? Okay. So now what we have to do? I'm trying to answer Java's question. So then what we have to do? What we did? So we took this particular code and that is fine. That is fine. So what is the next step we have did? We did. Yes. So we executed the Maven package. So that Maven package command is used to convert the source code into the war file. Okay, that is the use of Maven. So Javagar, hope this is clear to you. Okay, I'm going to Roshan's question. Why we added sysfoo in URL? Okay, superb. So Roshan, so the thing is that if you are seeing here, no, so if you are seeing here, this is the web apps directory. So what is the application directory you are having here? What is the application directory that you are able to see here? So that's why I have used Cisco. If you have deployed some other application with a different name, then you have to use that particular name. Clear? So team, are you clear with these particular steps? So you have to do these steps for at least 1 or 2 times. Then only you will come to know the flow, or I mean, now you will be able to, like, what is that? It will be like you understood the flow, but whenever you are doing this in your own machine, you will face like some struggles and you will face some errors, and that you have to troubleshoot. Then only you will become the DevOps engineer. Yeah. So I'm moving to the next one, team. Okay. So now we took the code and we executed the code and it worked fine. Okay. So can I move to the continuous integration, the Jenkins step? Okay, superb then. Fantastic. Yeah. So here, what is mean by this continuous integration? So team, have we performed any automation here? Have we performed any automation here? So I did 4 steps. So have I performed any automation? No. So all the 4 steps I have done in a manual way. So cloning the source code I did in a manual way. Cisco, it's a manual way. Maven package manual way, and deploying the particular war file manual way. So how I can integrate all these steps? Okay, let us say now, okay, it is the version is running in 0.00, I mean 0.0.5. I'm going to change this version in 0.0.6. What are the steps I have to do in order to deploy this particular application once again? So I'm changing the version of my application. So what are all the steps that I have to do to reflect that in my application, in my Tomcat server? Team, hope my question is clear to everyone. So now our application version is running in 0.0.5. Okay, this is coming from the source code. Are you all agreeing with this particular point? This version number is coming from the source code. So are you all agreeing with this particular point? Yes. So now in the source code, I will be changing this 0.0.5 to 0.0.6. Then I have to see that particular version change in this particular web page format. What are all the steps I have to do to see that? Yes, from the starting, I have to do the git clone. I have to do this Maven package. I have to take the war file and I have to copy that particular war file to the Tomcat, right? So now think in this particular way. You are working in a product-based company. Your team members, your developers will be doing the change multiple times. Let us say for 20 times. Will you do these particular steps for the 20 times per day? Or you, I mean, you will be able to do that. You will be able to do that. You will be having the time. But is it a correct way to do that? No, that is where you are having this continuous integration. So whatever the problems we discussed, it will be here. So that is why we are going for the continuous integration. So what we will be doing? So we will be having the infrequent commits. So infrequent commits in the sense you cannot predict like when the developer. So can you do what is that? Restrict the developer? Is it possible to restrict the developer? Hey, you should do the commits only in this particular time. Not, you can't do that. So then that will become a problem here. Then the manual testing, in the sense, whatever the manual steps we have done, So it's once again like, what is it? We have performed like lot of manual steps here. So that is also a big hurdle or big problem here, right? So that is also like we are having a big problem in this particular one. Then you are having this feedback. So when this particular feedback is coming up, okay, so when this particular feedback is coming up, so you are not having the feedback, so you have to go and manually verify all those things, and it is high risk in the sense, if you miss any step, or if you took the wrong war file, what will happen? So your entire things will be collapsed. So these are all the different issues here. So what is this continuous integration? So we will be doing this, okay, what is the, we will be doing the frequent commits and the, what is it, the shorter release cycles. And in order to accommodate all these things, which means like creating the small features and creating the small secrets and integrating them to the source code. Okay, so integrating them to the source code will give this particular one. Okay, so integrating that with the source code, so we will be like what is that, finding and employing the automated build. So we will be, the developer will be continuously pushing the source code to the version control system, and we have to create the pipeline, or we have to create the integration, so that will automatically pick this particular source code change, and it needs to continuously integrate that into the testing server. So in our case, whenever there is a push to the GitHub repository, the code should be taken, Maven package should be executed, then it should be automatically deployed in the Tomcat. So this is what we have to achieve using this continuous integration. So that is the point here in terms of the continuous integration. So what are the different advantages we are having here? So we are having the, we can have the frequent commits. So like whenever there is a commit, your product, I mean your application will be executed, I mean deployed, and we can bring this automated build and testing, instant feedback to the developer. You can connect some notifications, SMS, mails, Twitters, Slack notifications, Teams notifications, Telegram notifications. So you can able to do that, and it is of lower risky and faster delivery. So you will be able to fastly deliver all those things. So that is the point we are having here. So you will be able to deliver all those things quickly. Okay, so that is the concept of, or that is what we are having in terms of the continuous integration. So team, this is the official page of Jenkins. Okay, this is the official page of Jenkins, and we will be using the documentation from the Jenkins. Okay, so that is why like I just like opened this particular one. So you will be having a lot of features in the Jenkins. So just have a look on this particular one. Okay, so now I'm just like entering into the Jenkins. What is mean by this Jenkins? Okay, we are talking about this Jenkins one. So this particular Jenkins, okay, that is a different one. That is because of this Ukraine and Russia, I guess. So that is different one. Okay, just leave that. That is a logo. So it is an open source automation server. So that is what you should understand. It's an open source. You don't need to pay anything, and it is an automation server that is based out of Java once again. But you can use the Jenkins for any sort of automation. Okay. So it will help us to like, what is it, automate each and everything. So you just bring your Python applications. It will help you to automate. Okay. So using Jenkins, we can automate anything and everything. Okay, so that is what, these are all some of the features. So see, like the adoption, so more than 1 million people around the globe, actually they are using this Jenkins. And even like I have worked a lot on this particular Jenkins in some of the projects, and we are having this plugin support. So whatever the plugin you want, you can be able to take that particular plugins. Okay, so you are having good plugin support for this particular Jenkins because this is an open source one. So these are some of the things, and these are all the advantages here. So you will be able to, what is it? Like in before Jenkins, it was time consuming. Okay, it was time consuming. Why the event got failed? Why the build got failed? Or why the particular test got failed in order to achieve that. But after Jenkins, we made all those things in an automated way. So we achieved that. And we got this all the test cases were triggered manually, but in terms of Jenkins, so you will be creating a pipeline, and that pipeline will be used in order to achieve, or that pipeline will be used in order to manage all those things. So like you will be like taking the, what is it? We will, the developers needs to commit the code to the remote repository only. So the other set of steps will be happening automatically. And so initially, like before Jenkins, so there were no place for managing all the jobs, the centralized place. But here, like your Jenkins will be managed in the central position. So in anyone and everyone from across, I mean, from different regions can see what is happening actually in the project. So that is why like the Jenkins stuff is like more, and like it is having lot of advantages.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Okay, team. Yeah. So now we are good here in this particular stage. So I'm just like going ahead with this particular. This is the first step that I'm doing for what is it, which is nothing but actually taking the EC2 instance in order to create the Jenkins or installing the Jenkins. Yeah, cool. So we are having here, so in this particular step, so if you see here in this particular stage, so the Intellipaat session, I mean, the machine is actually running. So we are just like going to start with the installation here. Okay. So Pradap, I will explain in a little bit. So I would suggest you to go through the recordings so that like it will be easy for you to grasp the details. Okay. So team, here in this particular PPT, like if you see the steps are like with the what is it? This is for the, I mean, the installation of Ubuntu. So all these steps which you are seeing in this particular screen is for installation of Jenkins in Ubuntu. Okay, so that is what we are having here. Okay, this particular step. But in our case, okay, so in our case, like we are doing the installation in Amazon Linux. Okay, so the machine which we are using here is that Amazon Linux. So if you want to follow these particular steps, you can just like go ahead with this particular one, or you can use, or you can just like get the official documentation steps from here. Okay, so that is also a possible one. Okay, so either you can go with this particular step, or you can just get the steps from the internet for the installation. Okay, so that is the idea I'm giving here. So I'm just like opening the Jenkins handbook. So this is the official site of Jenkins. Okay, so this is the official site of Jenkins. The main what is the main need of Jenkins here is that it is an automation server. So whatever the steps we are doing in a manual way, so the Jenkins will help us to convert that or help us to implement that in the automated way without any manual intervention. Okay, so that is the use of Jenkins. Okay, so now we are going to install that particular Jenkins. What is that I'm going to install? I'm going to install that in the Linux machine. So I'm going to install that in the Linux machine. So I picked the Linux, what is it? The official documentation. Okay, I just picked the official documentation. If you are having Windows, you can use this Windows setup, or if you are using Mac OS, you can just like use the Mac OS setup. I'm using the Linux, so I'm using this particular step. And out of this, I'm going with Fedora. Okay. Okay, so I'm going with Fedora here. So either I can go with this Fedora support, or I can go with this yum. Okay, so let me go with this yum. Okay, so because Amazon Linux is having this yum package, so I'm going with this yum. Okay, this particular step, because I'm using Amazon Linux. So you have to be very clear which version of Linux that you are using. Okay, so I'm using Amazon Linux. So that's why I'm planning to go with these particular steps. So if you are using some other different machines, you can use this particular, you can use some different applications. Okay, so I'm just like executing the first command. Okay, if it is Ubuntu, then you are having an option of Debian Ubuntu. So you have to follow these particular steps. Okay, so you have to come to this particular one, Debian Ubuntu, then you have to follow these particular steps. Please follow the particular steps along with me, so that like it will be easy for you to do that. Okay, don't even miss a single step, then yeah, it's once again a problem for you. So I'm just like executing the second command. There it will import the keys. Okay, so the steps will be the same. The steps will be the same, and the steps will be the same here. Okay, the steps will be the same. So you are having this yum, sudo yum like upgrade. Okay, so what is that? We have added the new step here. We have added the new repository details. We have imported the key for that particular detail. Then we are upgrading that particular one. It's a kind of, what is it, updating your Play Store. So that when there is a new application, or when there is a new version, we will be upgrading the Play Store, right? So that is what we are doing. So now I'm going to do this sudo yum upgrade. So this one got upgraded. Okay, so we are in the latest version. Then you need to install this Java 11, because your Jenkins won't work with the latest version of Java. Okay, so that is once again a problem here. You have to be very clear in terms of the Java requirements. I'm going for the Java requirements like page here. See, Java requires Java 11 or 17. So you should consider this Java 11 or Java 17. So how I can verify the Java requirement in my machine? So just put Java -- version. So you will get an version here. So what is the version of Java that we are having here? So team, what is the version of Java that we are having here? Yes. So it will work. Java is applicable for this 11 and 17. So our thing will work. If your machine is not having the version, you can use this particular command to install Java. Okay, I already told these things are based out of Java. Okay, these particular machine, this particular Jenkins is based out of Java here. Okay, so that is the problem. That is the stuff here. And here you are having this sudo yum install Java 11 open JDK. So we are not doing that because I'm already having JDK 17. Okay, so I'm already having JDK 17 for this. Okay, so then it is not a big trouble for me. Okay, so now I'm doing the actual installation of Jenkins. So sudo yum install Jenkins. So this is where I'm installing the Jenkins. So now it is asking for this whether I need to proceed that or not. I'm giving Y here to proceed that with the installation. Yes, now the installation got successfully completed. It is all because of the Amazon machine's network bandwidth. Okay, so that's why it got successfully completed. Now, what is the next step? I have to restart this or reload this daemon. So daemon is nothing but your background processes. Okay, daemon is nothing but your background processes. So I have to reload this particular one. Okay, so I have to reload this particular one. So like now your Jenkins will be up and running. So how I can verify whether my Jenkins is up and running or not? So team, any inputs? How I can verify whether my Jenkins is up and running or not? So the command is sudo systemctl Jenkins. Jenkins is the service name, then status. Okay, I think like, okay, it is not the correct command. So you have to put status Jenkins. Okay, so it is in the active dead state. Okay, so it is in the, no, it is in the active dead state. So team, now what we have to do? We check the status. So it is in the active dead state. So what we have to do now? We have to start the Jenkins. Okay, so you have to start the Jenkins. So sudo systemctl start Jenkins. It will start the Jenkins server. I mean, it will start the. This is how you have this. These are all the steps that you will be following in order to install whatever the services. It might be Docker or it might be SonarQube. It might be anything that you can deploy, but you have to follow the same set of steps here. Okay, so now your Jenkins got started. Yes, I'm going to check the status here once again. If you see here, you are able to, what is that? Team, this is how you need to do the troubleshooting. If the team is coming and telling about that, okay, I'm not able to access the Jenkins. So the first thing you have to come and check is your Jenkins status. Okay, so that is where you have to do that. Okay. No, Pratap, I think I already answered your question. So that is not coming up with the Jenkins package. So the daemon reload is the default one, which is common to your Linux machines. That is not coming up with your Jenkins package. That is to take care of all the background processes. So this, for example, this particular Jenkins is a background process, right? So this will restart. Okay, what is the command we have used? So daemon reload. So it will just like reload all the background processes. Okay. So we have started the Jenkins. Okay, I'm just taking this particular command as well. Okay, I'm just like starting this particular command as well. Okay, so sudo systemctl start Jenkins. Okay. Okay, systemctl start Jenkins as well. Okay, now you should have. So team, how can I access this Jenkins? So I have to, that is via UI. So Jenkins, we are going to access via the UI. So we have to deal with the initial username and the password. Okay, so am I right or not? So we need initial username and the password in order to log in into that. Am I right? Yes. Okay. So the Jenkins will run in the port number 8080. So the default port number of Jenkins is 8080. Okay, so this is what I'm just like telling. So two more steps. Okay, you need initial username and the password, and you need the Jenkins. I mean, it will be running in your port number 8080. Okay, so now what I'm doing is that I'm just going to use the port number. Okay, I'm going for the instances, and now I need to open the port number 3000 in the 8000 in the security group. So I'm going for the security group here. I'm entering into the security group here, and so already I'm having an inbound rule. So if I edit the inbound rule, I'm already having the port number 8080, but I have to pick my IP. So because my IP got changed, so I'm allowing the port number 8080 in this inbound rule to access all these things. Okay, to access this particular machine, I'm accessing that. Okay. So inbound rules. So here now I have access. So I have allowed port number 8080. Now what is the next step, team? So what is the next step here? So I have done the installation of Jenkins. Okay, I'm just like noting all the steps here. Okay, installation of Jenkins. This is the first step. Then what I have done, I have updated the security group of EC2 to allow 8080 from my IP. So what is the next step I have to do, team, here? What is the next step I have to do? How can I browse my Jenkins machine here? Any inputs? How can I browse? How can I access my Jenkins machine now? Jenkins UI now? How I have done for the Tomcat. So please recollect that particular one. How I have accessed the Tomcat yesterday. So team, how I have accessed that? So just pick the public IP. Okay. Okay. So just pick the public IP, then append that with 8080. So port number 8080. So this is what I have used yesterday. So now just open this particular one. You will be able to see the Jenkins page. Okay, so this is the Jenkins page. So this is the Jenkins page that we will be getting. So do you have do you have any suggestions or any doubts until this particular stage? So we have installed Jenkins, we have opened the security port, and now we got the Jenkins page. Any doubts until this particular stage to anyone? No? I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that. Okay, I'm coming to that particular one. So here, if you see this particular message, so what is this particular message? So for the initial setup, this is the first time you are setting up this. So your initial password will be in this particular directory. Okay. So the password will be written to the log, and as well as it will be in this particular file. So where I can check this particular file? where I can check this particular file. Where I can get this particular file inside the CLI. So if you come to the EC2 instance, so team, if you see the first two line of the logs, if you see the first two line of the logs here, what is the thing? What is the thing that you are able to see? Is it a password or something? I'm talking about the first two lines of the logs. I'm talking about the first two lines of the logs. So this is the initial admin password. Okay. So this is the initial admin password. So I'm copying this particular key and I'm pasting it here. So now it will be unlocked. So the first step is to unlock this particular one. Then the next step is to, I have already told, it will install the suggested plugins. So just pick the install suggested plugins option. Okay. So just pick the install suggested plugins option. Okay. So once this has been completed, then we will move to the next section. So let it run. So let it complete. Then we will just like we can just like ask for the first admin user creation, and this is where we can create the first user. Okay, so this is where we can create the first user. Either you can just like go with this particular details. Okay, if you assign this skip and continuous admin, this option will work. Or okay, or you can go with this particular setup. So what I can do is that I'm going with this, I'm creating my own username and the password. And so just give me a minute, guys. Okay, so instead of doing that, I'm creating the new user here. So I'm just giving my own password here. So even you can just like do the same thing from your end. Okay, so I'm just giving my own password, which I'm not revealing now. So then full name, I'm going with the same admin here. And you can give like the default email address like which you want to give. Okay, so default email address like which you want to give. So you can just like use that. Okay, so I'm just giving it as what is it? Contact at admin.com. So I'm just giving some fake email address, but you can just give the real email address here. Okay, while creating that. So now I'm just clicking on save and continue. So this is what the second step, and the Jenkins URL. So I'm just going with this particular URL alone. So I'm just going with this particular one, and I'm giving this save and finish. So now our Jenkins is ready here. So I'm just clicking on start using Jenkins. That's it. So now our Jenkins dashboard will be loading here. So Mohammed posted a question, start and enable both are same. Okay, start will start your service, enable will add your service to the startup time. So both are different. Start command is different, and I'm just moving ahead with this particular step. Okay, so this particular Jenkins architecture. Okay, so now what we have done is that we have just like installed the Jenkins on AWS. Okay, so that is what actually we have done, and we are having this particular dashboard. Now we are able to open the dashboard here. So the next step is to discuss about the Jenkins architecture. So this is what actually we are going to discuss about that. Okay, so what is the Jenkins architecture exactly means? So we will be having the Jenkins here, and we will be using the plugins. Okay, so we will be using the plugins here in order to integrate the DevOps tools. Okay, so now you can raise the question here. Okay, now you are having the Jenkins. How you will integrate Maven with this Jenkins? How you will integrate Ansible with this Jenkins? How you will integrate Docker with this Jenkins? Right. So that is the question running in your mind, right? So the answer for those particular questions would be like implementing the plugins. Okay, you have to implement the plugin, and that particular plugin should be taken care. Okay, that particular plugin will help you to perform the in DevOps. I mean, that plugin will help you to integrate the DevOps tools inside this. Okay, and how your Jenkins will. Okay, let me hands-ons. Okay, we are not having this hands-ons. Okay, just give me a minute. Hands-ons in user Jenkins, managing user Jenkins. Okay, so now I'm going to show a low-level demo of adding the plugins. So just go to the Jenkins board. Then you are having an option called manage Jenkins here. Okay, you are having an option called manage Jenkins here. Click on that manage Jenkins. So it will open your management console. And here, if you are seeing here, you will be having an option called manage plugins. Okay, you are having an option called manage plugins. Inside that manage plugins, here only you have to come and install the plugins. So here you are having the available plugins. Then you are having the installed plugins. So install the plugins are nothing but the plugins which are already there in your machine. Then the advanced settings where you can upload the plugin directly. So most prominently, we will be using this available plugins and installed plugins. So, okay, let us say I want to install or I want to connect my Jenkins with Ansible. So I have to search for the Ansible plugin. Then I have to select and install that particular plugin. This is how I have to do the plugin installation in Jenkins. Okay, so team, I'm not doing any installation right now, but this is the step. You have to come to the manage Jenkins. You have to come to the plugin manager. Then you have to come to the available plugins or installed plugins. Okay, so these are all the steps you have to follow for the plugins management. And don't worry, we are going to follow this particular steps for most of the tools. Okay, we are going to perform the following steps for most of the tools. Then you are having this Jenkins master. This is the architecture. So normally, how this particular Jenkins will work, right? Your Jenkins master will be there, and it will be having some slave machines. Okay, it will be having some slave machines. What is this? What is the concept of this master slave? So master will give the instructions, and your slave will perform the activities, like whatever the activities it will tell, it will perform. So what we are going to do is that we are going to achieve this particular setup. So this will act as our Jenkins master. The one which we are having is will act as your Jenkins master. Then it will perform the slave configuration. I mean, the slave will perform the activity. So this is the common understanding. So the slave configuration we will be doing in the next week. Okay, so the slave configuration we will be doing in the next week. So but for the understanding purpose, please have a note on this. So this is how we are going to configure. So our Jenkins will be there, and that Jenkins will assign the activity to your slave, and that particular slave will perform all the activities. Okay, so this is how your Jenkins will work. And this is the step that we are going to do by next week. Okay, this is the step that we are going to do by next week here. Okay, so managing the nodes, on Jenkins. So this is the step that we are going to do on next week. So we have to create an EC2 instance, and we have to add this JNLP connection. Okay. So now then the next thing would be this managing the users on Jenkins. So how we can manage the users? Okay, how we can manage the users on Jenkins? So that is what we are going to do now. So we are having the hands-on, so we can just like add that. Okay, so in Jenkins there are multiple ways, okay, to add the users. Either you can use the local users, or you can use the users from AD. Okay, so guys, do you know what is mean by this AD? Do you know what is mean by this AD here? Do you know what is mean by this AD here? Yes. So active directory. So active directory in the sense, so team, if you have worked in an organization, or if you have worked in a big corporate kind of thing, so your single mail ID, for example, example at org.com. So you will be using this mail ID to access all your applications inside your organization. Have you done that, or have you seen this particular practice? You won't have the separate username and the password for each and every application. So you will be using a single mail ID to access all your applications across your thing. Okay, let us say you are having the Jenkins. Okay, you are having the GitHub, and you are having the SonarQube. Okay, what is the next UI? You are having the AWS console. So I mean, it is possible to provide different username to different set of things, but is it a wise decision to do that? Is it a wise decision to do that? No. So that is why the users will be loaded from the Active Directory. Okay. So no, for all the users, we will be having a common username common username. It is a kind of single sign-on. So in this way also, you can bring the users to the Jenkins. Okay. But right now, we are not having that kind of setup with us. So what we are doing is that we are going to create the new user. So how I can create the new user in Jenkins? Go to this people. There is an option called people here. And here, what is the user that you are able to see here? Admin. So you are able to see admin only. So, but what you can do is that you can create your own set of users. If you want, you can create the own set of users. Okay. So here you have to come to the manage Jenkins. Then you have to come to the manage users. Here you can create the user you want. Okay. So team, this is the, see what is the information that you are seeing here? Jenkins own user database. Okay, Jenkins own user database. So this is what we are having. So we are having this Jenkins own user database pipeline. So this is the real CI/CD pipeline that we have to achieve. So the thing is that we are having this particular one. So we are going to talk about this webhook. So then it will just deploy the website. We will just like see about the pipeline view, and also we are going to see the changes automatically. So that is the expected behavior, but we are not going to see this particular pipeline by today. So what we are going to do is that we are simply starting with the hello world. Okay, so we are going to start with the hello world pipeline, and then we can just like see this managing the users. Okay, so that is the plan here. So now I'm inside this particular Jenkins. So I'm going to tell you how to create the pipeline now. Okay, so what is the how to create this particular pipeline, the basic what the hello world kind of thing. Okay, so that is what actually we are going to see today. So once you log in into the Jenkins, so you have to go and click on the new item. So there is an option called new item. So in this particular new item, you will be able to create this particular one. So you will be able to create this particular one. So if you click on this particular new item, you will be able to see this particular screen. So here only we are going to create the project. So the project which we are going to deal here is that one is freestyle project and another one is pipeline project. So totally we are going to deal with two items here. So one is freestyle and one is pipeline. So first we are going with the freestyle project. So freestyle project is nothing but it is the freestyle project is nothing but it is the one which is going to deal with the UI related configuration. So we don't need to write the code, so it will deal with the UI. So I'm just selecting the freestyle project and I'm just giving the name as demo one freestyle. Okay, so just to this is just for my understanding, so you can give any project. So demo freestyle, then click on OK. So I'm just clicking on OK here, and now the job will be created. Okay, the Jenkins freestyle job will be created. So this is the UI. This is how you will be getting an UI here. Okay, this is how we will be getting an UI here. So here you can give the description. So this is the demo project for freestyle. Okay, we are going to get this freestyle idea here. Then under the source code management, as of now, we are not going to give anything. So just this is to introduce you how to build the job and all. Okay, there is an option called build. So we are going to see how to build this particular one. So now if you come here, build triggers, we will be like seeing at the end. Build environment, we will be like seeing after this. Then the main step here is this build actions. So you have to select any one of these particular one in the build action. It is a Linux. So then in terms of the build step, which one I have to choose? So I'm going to give the command echo hello world. Okay, I'm going to give the command. We need to start with the hello world. So echo hello world. So you can give like whatever the commands you want. Okay, so I'm just giving. Okay, sorry. So I'm just giving this echo hello world 1. Okay, then I'm just like giving this echo hello world 2 here. Okay, so now I'm just saving this particular apply. Okay, now I'm just saving this particular. Okay, I'm just saving this particular step. Okay. Okay, now how I can run this particular job, or how I can run this freestyle job. What is the option you are having? You are having an option called build now here. So you have to click on this particular option. So build now. Okay, so build now. So if you see here, after the execution, you got the successful tick here, which is green tick, which got passed. Then you can enter into, you can just like click on this particular number. You will be able to see the console output. So team, what you will see in terms of the console output? So what you will see like in terms of the console output here? Okay, so console output, you can see the exact logs there. So we gave 3 commands. So we got the output for hello world 1 and hello world 2. Okay, so this is how you have to configure the freestyle job. Okay, now so team, now I need your inputs here. Yesterday we have perform some 3 steps. So what are all the steps that we have performed? So first step, we took some code from the GitHub. And second, what is the command? What is the step we have done? And third, what is the step we have done? So just tell me. So what is the first step we have done on the high level? On the high level, just tell me. So we just, okay, we did the git clone. Okay. So is it a command or is it a UI based one, or is it a command that I have executed on the Linux machine? Is it a command? Is it a Linux command or not? That is my question. Okay, I think I have to rephrase my question. Okay, what is the next step? What is the next step that I have done? Yes. So second, creating the build, which means Maven package I have executed, right? So I have executed a Maven package. Third, I deployed the same to Tomcat, right? So these are all the 3 steps I have done, right? So now I'm going to mimic this particular 3 steps. So now, like I mean, you will come to know the, or you will come to get the answer for this. Okay. So now I'm going to the dashboard. So here this W stands for weather condition. Okay, this W stands for weather. So which means like our project is successfully executing. So that's why we are getting this sunny. Okay, so we are getting this particular sun icon here. If it is not working, then we will be having this cloudy, then raining, then thunderstorms. Okay, you will be getting different type of this one. Okay, this is the name of the project. Okay, this is the name of the project. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that so what are all the 3 steps that you have told? So the first step is git clone, second step is Maven package, and the third step is deploying to the Tomcat. So I'm going to simulate that particular one here. So how I can go here is that dashboard. Okay, come to the dashboard and click on this demo freestyle job and click on this configure. Then you will enter into the respective configuration zone. So here under that, you are having the build steps. So in build steps only, you will be able to tell what this particular job needs to do. Okay, so what this particular job needs to do, you will be able to tell that in the respective build steps. So team, now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to tell echo git clone. So this is the step 1 that we are doing. Okay, just assume that we are doing the step 1. Okay, just assume that we are doing the step 1 here. Okay, then the next step. What is the next step here? So step 1 is git clone. So what is the next step here? Step 2. What is the next step that we have done in terms of yesterday? So it's MVN package. Okay, now I'm going to the third zone. So execute shell. this is just to mimic, guys. This is just to like mimic the scenario. Okay. So deploy to Tomcat. Okay. So this is what actually yesterday we have performed. So I'm saving this. Then if I build now, what are all the three stages will execute? What I mean, we will be like achieving these three stages, right? So this is what Jenkins will help us to perform. So whatever the steps you are having, so Jenkins will help us to perform that. So team, so let us say just assuming that it performed the Git clone, it performed the Maven package, it successfully deployed to the Tomcat. So you have to be very clear with this hello world job, then only you can go for the next set of discussions.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Jenkins console here. Okay, so this is the one of the troubleshooting steps that you should aware in order to deal with Jenkins or any other service. Okay, it is not only about Jenkins. Okay, this is applicable. This particular step is applicable for all the other services as well. Just give me a minute, guys. Sorry, I got this cold and all, so that's right. Okay, team. Yeah. So now coming back to this business. So we created a freestyle job. Okay. So why we created this particular freestyle job? So like we just entered into this freestyle job and we gave this particular one. What is it? We added the steps. By configuring like different steps, we have added this particular one. So different steps actually we have configured. So under general, and we have not seen about the source code management, the build triggers, the build event, but we have done this, the execute shell, and the post build actions are nothing but after completing. Okay, so today at this particular moment, we are going to see about each and every stage here for the freestyle. Then we are going to jump into the type called pipelining. Okay, how you are going to write the code for that. Okay, that is what we are going to do today. So the first one here is this, the general. So team, am I audible? So shall I go ahead with this flow? Okay, then. Superb. So now I'm just going to explain about the different stages in the freestyle job. Okay, so first you are having a general section. So general is nothing but like you will be having that is what I told, right? So troubleshooting should be your, what is that? Is a key requirement or a key key section of the DevOps engineer. So you got an error. So I cannot like predict the error based on this particular message. That is not at all possible here. So systemctl status jenkins.service, run the command, read the logs, then you will get an error. But don't do this right now because I'm going to explain about the freestyle and the pipeline jobs. Then you will miss this particular one. Then once again, it's a loss for you. Yeah, super. So this is the general section. So what is meant by this general section? In the sense you will be having the description, and also like you will have this what is the basic settings. Okay, the basic settings of the project you can do under the general sections. Okay, so that sorry guys. So that is the one you are having here. So under the general section, and also if you are not sure about the option, there is a question mark, there is a help feature here. So there you can just like hover your mouse pointer, so you will be able to get the help text here. That is the tooltip or help text here. So for example, discard old builds. So if you enable this option, it will remove the old builds actually. Okay, and this project is parameterized. So if you pass the inputs in, if you are passing an input here, so it is called the project is parameterized. So like that, you will have some common or the general settings under the general section. Next, I'm going for the source code management. So Tim, what is the source code management? Why I'm having the source code management here? Any inputs? Okay, so okay, Tim, where is our where is our source code? I mean, where is our application code is sitting? The Maven, or where will be our where we will have our code? Yes. So we are having our code in the Git. So what we have to do is that we have to pick the Git and we have to give the repository URL here. Okay, we have to give the repository URL here. Okay. So that is why we are having this Git. Okay, we have to give this repository URL, and that we have to like done this. Okay, that we have to use this particular option. So in order to give the Git URL. So as of now, I'm going with none. I'm just explaining about the features here. Then you are having the build triggers. So Tim, what is mean by this trigger in a common way? What is mean by this trigger? What is mean by this trigger actually? Yes, events or actions. So any event or any action that should trigger your job. Am I right? Okay. So how I have, or how I have like triggered this particular job? How I have executed this particular job, guys, in the previous section, manually or by any automated way? What I have done that? I mean, how I have executed this demo one freestyle job. That is my question. Team, am I audible? Okay. So I triggered this freestyle job in a manual way by executing an option called build now. So is it possible for me to do the build and execute this? I mean, click on this build now option for all the times. Is it a viable solution? Is it an automation first of all? Logging into this Jenkins portal or Jenkins console and clicking on the build now option for all the jobs. Let us say you are having 500 jobs. Will you be able to do that? What is that? Build now for all the 500 jobs? No, that is not correct. So that is where we are having the build triggers option. So what is this build triggers will do? Let us say one. I mean, there are multiple options, but I will tell about some important options. So full SEM means you can schedule the option. So like guys, what is this actually? If I give this 0.0.000 star 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 star, what is this actually? In if you are aware, if you are good at in terms of Linux, you will be able to tell that. So it is a kind of cron job. Okay, it is a kind of cron job. So you can specify this option. So for example, let us say if you set this particular timing, for every 15 minutes, your job will be executed. So like that, you can fix the automatic triggering. Then the one which we are going to see here, our important one is this GitHub hook trigger. This is what actually we are going to see as the mandatory or the main portion. So GitHub hook trigger for Git SCM polling. Okay, this is what actually we are going to see. Okay, so what is this means? Okay, what is the exact purpose or exact use of this means? So you are having, okay, so whenever you are pushing the code to the GitHub, so this particular file will be automatically triggered. So that is the purpose of this GitHub hook trigger. So whenever there is a push to the GitHub repository, the respective GitHub repository, and your Jenkins job will be triggered automatically. So that is what we are going to see. Or I mean, this is the purpose of this GitHub hook trigger. Okay. Having this build environment. So this is this is once again a common settings kind of thing. So we will be deleting the workspace. We will be using the secrets file. So these kind of like the common settings, like we will be taking or we will be having this under this build environment. Okay. So the next one would be the build step. So that we have already seen. So in this build step only, we have to give the exact execution steps. Okay, this is where we have to give the exact execution steps. Then finally, we are having the post build actions. So team, from the name itself, you can understand this is post build. So what is this post build mean? So what is the exact stuff of this post build? So you are, okay, so you are building, okay, you have built something, you have done some build in terms of the Jenkins. So you want to notify the user or you want to draw or you want to send a message here. Okay, so how you can achieve that? So using the post build actions, okay, using the post build actions, okay, okay. So we are having the post build actions and under the post build actions, if you see, we are having the email notification or editable notification. Okay, so then we are having all those other set of options as well. So basically, this is for notifying. Okay, so team, now I'm having a question here. I want to send the notification to the Slack from Jenkins. So what should I do now? Any idea? Any recommendations? Or any guesses what should I do? Because email notification is there, but Slack notification is not there. So now I'm having under the post build actions, I'm having the email notification only. I want to give the answer. Okay, I want to share this particular notification to the Slack channel. How I can do that? Okay, cool. So now, I mean, my next step is to describe about the other type of job which you are having, and then we will be just going into the what is the demo. Okay, so here if you see, we are having different types of jobs here. So initially I told about this freestyle job and also this pipeline job as well. Okay, so what is this particular pipeline job means? So team, have we written any code in order to achieve this pipelining, in order to create this freestyle job? Have we written any code related with Jenkins? No. So this pipeline job, you have to like write the piece of code. Okay. So for this particular pipeline job, you have to write the piece of code. So that is what we are calling it as pipeline job. So see, you won't be having that much of options here. Okay. So description, we are just giving it as this is a demo for pipeline job. Okay. So this is the demo for pipeline job, and under the build triggers, you will be having the same setup here. Then you are having the pipeline section. So what is this pipeline section means? You will be having two options. Either you can use the pipeline script, or you can bring the pipeline script from the source code management. So we are going to use the pipeline script here, and you have to enter the script in this particular section. So what is the language that we are going to use to write this particular one? It is nothing but the Groovy. So we are using this Groovy language to write this particular piece of script. So so we are using this particular Groovy script in order to write that. So Groovy is a programming language. Okay. So Groovy is a programming language that is being used by Jenkins in order to get this particular pipeline script. So either you can create the freestyle jobs, or you can get it from the pipelining script. So that is the expectation here. So now you know the steps. I mean, how to create this particular one. So demo, and you came to this particular configuration. Yes, it will allow only the Groovy. You have to write the script only in terms of the Groovy. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to try the hello world option. So team, this is how you have to write the code. Okay, are you able to see this? This is how you have to write the code. So pipeline, it should start with the pipeline keyword and agent any. So stages, and under the stages, you can have multiple stage here. Under the stages, you can have multiple stages here. So now I'm just executing only the hello world. So your pipeline should be mandatory keyword, and agent should be any. So agent is a keyword and any is a keyword. And why we are using this particular agent? In order to in order to execute our step or execute our machine in any, or execute our job in any machine. So that is why we are running this agent any. Then we are having these stages. So stages are nothing but the different stages that we are going to see in our pipeline or in our execution. So what are all the different stages that we had? So I mean, initially, like how many steps we have done for what is it, deploying the application to the Tomcat? Can you just like recollect that particular step? Yes, 3 steps. So you did the git clone, then you executed the Maven package, then you deployed the same to the Tomcat. So we created 3 stages. So like that, you have to create the same set of stages here. So like, let us say, I mean, guys, I'm just trying to mimic the scenario. So stage 1 is git clone. So stage 1, your git clone will be executed. And what is the next stage we have to use? So let me take this to the correct position. Yeah. So the second stage would be Maven package. So team, you should understand the syntax and other things. Then only we can jump into the configuration. So step 2 is Maven package, and step 3 is nothing but our deploying to the Tomcat. Okay, step 3, deploying to the Tomcat. So these are all the 3 steps. Okay, deploying to Tomcat. So is this a real pipeline? Is this a real pipeline which I am showing? Is this the real pipeline? So I just wanted to explain about the syntax and how you can create the stages. So for each and every stage, we are having the defined step and that defined step to come, and that defined step should be entered as an alternate for echo. Okay, that defined step should be entered as an alternate option for this echo. Okay, this is what we have to do. Okay, so we have to enter that as an alternate option for this echo. Okay, so we are going to replace that, but for the time being we are using this particular pipelining. Okay, for the time being we are using this particular pipeline. So I'm replacing this here, then I'm saving this. Then if I give the build now, let us say what is happening. Okay, so I gave the build now here, so the job is being built, which means it is in the progress. Then if you see here, so team, are you able to see the status here, so of the different stages? So the first stage is git clone, the second stage is Maven package, and the third stage is deploying to Tomcat. So this is this is how we will be doing. So if you execute the build now once again, you will be having the second build. You will be having the second build here. So see, this is how we will be having the stage view. So either you can create the freestyle job, or you can create the pipeline job with this particular piece of code. So team, any queries here? Any queries at this particular stage? So team, any queries at this particular stage? So we have not entered into the CI/CD, but we just I have just introduced you to the pipeline. The freestyle under the pipeline. That's it. Mohammed, yeah, we are going for that. So definitely we will be doing that. Okay, so just give me some time so that I can explain all the basic things, then we can just jump into that. Actually, we are going to achieve here. Okay, so here if you see, I'm not going to explain about this particular this is what actually we are going to see. So GitHub, we will be having a Git job, then it will build a website and it will be deployed into the Tomcat. So this is what actually we are going to achieve in a step-by-step manner. Okay, now I'm creating a new item here. So team, what is the type of project that we are dealing with? What is the type of, not this one. So what is the type, or what is the application that we are going to build here? Or what is the command that we are using to build our application? Team, am I audible? Yeah. So what is the type of application that we are building here? The type of application. So Java. On top of that, what is the command that we are using to build? The answer is in the screen itself. So we are we are creating the Maven based application. So in Jenkins, there is an option to build the Maven based applications directly. So team, are you able to see that particular project?
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of configuration management in DevOps? And your options are managing the configuration of developers' machine, managing the configuration of production servers, or keeping a track of employee configuration, or managing the configuration of mobile devices. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Here, the Maven based project, the Maven based project, are we able to see this in the screen? Just read all the type of the projects and please let me know whether you are having that particular name or not. So you are not having the Maven based application. So what we have to do, we have to enable that particular application. So how I can achieve that? So go to the dashboarding and go to the manage Jenkins team. This is what you have to follow in order to set up. Okay, so manage Jenkins and go to the manage plugins, and in the manage plugins, go to the available plugins. In that, search for Maven. Okay, in that search for Maven. And this is the option you should use. Okay, this is the option you should use here. So Maven integration. Okay, this is the option you should use in order to achieve that. So Maven integration. Okay, so this is the option we have to use in order to achieve that. So now I'm selecting this Maven integration. Then I'm selecting this option called install without restart. So this is where whenever there is an new requirement, if you are not able to see that option in the Jenkins, you have to install the external plugin. So that is how you can connect. So this is the first key takeaway of this particular day. If I go to the dashboard, if I click on the new item, Python, you are not going to build, right? So you are going to use the pip. So you can just like search for the pip. Because for the building the application in terms of Python, you will be using the pip. So team, now are you able to see the Maven package or not? Are you able to see the Maven project or not right now? So what it will do, what it will do, this will build a Maven project and Jenkins take care of your POM file. So that is the concept. Now I'm going to create a Maven project. Okay, so let me name this name as, I'm giving the name as Sysfoo. Let us give the name as Sysfoo. Selecting the Maven project, then click on OK. Now this will be similar to the freestyle project, but we will be having one more additional option here in terms of build. Okay, so this build actually needs to know about the Maven version. So I'm just like listing the topics here in order to create the Maven project. So what is the first step we have done? So we have installed Maven plugin. So this is the first step. So installed Maven plugin. Okay. Now the second step. So in order to Jenkins needs to know about the Maven path. So where your Maven is exactly sitting. So that particular path should be visible or should be known to the Jenkins. So the second step we are going to do is that we are going to inform the Jenkins that we are having the Maven here. So just give me a minute, team. So we will be informing the, see what is the alert message that we are having? What is the alert message that we are having here? So Jenkins is not aware of where your Maven is situated or located. So what we have to do is that go to the dashboard. Guys, just follow the same step because you need to follow the same setup in order to configure, in order to repeat the same for your thing. So go to the manage Jenkins, go to the global tool configuration. So this option I'm talking about, go to the global tool configuration. Okay, so go to the global tool configuration, and if you come down, you will be having an Maven option. So you have to mention where your Maven installation is available in your machine. So list of Maven installations on this system. Okay, team, a common question to all of you. So where is our Maven and as well as the Jenkins? Both are located in which machine? Is it, I mean, are we having these things in the same machine or different machine? No, that is the Linux box. I totally understand. I'm asking whether we are having this in the same machine or different machine. Okay, here, superb. Here, the machine means this instance. So where you have installed Maven, where you have installed Jenkins, where you have installed the Tomcat server. You install these things in some EC2 machine, right? So that is what I'm asking. So your Jenkins, your Maven, and your Tomcat, so all are sitting in the same machine, but in the real-time scenario, we will be having different machines. Okay, we won't have all these things in the same machine. We will be having this in the different machines. But for the time being, so as per our current scenario, so we are having all those things in the same machine, right? So what we are doing is that, okay, so what we are doing here is that, so we have to, what is it? Take the path of the Maven, and we have to, like, what is it? Mention that in the Jenkins section. Okay, we have to mention that in the Jenkins section. So that is what we have to do now. So how you have to know the path of the Maven? So if you type Maven mvn hyphen version, then you will be having an option called Maven Home. So team, is it visible here? Maven Home. So this is the path of the Maven. So we have to take this path and we have to mention that into the Jenkins. So we have to take this path MVN version and we have to go for this add Maven, and you have to uncheck this install automatically. So you can just give the option as Maven and you can mention the name as you can give like whatever the name you want. Okay, so but I'm giving the name as Maven 325. So Maven 325 in the sense I'm just representing the version here. So 3.2.5, I'm giving the name as Maven 325, and I entered into the Maven. I mean, I have entered the value for Maven Home. So, okay, so this is the second step we have done. Then we are going for the third step. So what is this third step? So go to the dashboard, enter into the Syspo application, configure the application here. So now you will be able to see the Maven option here. So here you can see build pom.xml. There is no error here. Now coming back to this business. So what is the first step we have done? What is the first step we have done, guys? While building that, what is the first step we have done for deploying the application in the Tomcat? For building the code, you need the code. So the first step here is that you have to configure your source code management. So select the Git and give the repository URL here. Okay, give the repository URL here. So where I'm having, guys, just give me a minute. I'm entering into my own repository. So just give me a minute. Okay, so now I have entered into my repo, and this is the repo I'm referring. So my source code is available in this particular repo, then I have to take this. So I'm cloning the code here, code, and taking the HTTPS, and I'm entering the repository here. So team, why I don't need to enter the credentials? Why I don't need to enter the credentials here? Any inputs? So I'm not going to enter any credentials here. Why? What is the reason? Repo is a public repo. Okay, so my repo is a public repo and it is not the private repo. In terms of public repo, in terms of private repo only, you have to enter the credentials. Because you are using the public repo, you don't need to enter the credentials. That is the reason. So team, is this clear now? So first step, we are taking the code. So here the credentials means, okay, yours is a GitHub repo. Okay, we are talking about the GitHub repo. So how you will authenticate with the GitHub? Using Jenkins credentials or GitHub credentials? The repo we are talking about is related with GitHub. So how you will authenticate with the GitHub? That is the common scenario. How you will authenticate with the GitHub? So using the username and the personal access token. So that is what I am referring it as credentials. So team, consider Jenkins is a master. Jenkins is something similar to us. Okay. So how you will authenticate with the GitHub? Let us say I'm giving a URL to you. How you will authenticate with the GitHub? Using, we will use the GitHub username and the password. Apply the same concept to the Jenkins. Jenkins is not that much of like, what is it? So understandable or so intelligent. It is just a master. So whatever we tell, it will do. That's it. Okay. So it won't think by its own. It is not having any machine learning capabilities and all. Yep. So coming back to our business. So I'm going for the build triggers as the last option. Then I'm going for the build section here. So what this build section will do, it will take the pom.xml by its own in our repo, but you have to verify whether you are having the pom.xml in your repo or not. So team, are we having that? Are we having the pom.xml in this repo? Yes. So now we are comfortable. So now we are just like, we can go ahead with this. Okay. Yes, we are having. So now we are comfortable. So the goals and options are nothing but, so we have discussed about the goals and the options already. So just a minute. Okay, so now, so what is the goal that we are going to use, and what is the what is the command that we have used, guys? Can you just like confirm that? What is the command that we have used? What is the command that we have used with this Maven package? Sorry, I told the answer itself. What is the command that we have used in order to build our application in terms of Maven? What is the command? Yes, so Maven package. So here package is the goal. Okay, so we have seen different goals, I guess, right? In terms of Maven. So enter the Maven goals in that particular option. Okay, in the build section. Okay, enter the Maven goals. So here the goal is nothing but your package. Okay, so the goal is nothing but your package. So this is what we have to do, or at least what we can do is that we can do this clean package. So clean will delete the existing target directory and it will create a new directory for each and every time. So this is the goal options that I'm giving. So clean and package. So that's all like I'm planning to like cover like at this particular moment. So now I will be saving this particular code. Then let us see what is happening. Okay. So team, now I'm saving this particular one. Okay. I'm saving and applying this particular one. So now what is the next option I have to do? What is the next option I have to do in this particular screen? I have to click on this build now option. So if you open the console log, you will be able to see the, go to the console output, then you will be able to see the Maven is being, Maven is getting executed. See, it is downloading, automatically, whatever the 2 steps we have done manually, so the Jenkins is doing that for us. So now see, the build has been successfully completed. So we have automated 2 steps here. Okay, we have automated 2 steps here. So now if you go to this, if you enter into this particular one console output, you will be able to see first it is cloning the repository, then it started the Maven clean and package. See, it started the Maven clean and the package after cloning the repository, and as a result we will be we are able to see the what is that, the snapshot.var. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to introduce the use of your respective post build actions. So what is the purpose of this post build action? So that is what we are going to see now. So come to this, come to the same thing here, the post build options. So here I'm using an option called archive the artifacts. Okay, so archive the artifacts means, so we are just like saving the artifacts. So same team, what is mean by this artifact here? What is mean by this artifact? What is the artifact here, or what is the meaning of the artifact? So the general output is called as artifact. So team, what is the sorry, what is the exact output of this particular build? What is the exact output of this particular build? Your ultimate goal or ultimate section of this particular one is your war file. Am I right? So your war file is the artifact here, because ultimately you are creating the war file, and your war file is the your war file is the artifact here. So now we are, we are not able to download the artifact right now. So that is why what we are going to do is that we are going to archive the artifacts. So now it is asking to archive the artifacts here. Okay, it is trying to archive the artifacts. The files. It is asking the files. So I'm giving the option here as this particular regular expression. So what it will do means this will archive the files which are ending with .var. So it will archive the file which are ending with .var. So this is one of the use of the post build actions. So I'm giving the apply and save. Okay. So team, if I open this particular one, are you able to see any application here? Are you able to see any application here? Any WAR file with the download option? Okay, no. So now if I build the application once again, you will be able to see that. See, I'm going to build now. I'm going to build the next application, I mean the another application here, and it is going to create that. So team, it has completed the execution. If you see, it has completed the execution. If you go into the second, are you able to see any option called build artifacts, which where you can see the war file? Here we have archived the artifacts. So using that, we can be able to download the war file directly. So this is one option. This is how you can enhance your pipeline. Okay. So what we have done, we have installed the Maven plugin and we have configured the Maven home. Then we have configured the GitHub URL and we have entered the Maven goals under the build section. Then what we have configured the post build actions. Okay, so these are all the steps we have done. Okay, so until this particular stage, so we have cloned the code and we have created the package. Okay, so team, considering the time, I'm not going to take this Tomcat right now. We can have this Tomcat by tomorrow as the first topic. But what I'm going to do is that I'm going to introduce the automatic triggering. Okay, I'm going to introduce the automatic triggering. So Aman, we don't need the var file at the end. I just wanted to showcase the use of post build actions. That's it. Okay, you don't need the var file. That should be so we don't need that. Okay, so we don't need that, but I just wanted to showcase that what is that? Your file, this spoof file. This is the name of the application. So I took the sample application from the internet and I'm using that because we are not the developer. Okay, team. Now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to I'm going to like explain about how you can configure the automatic sync. Okay, so that is what we are going to do now. So what is this automatic sync, guys? So whenever I'm doing the change in this GitHub repo, and my pipeline should be automatically. My pipeline I'm going to do is that I'm going to create this particular step here. So how you can, what is it? Automatically trigger this. So whenever there is a change in the repo, so your pipeline should be triggered. So what we have to do that. So team, just give me a minute. I think I need to take one secret here. So I mean, secret in the sense some tokens. Just give me a minute. Okay. So the first step, what we have to do is that first step, what you have to do is that you have to configure the GitHub with the, I mean, with this particular step, I mean, with the Jenkins. So how you can do that means go to the settings of your repository. So please do that. I mean, follow these particular steps. Go to the settings of this repository, then go to the webhooks here. So go to the settings of your repository, not your GitHub settings of your repository. Then go to the webhooks here. So here I have used like some, I have confirmed, I have used some of the basic or for the previous set of sessions, I have used this particular webhook, and this is the payload URL you have to give. Okay, so this is the payload URL you have to give. Okay, so application type would be JSON, and we don't need the secret. Okay, we don't need the secret here. So what is the IP you have to replace here? You have to replace the IP of Jenkins here. So this particular IP you should have. So this is the IP you should replace here. If you are having the domain name, you can use that, but we are not having the domain name. So this is the one we have to replace. So now I'm going to the webhooks. I'm adding a new webhook and I'm entering this particular URL. Guys, this is the keyword. This GitHub webhook is the keyword. Content type, I'm selecting as application JSON. and I'm just giving the name as send me everything. Okay, and I'm just giving the name as send me everything. So now I'm adding the webhook here. Okay, I'm adding the webhook here, and now this is the new webhook that we are having. Okay, this is the new webhook that we are having, and if you see, it is delivery. I mean, it is not able to connect to our repository. I mean, connect to our Jenkins because we had the security group. Okay, we had this particular security group till the integration.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Point. And today we are going to see about the webhook as the first option. Okay. So before that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to like open the network port, or sorry, not the network port. I'm changing the inbound rules. So which my IP only be allowed here. Okay. So it's done. So now I'm just like opening the Jenkins. Okay. So this is the application or this is the job that we have built yesterday. So we built only in terms of the manual way. So what we are going to achieve here is that we are going to achieve this in terms of our in terms of our automated trigger, which means we are going to use the webhook. So what we are going to achieve here, like you have to follow this particular steps. So this, okay, now this is not our repo. Okay, this is not our repo. So this is our repo. So this is our repo. So what we are going to do is that go to the respective repo and go to the settings here and go to the webhooks option here. And if you see, we are having like multiple webhooks and you have to add a new webhook here. Okay, you have to add the, or you just like take the, just a minute. I'm just taking the syntax here. Okay, so this is the syntax. So this should be this one, and application.json. So this should be this one. Okay, content type, and let me put it here. You can use this as a documentation. So you can find this documentation in the internet as well. So how to configure the webhook. Okay, it should be application JSON. Okay, so this is the step like we have to do. Okay, let me go to the webhooks, add a webhook. So we have to give the payload URL. So this is the payload URL we have to give, but we have to replace the IP of our Jenkins. So what is the public IP of our Jenkins? So this is our public IP. So we have to take this particular one. So 18.189. So this is the public IP. So apart from that, everything will be same. So this is the same step and the application JSON. So this is what you have to do here. Okay, this is what you have to do here. Okay, so our Jenkins is not having any secrets like as of now. So you can just like skip that. And if your Jenkins is in the private one, then you have to enter the credentials. But as of now, for the demo purpose, you don't need to enter. And which events you should trigger. Okay, so webhook in the sense, webhook will be triggered for all the events. So you can just like either you can select the events. Either you can select the type of events or you can select send me everything. So I'm just giving this send me everything and I'm adding the webhook. And if you add this webhook, first point, it will try to hit this. It will try to hit your Jenkins. But we are not having this. We could not deliver this payload, failed to connect it to the host. Why? I mean, our webhook got created here, but our webhook is not able to access or not able to hit your Jenkins. So team, what is the reason here? What is the reason here? So our Jenkins is running. So this is the payload, but our GitHub is not able to hit the Jenkins port, the port number 8080. What is the reason? So in the security port, in the security group, I allowed only this as the source. So the GitHub is, I mean, the EC2 instance is not allowing the GitHub webhook to hit the Jenkins. So what we have to do is that we have to edit the inbound rules. And I mean, for the time being, I'm just making it as 0.0.0, but this is not the correct way. This is not the secured one. So now after updating the security group, what I'm doing is that I am trying to redeliver the same. Okay, I'm trying to redeliver the same, and okay, so it is asking to redeliver the same. And if you see, like we should have the active in the sense the success message. So we got the success message here, which means, see, we got the response 200. Okay, we got the response 200 from the Jenkins. So which means your webhook is getting connected with the Jenkins. So your webhook got connected with the Jenkins here. Okay. So team, how many builds are there? I mean, this is the second. Here, if you come here, we have to do and change settings. So please come to this configure, and under the build triggers, you have to do the changes. So this is the third change you have to do. So under the build triggers, so if you come to the build triggers, so you have to change this particular one. So guys, which option will be applicable here? So please read the name and let me know the option. So which option like I should consider here? Just read the option and just let me know which option we should consider here. So we should take this GitHub hook trigger. So this is what we are going to consider. So GitHub hook trigger. So if I click on this particular one, so please read this message. So please read out this particular message. So when Jenkins receives a GitHub push hook, GitHub plugin checks to see whether the hook came from the GitHub repository or not. So we should use this particular GitHub hook trigger. So I'm selecting this and I'm giving apply or save and apply, anything is fine. Okay. Now I'm going to give a trigger, and that will start the building. So I have modified the settings here. How to test whether it will run or not? So go to the webhook, and if you try to redeliver, this particular one, okay, so the redelivery will be successful. And if you see, like we will be having a, okay, so we are not having this change here. Okay, no issues. So how this will work means, whenever you are changing something in the code, your build job will be triggered automatically. So that is the expected behavior. So your build job will be triggered automatically. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to edit a file here. I'm going to edit this index.jsp. Okay, I'm going to edit this index.jsp and okay, I'm adding this something. Okay, DevOps pipeline, CI, CD. So I'm just like adding the content. So I'm just giving the commit message as updated index.jsp, committing directly to the master. So now we have done a new commit. We have done a new commit to this particular one, and it should trigger the pipeline here. So when I have committed the new code here, if you see, my pipeline got triggered automatically. I have not done, I have not used this build now option. This is what we are calling it as webhook. So now whenever I'm changing the code in the this foo, so we will be getting an error. I mean, we will be getting an our job will be triggered. I updated the code. I updated the code directly. So I have added this particular, it's whatever you do in GitHub repo, I mean, updating the code or taking the pull request. So your job will be triggered. Okay. So Syed is asking the real-time implementation of this. So Syed, you are a DevOps engineer and you are working, no change. No need to change the file name. What we are going to do is that we are going to integrate the Tomcat server. So we are going to integrate the Tomcat server with this. So as of now, what we have done, so we created what is it? We created this particular one, and our sysfoo.war application is not being deployed in our Tomcat. So we are going to do that Tomcat integration now. Okay, so this is for the webhook. Okay, let me. Okay, this is for the webhook, and we are going to like take care of this. So today, the next step we are going to see here is this server integration. So we have to integrate this particular, I mean, we are going to integrate the server which we are having. So that is what actually we are going to achieve here. So we are going to integrate with the server. So just give me a minute. Let me connect to the EC2 instance. I'm just checking like where we have installed this Tomcat. So now what we are going to do is that we are going to, initially what we have done, we have manually copied this sysfoo.var and we have just like entered that particular one. So before that, we have to do some changes here. So what are all the changes that we have to do? Okay, so we have to do like multiple changes in this particular place. So one is we have to what is it like we have to do multiple configuration changes in the Tomcat so that like it will be easily accessible by the Jenkins. Okay, the first question to all of you, I'm asking the default port numbers for both. As a DevOps engineer, you should know about the some of the default port number of some of the applications which you are going to deal. Okay. So now we have already used the port number 8080 of Jenkins. So is it possible now to use the same port number for Tomcat? Is it possible to use the same port number for Tomcat? No, we can't. So we have to change the port number. Okay, we have to change the port number. Fine, that is the first step. Then, how the Jenkins will know about your Tomcat existence? So how your Jenkins will know about your Tomcat existence? Have we configured the Tomcat with Jenkins? Okay, so these are all the two steps actually we have to do. So change the port number of Jenkins, sorry, Tomcat. Okay, then creation of users in Tomcat. Then, like what is that? Starting the Tomcat. Okay, then whitelisting Tomcat IP or Tomcat port in security group. So these are all the steps that we are going to do. Okay, these are all the steps we are going to do now. So how we are going to change the port number of Tomcat? So this is the, guys, like we have done the installation already. So I'm not touching the installation steps. So if you are having any queries, so please check the recording of April 13th. Okay, so because we have done the installation on April 13th, so please check that. So how we can change the port number? So the entire configuration files are available inside the conf directory. Okay, it is available inside the conf directory. So inside that you are having all the files here. So ls, okay, sorry. So inside the conf directory, you have to go there. So ls-lrt. So inside that, there is a file called server.xml. So open that particular file. So in that, like you are having server.xml file, open that particular file. And if you come down here, there will be a section where we will be having the port number. So this is the port number connector. So what we are having here, connector port number, so 8080. So we have to update this particular one. So we have to update this particular 8080 to some other different port number. So I am updating this to 8081. Okay, I'm updating this to 8081. So apart from that, you don't need to edit in any place. You can just like verify once, but you don't need to edit that step. So I'm saving here. So the first step, what we have done, we entered into the conf directory. I'm pasting the directory path itself, so it will be easy for you to replicate the steps. So server.xml changed the port number. Then what else next? Creation of users in the Tomcat. So we have to create some users in the Tomcat. So what is the file that I have to use here? I have to use the file called Tomcat users.xml. So I have to use this particular file called Tomcat users.xml. So here it's escape:WQ. I think we have discussed this. I mean, Vim. So you have to use the file tomcat users.xml. So I'm opening that particular file tomcat users.xml and I'm coming down here. So here, if you see, we are having this roles here. So we are having this role. So we have to use this particular, we have to enable this particular step. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use any one of the official sites. Okay, I'm going to use any one of the blogs to update this particular role. See, we have to enable the role and we have to assign the role to the respective user. So if you see, we are having the role and we have to assign the role to the respective user. So this should be done in the, give me a minute. I'm taking the exact step or the exact file that you can use for other set of steps as well. So just give me a minute. Okay, so I got a fantastic URL here so that like you can use it, use this for your solutions as well. So here, if you just follow this particular steps, I mean, whatever we have discussed, so it is already there. But in addition to that, if you see, we are enabling these roles under the user for this. And this is an official site of Tomcat. And if you see, these are all the roles we are having. So manager GUI, manager status, manager script, and manager JMX. So you are having the respective usage for each and every role here. Here we are going to use manager GUI and manager status. So this is what we are going to use now. So how you have to use is that you have to create the new stuff here. So I'm going to use the same content here. I'm going to copy this entire content for my better understanding and I'm using here. Okay, so role, first role, what you have to do is that manager GUI, you have to give the exact role. Then the second one is the manager script. So these are all the two roles I'm using. And the Tomcat and the username would be the Tomcat and the password would be, I'm just giving the name as QWERTY123. So I'm just giving the password as QWERTY123, but this is the bad password. And also in terms of the rules, you have to mention this manager GUI, comma, manager script. So these are all the changes you have to do in order to create the users. So this is the second step that you have to do. Okay. So just like changing the users and all those things, or even you can have this particular one in this upside as well. See, like we are having this particular step. You can just like uncomment and add this. Okay, so that will also work here. Okay, so now I'm saving this particular file. Okay, so I'm taking the PWD once again. So the same file. So we have to come to this particular directory and we have to change the tomcat users dot XML. Okay, so now we have changed the port number, we have changed the users. I mean, we have created some new users and we have to create the, or we have to start the Tomcat application. So how you will start the Tomcat application, guys? So any inputs here? How I can start the Tomcat application? So you can come back and there is a directory called bin. So inside this bin only, you are having the startup script, or you are having all the files to start. So here, what is the one that you have to use? You have to use the startup.sh. So slash startup dot, okay, I think, okay, slash startup.sh. So once you execute this, you should get a message something similar to this. Tomcat started. Okay, you should get a message something similar to this. And this is how we are performing, or this is how you have to start the Tomcat. I'm just like putting this here. Okay, everything I'm putting under the documentation to use that particular one. So startup.sh. Now I have to whitelist. Okay. Now how I can access the Tomcat? Can anyone please tell me? How I can access the Tomcat? Yes, on the browser. What is the format? No, we have IP, that is fine, but what is the format? From where I can take the IP? So these are all the things I'm asking. Okay. So the step is that you have to take the public IP of EC2 instance. This is the public IP, and what is the port number of Tomcat? It's 8081. So my Tomcat is running, my EC2 instance is running, but my application, the Tomcat application is not loading. So team, what is the problem here? What is the issue here? Yes. So I have to update, or I have to whitelist the security group. So go to the instances settings and go to the security group associated with that. Okay, go to the security group associated with that. Then open the respective port number, edit the inbound rules and add the new rule. It should be 8081. So I'm using this my IP here, save the rules. So now if I hit this particular application once again, I will be able to see the Tomcat. So you have to allow, so whitelisting the IP, where you have to change security group, then inbound rules. Okay, you have to edit that in the inbound rules. Now I'm able to access this. So now how I can log in into this Tomcat? So click on the manager app. It will ask for the username and the password. Then enter the username and the password here. Okay, I'm entering the wrong password. So enter the username and the password here. So then you will be able to see the manager, the GUI of Tomcat. So this is how your GUI will look like. So team, Cisco application. So what is the version of application that we are using here? What is the version of application we are using here? 0.0.5. So I'm going to change the code such that it will trigger the latest version. So your version is available in the index.jsp. Okay, if you go to the index.jsp file, you are having this in line number 33. If you see line number 33, we are having the version 0.0.5. So the only change what I'm going to do is that I'm going to do only the change in this particular section, and automatically this will trigger the Jenkins. The Maven build will be taken and the application will be deployed here. So you will be able to see the version as 0.0.6. So I'm not going to do any manual work here. That is what I'm trying to achieve. So team, any inputs? So this is the expectation, team. Okay, so this is what we are going to achieve here. Okay, so initially what we have done, so we cloned the code in the local, we did some Maven block, and the war file got generated, and I searched for the war file, and I copied and pasted that to the Tomcats folder. Then I opened this particular application, then it got worked. But now we are not going to do that. I mean, we are not going to, what does it follow? Any manual activity here. We have to connect that with the application, or we have to connect that with the application, I mean with the respective Jenkins. So let me log into that. So let me log into this particular one here. So we have to connect to this, or we have to configure this particular one. So for that, what I'm doing is that I'm entering into the sysfoo and I'm just checking in the post build actions. So do we have anything related with the Tomcat or not? So we are not having anything related with the Tomcat. So team, if I want to connect Jenkins with the Tomcat, add the plugins. So go to the dashboard and open this manage Jenkins. Okay, you have to add the plugins first. Okay, go to the Tomcat and go to the manage plugins section. So under that, you should go for the available plugins. Then you just like search for Tomcat. Okay, so you won't have this particular plugin exclusively in terms of the Tomcat. So the name is something different. Okay, the name is something different. So even I forgot the name. So just give me a minute. Okay, I have to get it from here. Even I forgot the name. Yeah, so this is the name, deploy to container. So this is the name. This is the one we are going to use. Okay, so deploy to container. So this particular plugin actually we have to install. So this particular plugin should be installed in our Jenkins. So this is the first step. So install the, let me copy and what is it? Add this in the step. Okay, install plugin deploy to container. So now we have successfully done that. Now go to the dashboard, go to the sysfoo application, go to the configure here. So now if you go to the, so okay team, when we are going to deploy the application after the build, right? After the build, you have to deploy the application. Then you have to go for the post build actions and click on the application here. Then you will be having an option called deploy var or EAR to a container. So this is the step that we have to do. So deploy var or EAR to the container. So this is what actually we have to do. So what is this particular application? So deploy var.ar. So like we have to mention the path of the var file. We have to mention the path of the var file. Then we have to mention the context path. So context path is nothing but our application URL. So what is the context path in our case? It is Says we have installed the plugin, then we came to this particular place, then we mentioned the path of the war file and the context path. Okay, team. Now we have done that. Still, we have not mentioned the Jenkins that this is my Tomcat. So how I can do that? You can use this with the help of this add container option. So if you click on this add container option, you will be having the list of Tomcat. So what is our Tomcat? What is our Tomcat version? It's 8.6 or 6.x or 8.x. What is the exact Tomcat version we are using here? It's 9.x. Okay, so the version which we are using here is 9.x. Okay, so see, Apache Tomcat 9.0.73. So we have to pick Tomcat 9x Okay, Tomcat 9x remote. And what is the Tomcat URL, guys, here? What is the Tomcat URL here? What is the Tomcat URL here? So this is the Tomcat URL. Okay, yes, you are perfectly right. Yeah. So this is the Tomcat URL. And what about the credentials? So we have to add the credentials here. So we have to add the credentials here. So this is the inbuilt credential provider of Jenkins. So we have to select the kind. So guys, out of this kind, which one will be suitable for our use case? Username and password. So just we have to enter the username and the password here. So our username is Tomcat, but it is a public access portal. How required access logins? Jawahar, I couldn't get your question. Which is the public portal? Which is your public portal? I mean, IP is a public, man. Then how you have entered into the manager portal? How you have entered into the manager portal? Have you entered this manager portal directly? Or what you have used? This is the public one. This is the public one. I totally understand. I'm talking about this manager. So why we are using the password here means we are going to access the manager portal in order to deploy our application. Understood? So is it clear for you? So that is why we require the logins. So this is just to access. We don't need the password for this particular URL, but we need the password in order to access the manager, right? That is why. So now I have added the credentials. Okay, I have added the credentials here. Yes, I mean, whatever the username and the password you mentioned in this particular file. So this Tomcat users. So this is the username and the Tomcat you have to use. Username and the password you have to use. But don't share that with anyone, okay? So now we are good here. Okay, so now we are good here. So we have added the credentials, we have added the sysfoo, and we have added the war file. So now I'm applying and saving. Okay, so now if I go and change something else, but I have to do one more change. Guys, like, don't try this, I mean, in your setup. Okay, so right now my port, okay, my Tomcat is accessible only from my IP. So I have to edit this to what is it? I have to edit this to open IP so that my Jenkins will be able to access. But this is what is it? This is not correct. This is not that kind of secured one. But for the time being, I'm using that. Okay. So now what I'm doing is that I'm manually doing the build now in order to verify whether my integration is working fine or not. Okay, so I'm just verifying manually whether my integration is working fine or not. So install the plugin, then add Tomcat. So now see, like my pipeline got successfully what is it deployed. Let me check the console console output as well. If you see, it is successfully deploying the application. So it is successfully deploying the application. So it is cloning the code here. It is doing the Maven build and it is successfully deploying my application. So team, so what is the version we are having here? It's 0.0.5. So what is the latest build we are having here? Just like help me to get the answers for all those things. So what is the latest build we are having here? So I need the latest version. So I need the latest version here, latest version of your application. What is the latest version of your application and what is the latest build? So I need answer for both these points. No, not the Tomcat version. Sorry, I'm asking about the application version. What is the application version here? So 0.0.5. And what is the latest build we are having in Jenkins? What is the latest build we are having in the Jenkins? 4. So now what I am going to do is that I'm going to edit this code. Okay, this is the only manual activity I will be doing, guys. Please understand. So I'm editing this particular file. So instead of 5, I'm putting this as 6. Okay, and I'm doing the I'm giving the message as updated the version of application from 0.5 to 0.0.6. Okay, so I have done that. So now I'm committing the changes. So now what is the next step I have to check? So I have done these changes. So what is the next step I have to check here? So I have to go to the sysfoo application and I have to verify whether the new build got triggered or not. So a new build got triggered here automatically. So team, this is what we have to do. Now it created the file and the job got successfully deployed. And now what I need to do is that I have to open the sysfoo application here. Okay, I have to open the sysfoo application here. So if I go here, what is the version you are seeing here? It is 0.0.6. So this is what we are calling it as continuous integration. So team, if you are having any doubts, please do let me know. Initially, we had 0.0.5 and we are having the 0.0.6.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Using the containerization technique called Docker. Docker is one of the containerization tools, but the ultimate solution here is the containerization. So that is what we are going to see. Okay. So we are going to see about the Docker, and we are going to see how we are going to do the containerization and how to write the Docker file. So we are going to see a lot of good things and how to push the image to the Docker hub and how to first of all. So what is mean by this virtualization? So I'm going to showcase a live demo of that. So virtualization is nothing but, okay, so like you will be having a single physical machine, and on top of that, it is a single physical machine. It is a single physical machine. On top of that, you can run multiple OS. See, guest OS 1, guest OS 2, and guest OS 3. So it might be Linux, it might be Windows, it might be any flavor of Linux. So that is what we are calling. Okay, that is what we are calling it as virtualization. So the process of running multiple virtual systems or resources. Okay, the process of running multiple virtual systems or resources on top of a single physical machine. Okay, so on top of a single physical machine. So that is what we are calling it as virtualization. Okay, so you can virtualize the storage device, network, or even an operating system. Okay, so this is what we are calling it as virtualization. And based on your virtualization, so virtualization is the core behind your cloud computing. So what happen means your hypervisor will change. Okay, only the type of hypervisor will change, but apart from that, the concepts are same here. Okay, only the type of hypervisor will change. Okay, so here these are all the problems before virtualization. Okay, so what is problem here? See, if you see, we are having a software A, and that should be running on Ubuntu server. Okay, that should be running on server A, running on Ubuntu. The CPU utilization will be only 10%. So after that, we are having a software B, and that is running on server B. Once again, like it is utilizing only the what is that 10% of the CPU utilization. And what about the remaining percentage, remaining 90%, guys? Are we utilizing that effectively? Are we utilizing that effectively? No. So that is the problem. That is the problem in terms of our virtualization. So, I mean, these are all the problems before virtualization. So, two servers are running, but only 10% of the CPU is being utilized. So it is once again a loss. I mean, cost-wise, it is not that much of good for us. So what are the problems before the virtualization we had? We have to buy the servers, and those servers were expensive, and resource were not being utilized to their full potential. So this we have seen only, we have used only what is the 10%, and like the process of getting any software running in that particular server was time consuming, and also the disaster recovery was difficult in this particular case. So this for in terms of this before virtualization. And after that, what happened means, so we got this virtualization. So which means this virtualization technology helped to run Windows and Ubuntu machine in the same server. Okay, in the same server. So which means you cut down the cost of buying an additional server, and both the applications are running in the same machine. Okay, both the servers are running in the same what is the server A itself. So both the machines are running in server A, and both the softwares are running in server A. So this is what we are calling it as virtualization. Okay, this is what we are calling it as virtualization. So what are all the advantages that we got? So this reduced spending, and what is it? Resources were utilized more efficiently than, like, I mean, because like you are utilizing efficiently we are utilizing the resources, okay, now to like 20%. And process of getting software, okay, so this running time is like shorter, and we are having the easier backup and disaster recovery. So this is what we have achieved with the virtualization. So team, so just give me a minute. I want to showcase the virtualization in live. So these tools are used to achieve this. Okay, these tools are used to achieve the virtualization in your machine. Okay, so for example, if you see, I'm having a demo VM. Okay, I'm having a demo VM. Let me start this. I'm not sure whether it will run or not, but I'm just trying to start this. So what is the operating system associated with the demo VM? Okay, it is being okay. It is failed to start. Okay, I understand. So I'm not having the VDI right now. Okay, I'm not having the OS backup right now, but leave it, no issues. But I think this will also will face the same issue, I guess, same error, I guess. Yeah, okay, I expected. Sorry, guys. I'm not having the base image. I'm not having the base image for this particular one. So that is the problem. Okay. So here I'm having an option called Minikube. Okay, let us consider there is a tool called Minikube. That Minikube is being using the operating systems Linux 2.6, 3.6, 4.6. So now I can run these machines in my on top of the Windows machine. So my host machine is Windows, but I'm able to run the Linux machines on top of that Windows, right? So this is what we are calling it as virtualization. So either you can use the tool called VirtualBox, or you can use the tool called VMware Workstation to achieve this. So I'm entering into the containerization. Okay, so this is the core comparison that you guys should take from the virtualization, because like you need to know or you need to understand the virtualization concept. Then only you will be able to understand the containerization. So if you're not able to, if you're not having any knowledge on virtualization, then it will be a difficult point in order to deal with the containerization. Okay, so that is what I'm trying to convey you. So this containerization itself is a type of OS level virtualization. Okay, it is a type of OS level virtualization. So you got, now you got the answer, I guess, Javagar, how your Docker is related with the containerization. So the containerization itself is a OS level virtualization. So what we are doing is that, so like we are using this containerization to deploy and run the distributed applications. Okay, so the distributed applications is not a big deal. It's an application without launching an entire VM. So we have to see the comparison, I think. Okay, so here, I mean, I'm just giving an idea, then we will see the comparison between the virtualization and the containerization. So we don't need to create new VM for each application. So what we are doing is that we are having the hardware, we are having the operating system on top of that. So we are going to install the container engine. Okay, so we are going to install the container engine here. Then we will be using the respective application. Okay, then we are using the container engine. Then we are using the application alone along with the libraries. Okay, so this is what your containerization will do. So your container engine will help us to create the containers with the application code and the respective binaries and libraries. So it won't do or it won't create any new VM here. So see, this is what the problem we had before the containerization. So what we had is that, so developers, okay, the code will be executed perfectly in developer, but in operations and testing, it won't run. Okay, but operations and in testing, so the code won't run in a perfect manner. So this is one of the problems we are having. So that is what we are having in terms of this particular. Okay, this is what we are having in terms of this particular one. Okay, it won't work in the correct way. So the same, so what is the alternate problem or what is the alternate thing we brought? So we brought the concept of VM. Okay, we brought the concept of virtual machines. Okay, we brought the concept of virtual machines directly. But what it created means if you share the VM directly, so that might break the another code in testing or the production server. So the second problem, I mean the second solution is not working fine. So then only we came into this containers. So what is the problem because of the VM? So VMs will take like many resources to run and like they are too big. So like we cannot like what is it port that in an easy manner, and these are all not developer friendly. Developer friendly in the sense like developer needs to write the code for that. So that is not feasible in terms of the VM. So that's why we brought the containers. So see, all the environments where issues were resolved here. So the developer will be wrapping their code in the lightweight container and pass it on to the operation systems. So lightweight in the sense, see, it took only 30 MB. So it took only 30 MB. Then it came, I mean, the developer created the Docker container with all the required, what is it, libraries and the binaries. So that is why it is a lightweight container and it worked. I mean, it resolved all the the dependency issues or the environment issues. So this is how the Docker or this is how the containers actually came into the picture. So see, these are all the advantages. These are all not resource hungry, which means it requires only less amount of memory and less amount of space, and they are lightweight and portable. They are developer friendly and configured through code. So these are all the advantages of using the containers. Now, I took this image to showcase the difference between the virtualization and the container. So, team, your infrastructure is same. Am I right? Your infrastructure is same here, right? But here you are installing a hypervisor, and on top of that, you are creating the guest operating system, which means you are creating OS, I mean, one OS, Ubuntu OS, and second one you are creating an Ubuntu OS. Third one you are creating an Ubuntu OS. So on top of that container engine, we will be deploying only the app and the binaries. So this is how we will be doing, or this is how we will be using the containers. Okay, how container engine will optimize RAM. No, it won't optimize RAM and all. Okay. So it won't do the optimization of RAM and all. It will take only the less amount of RAM. Okay. It will take only the less amount of RAM for running your containers. Okay. It will take only less amount of RAM to run your containers. That's it. So it won't go and do the optimization of RAM. Okay. So Aman, hope this is clear. Exactly what is container engine? Docker is your container engine. Docker is equal to your container engine. That's it. That is a software. We are going to install Docker. So the Docker is going to perform all the activities. That is what we are calling it as container engine. So the Docker do containerization. So team, I think because of the marketing, you guys are thinking only the Docker is able to perform all the containerization activities. That is not the truth. Docker is one of the container engines. You are having a lot and lot of tools. You are having Cryo, you are having Podman, you are having Rocket, okay, you are having a Mesos. So lot and lot of Docker, containerization tools are available. Okay. And here the binaries and libraries. Okay. So the binaries and the libraries are nothing but, that is that image. So you are running an application. Okay. Let me go with that. You are running a Java based application. Okay. You created a Maven based application. So what is the base? What is the base we have used? Team, like, please help me to understand. We created a Maven based application, but what is the runtime we expected first? What is the runtime we installed first? In order to run your Maven based application, so what is the runtime we have installed first? Okay, on top of that, not Linux is not the correct answer. Yes, perfect. So in order to run your application, you need Java and JDK, right? So like that, you will be having another binaries. This is one of the examples of binaries under the libraries. Okay, so that will change based on your application. Okay, yeah. So team, are you clear in terms of the theoretical thing? The difference between the containerization and virtualization. So we are not going to use the virtualization, but your entire cloud is running behind your virtualization. Okay, entire cloud is running in terms of your virtualization. So this containerization we brought for the applications perspective, as Mohammed said. So for the applications perspective, so this is for at the applications perspective. Okay, so you cannot, what is it? Don't ask why the AWS has not been implemented the containerization for their infra. So that is not possible right now. So only for the application deployment, we can use this containerization. Implementation or the real-time implementation of this particular Docker, then like we can go ahead with that. And team, I'm telling, so I'm going in a step-by-step way only. Okay, so I cannot like jump into what is that, creating an application by using the binary libraries by writing the DockerFile and all. I'm going to like go in a step-by-step manner by starting with the single commands, the basic commands. Then only I will go for this particular the entire implementation. So I would request you to wait for some time or for this particular theoretical course. Okay, so that is what I'm trying to convey. So even if you post some questions related with that, the exact implementation, and this will be my answer. So next, I'm just jumping into the containerization tools. What are all the different containerization tools we are having? So we have discussed about this Apache. I mean, we have had a discussion on this. So we are having this Apache Mesos. We are having this Rocket, which is RKT. We are having this Docker. So all good, fantastic. And in addition to this, we are having this Cryo, and we are having this Podman. So even you can just like check the internet, what are all the different tools that are available. Yeah. So then why the Docker is so much of famous here? So the Docker actually reached or achieved the exact space in this DevOps world. So they did a lot of marketing, and what is it? It achieved that respective space. So that is the expected stuff we are having here. Okay, so that is the expected stuff we are having here. So what is Docker then? Okay, I'm entering into the exact answer. What is Docker? So Docker is actually a computer program which is nothing but your software. So Docker is a software you have to install in order to perform the operating system level virtualization. Okay, you have to perform or you have to install in order to perform the operating system level virtualization. So what is this operating system level virtualization? So that is what we are calling it as containerization. Okay, that is what we are calling it as containerization. So team, once again, you please understand virtualization is the base for your containerization. So without understanding virtualization, it will be difficult for you to understand the exact working nature of containerization. Okay, so virtualization is the base or virtualization is the core, okay, of your containerization.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which DevOps practice aims to identify and resolve issues in production before they impact users? And your options are continuous monitoring, continuous deployment, continuous integration, or continuous testing. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
So this Docker is also used to run the packages called containers. So using this Docker only, we will be having this particular container. Okay, we are going to create the container, and that container will be shipped between the respective ones. Superb. Fantastic question. So now that is why you have to understand the virtualization. Okay. So in terms of virtualization, we virtualize the hardware. Okay. So we will, okay, Nehru, like I'm putting this question in this way. You are creating the EC2 instance, right? So team, anyone can answer to this question. You are creating an EC2 instance. Am I right? In AWS console. So are you getting a specific hardware, specific RAM, specific space? I mean, specific hard drive for your EC2 instance? Do you think that you are getting a specific or the isolated hardware, or what is it? Your isolated memory, isolated network drive, isolated what is it? Your drive. So are you getting that? I mean, is it a single one, or is a specific one to you? It is not the specific one to you. Okay, it is not the specific one. So they are having a common infrastructure. On top of that, this virtualization is helping to showcase. It is just showing you, it is just like showcasing that you are having a dedicated EC2 instance. Yes, now you got the flow. So the same concept we are having here. Okay, the same concept we are having in terms of the containerization. And coming back to the question, we are we are having the single operating system, and on top of that operating system, we are creating the containers. So what the container will do, the container will think that I am running in a common operating system. So we have discussed about the difference difference between the virtualization and the containerization. So we just like discussed about the differences and how it is working and all. So, and we are coming to this particular point, we are going to use the the container engine called Docker in order to create the containers. So that is what I'm stopping here. And someone asked the question, so why we have used virtualization instead of containerization? So this containerization concept was introduced by 2013. I mean, this Docker was introduced by 2013 only. Then after that, 2013 only, this containerization actually came into the picture. So before that, virtualization was the only solution to achieve this particular one. And after this containerization, now most of the companies are using this particular one. Okay. So now this is the container life cycle. So this is the Docker engine that will be available in your machine. Okay, that will be available in your machine. So it will pull the images. Okay, it will pull the images from the Docker Hub, and it will store the images locally, and that image will be used in order to create the containers. Either you can run the containers, or you can stop the containers, or you can delete the containers. So, and also you can create the Docker image locally, then you can push that to the Docker Hub. So this is what I told. By tomorrow, so like, I mean, by next, not tomorrow, by next week, you should be having this particular Docker Hub account. Container means container. Inside that container, you will be having the apps. So container may be anything. Okay, so I don't want to change the actual terminology. So here the container means a container. Okay, so inside that container, you will be having an apps. You will be having an application, or you can just create a temporary container. So that is up to your need. But what is it? Don't go for this particular analogy. So I would suggest you to don't go for this particular analogy. Container means okay. Let us say you are having an EC2. So how you are defining an EC2? Inside that EC2, you can have anything. Am I right? You can deploy an application. You can use that particular EC2 as a web server. You can install database inside that. Like that, this container is a common one. So inside that, you can perform anything. Machine is having that much of memory and that much of what is it? The disk space. Yes, you can create as much as you want. There is no limit in terms of operating system. So here, this is the image of, this is the portal of Docker Hub. So here you will be having different images. See, you are having Alpine, you are having a Nginx, you are having the BusyBox, you are having Ubuntu, you are having a Python, you are having a Redis, you are having a Postgres, you are having HTTPD, Node.js, Mongo, and Memcached, MySQL, Traffic, MariaDB. So whatever you are having, you will be having here. So the RabbitMQ, Hello World, So whatever the applications you are talking about, all those applications are running as a Docker image. So you don't need to install those applications. So you can just like pull the Docker image and you can use that. You need something, some storage space or disk space to have your OS or to have your temporary files and all, right? So in that case, based on your, okay, coming back to your question, you have asked how many Docker containers I can create. So it is based on your laptop specification. That's it. Okay. That is the straightforward. I don't want to confuse you here. So this is the straightforward answer. So that is based on your laptop specification. If you are having a good laptop spec, you can create lot and lot of containers. If you are not having that, then you should restrict yourself in creating the number of container images. That's it. And now we are going to discuss about the components of Docker ecosystem. Okay, so team, if you want to learn some more stuff, okay, I would suggest you to go to this Docker doc. Okay, I would suggest you to go to this particular Docker docs. So you will get an understanding here. So what is it? I mean, the overview, what is the container, and how you can do that, and you can get lot of things. And also if you are if you keenly look for a Node.js based application or Python based application or Java based application or Golang based application, so yes, you are having all those information in this particular Docker docs. So you can just like have a look, and based on your what is expected, no, you might be having some, what is it, like we are having multiple people from different language backgrounds. So you can just like check this out, Node.js or Python or Java or Golang. So these kind of things. So this will help you to give some idea. So these are all the main components of Docker ecosystem. So we are having this Docker hub, we are having this Docker engine, we are having this Docker images, we are having the containers, we are having the Docker volumes, and we are having the Docker file. So these are all the different things we are having. Okay. So what is this particular one? Okay. So this is what we are calling it as Docker hub. So in terms of this Docker hub, so you are having the central public Docker registry, which we have seen now. Your Docker hub is nothing but it's a common registry. It's a public registry where you can store the Docker images. Okay. So as I told, you don't need to pay anything, but your images will be in the public. So you can store or you can upload your own, what is it, your personal images, but you should not upload the images from your organization. So that is the violation, security violation. So you should be very clear on top of that. Okay. So like you should not like do this. Okay, you should not like upload your organization image to do that. So then the next one we are having is Docker engine. So Docker engine is the software that we are going to install in our machine. So see, it is the heart of the Docker ecosystem. Then like what we are having is that it is responsible for all sort of activities, not only for managing our containers. So it is responsible for managing all sort of activities. So then it will work on the top of operating system. So this we have discussed already. So we will be having an operating system. So on top of that, you will be having an Docker or container engine or Docker engine. So this is what we are calling, or this is what we are having in terms of the Docker engine here. Okay, so I'm moving to the next one. So what is this Docker images actually? So Docker image is the base. Okay, Docker image is the base. So it's a template. So based on this particular image only, you can be able to create a container. So without this, you cannot create the container. So you can consider any container. So that container will be created based on the Docker image. And where that Docker image is available, and the Docker image is available in the Docker Hub. So the next important point here is that it is created in terms of the layers. So team, I will explain about this particular layer while performing or while checking this in the okay, we will discuss this like while checking this in the while doing the hands-ons, I will explain about that. So what is mean by this layer? Then we are having this, like when whatever the changes you are adding to the image, it will result in the layer. So these 2 points, so please understand in terms of the theoretical perspective. So I will be explaining about this particular layer during the hands-ons. So during the hands-ons only, I can be able to show what is meant by this layer. So containers. So this is where our exact stuff comes into the picture. So it's a lightweight software environment. Okay, it's a lightweight software environment. Okay, so it's a lightweight software environment. So we are using this particular one. Okay, so we are creating this particular container out of the image. Okay, we are creating this particular container out of an image. And where it will work on top of the underlying OS. Okay, it will just like work on top of the underlying OS that we have discussed already. And the characteristics of Docker container is nothing but it is small in size and highly portable. So team, I'm having a question here. We are talking about highly portability, blah, blah, blah things. Okay, now I'm creating the Docker container. How I can share that with you? Let us say Javakar or Shah Shishma or Henry or Mohammed, so other members. So I want to share my container to the to you, to all of you. How can I share that? So I have to create the image, then I have to upload that to the Docker Hub so that the team will be able to get that. So team, that is why you have to like get this particular image. So what I am uploading here. So push is all about uploading. So the Docker engine, what Docker engine is uploading here? Your Docker images. So how I can share my Docker image means you have to create the Docker image, then you have to push that to the Docker Hub so that, so what is this Docker volume? What is the purpose of this Docker volume? So that is a $1 million question. Yeah. So Docker containers are ephemeral in nature. So ephemeral in the sense, whatever the data you are storing inside the Docker container, if you delete or if you restart, so those data will wipe out. So what can I do that in order to persist the data? So I will be using the Docker containers attached to the volume. So this volume is the disk space. This volume is a small disk space. So whatever the data I'm having inside the Docker container can be persisted inside the volume disk. Okay, can be persisted inside the volume disk. So this is what we are doing here. Okay, this is what we are doing here. So Docker, so it will persist in the volume disk. Okay, it will be persisted in the volume disk. So that is what we are having here. So Docker volume is used to persist the data inside the containers. So we are going to see the demo for this particular one as well. Okay, so we are going to see the demo for this particular stuff as well. Then the another important point here is that you can connect your single Docker volume to multiple containers. That is another one. Data here means application in container. So no, data here means like if you are creating a sample, what is a text file. So the text file itself is a data. The text file itself is a data. Application, you will be doing or you will be configuring all those things in terms of the Docker image itself. So your Docker image itself will coming up with the application loaded. So you are not going to do anything in terms of the application. Okay, so data here is that you are creating one file and that application is creating some log files. So those things we are calling it as the data. Yep, super, fantastic. So I'm moving to the next one, the DockerFile. So team, we will be using that particular normal text file in order to create the custom images. So in order to create the custom images, we will be using the DockerFile. The name itself is a DockerFile. Okay. So what it will contain? It will contain the Docker run Docker commands. We are having some DockerFile commands in order to run your image, in order to create your image. So see, if you see this particular one, the DockerFile is used to build the custom container images. So this is the file, by the way. It will contain some commands and that commands will be used in order to create the DockerFile. In order to use, I mean, that is used to create the set of what is it, your applications or your images, not the applications. That DockerFile will be used to create the images, and from that image you will be able to create the containers. My machine, and this is my this is my machine that I'm using. Okay, so then I'm having this particular URL, and this is the official URL from Amazon. So I'm going to install this Docker on Amazon Linux too, and this is the machine I'm using. So I'm going to use this particular one. So the first command I'm using here is sudo yum update y. So this is the first command I'm using in order to install that. Okay, so sudo, these are all the steps that I'm using in order to do the installation of Docker. So the second command I'm using is sudo Amazon Linux Express install Docker. So I'm just like using this particular one. Okay, sudo Amazon Linux Docker. Not sure, it should come. Okay, no issues. Then I will go with sudo yum install, because like yum install will help you to achieve that. Okay, so I'm just like using this yum install Docker. Yeah, so I can go with this yum install Docker here. So now it will download and install the Docker container. I mean, sorry, the Docker engine here. Super. So now we have successfully installed this Docker Docker engine. So the command which I have used, I have used this sudo yum update. Let me put the commands here, and you can use this particular command for your installation as well. Okay, so sudo yum install docker. Then I'm just like what is it? Starting the service. So sudo docker service. I'm just like starting the service here of docker. Okay, so it got started. Then I mean very simple. These are all the simple steps like in order to do that. Okay, so then we are having this sudo systemctl enable docker. So this is to what is it? Execute or what is it? In order to enable the docker to be up and running whenever you are restarting the EC2 instance. So that is the purpose of this particular command. Okay, and this is an optional one. So either you can just like use this particular command. Okay, you can just either use this particular command or you can use directly. Okay, so now what I'm doing is that I'm running. Okay, let me clear the screen. So sudo docker info. Sorry. So if you run this particular command, it should give an message something similar to this. So that is how like we can understand that our Docker has been successfully installed. So you should get a message something similar to this. So then only we can understand or we can conclude that our Docker has been successfully installed. So these are all the first initial set of steps that you have to confirm. Yeah. Next command, the common Docker commands. How do you install on Ubuntu? Simple. So just like search for how to install Docker in Ubuntu. You will get lot of messages here, and go for the official step here. Install Docker engine on Ubuntu. Just follow the steps. These are all the steps you have to follow. Clear? So team, like you can get like all those things from the official documentation itself. Okay, so I have not like memorized all those commands. I just like went and used the official documentation. So please, what is it? Start using the official documentation. So you will get lot of knowledge on top of that. So please like start using the official documentation. Okay, cool. Thank you. So now I'm going to run some of the basic commands here. So the first command would be docker ---- version. So I'm just like executing that particular command, docker ---- version. So yes, I got the version here. So this is the latest version that we have installed. And now the next command I'm going to use here is that the full command. So docker full image name. So guys, the image name will come from this particular Docker hub. Okay, so you can pull Ubuntu, or you can pull Alpine, or you can pull Nginx, or you can pull BusyBox, you can pull anything. So here I'm going to pull, okay, so Docker full Ubuntu. So I'm just pulling the Ubuntu images here. Okay, so got the permission. I'm getting an error here. So what should I do? I have to add this sudo docker full Ubuntu. So team, now I have successfully pulled the Docker Ubuntu image. So how can I view the image? How can I view the image? So we are having a command for that, which is nothing but your Docker images. So sudo Docker images. So this is the command I have to use. And team, if you see, we are having an image. And team, what is the size here? Can you just like verify the size? What is the size here? What is the size here? What is the size here, guys? So normally, how much, what is it? Now, I mean, what is the normal size of an Ubuntu operating system? What is the normal size of Ubuntu operating system? Yes, in terms of GB. Exactly, you're right. So ultimately in terms of GB. Okay. So now you understand. Now I hope you understood the difference between the VM and the container. So now the containers are lightweight. Okay, it is requiring only within 100 MB. It's not even related to 100 MB. But if you go for a VM, so for the ISO, for the image, for the what is it, the operating system OS itself, you need 2 GB or 3 GB of space, right? So that is why we are having this Docker containers.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
I'm in my EC2 instance. So as a first step, I'm just like verifying whether my Docker is running or not. Okay, so I'm just like putting this command. So systemctl Docker status. So this is the okay. It's status Docker. Okay, so it is running. So your Docker is running fine. Okay, now you can jump into that. So what is the first command that we have executed yesterday? So Docker version we have done, and we pulled the latest image of Ubuntu. So this is the command that we have executed yesterday. I mean the last session. Okay. So after pulling the image, we are having this particular command, Docker images. So this Docker images, what it will do, it will help us to list all the images in your machine. So this is what this Docker images will do, and this is what even Docker images did here. So this is the image that we have downloaded, the Ubuntu image that we have downloaded. Okay, so team, are we clear with this particular step here? Are we clear with this particular step? Okay, so perfect. Then I'm moving to the next one. Docker image inside Ubuntu. What is that? What is that question? So this Ubuntu itself is a Docker image. Mohammed, can you just like rephrase your question? I couldn't get your question. Yes, inside EC2 we installed Docker. Yeah, you are right. Then yes, this is the Docker image. This is the Docker image that I have downloaded. This is just like a file. Yes. This is the Docker image I have downloaded. Yes, from the Docker Hub. Okay. Now what we are going to see is that how we are going to run or how we are going to create a container. Okay, so how we are going to create a container. So that is what we are going to see. Okay, now you are having the image. From the image only, you will be able to create the container. Am I right or not? So the command to create the container is this particular one. Okay, so D, then the name of the image. Okay, so this is the name of the image. Okay, so this is the command we will be using. I mean, normal command is this one. Okay, this is the normal command that we will be using in order to run the container or create the container. But why we are using this IT, I mean hyphen IT and hyphen D. So what is the purpose or what is the need here? So normally line number 7 is the command used to create the container. So now what is the need of this particular command? So Docker run IT hyphen D. So what is the need here? So the need of this particular command. Okay, so this will create the container itself, but you have to understand the need of these particular flags. Okay, you need to understand the need of this particular flags. So just give me a minute. So I'm going to run the help command here. Okay, so you can use these much of commands or these much of flags in addition to your Docker run command. So team, how you can get that means? So Docker run help. So it will list down all these, what is it? Like whatever the available options or the flags that you can pass. So here there are multiple options you are having. So what are all the options we are using? Hyphen I, hyphen T, and hyphen D. So now I'm going to pick only those things. So hyphen I, it stands for interactive. So I'm copying this particular option here, the use. Then what is the next one? It is hyphen D, right? So detach. Okay, so hyphen D I'm using here because this is the only way that we can see the exact explanation here. Or then hyphen TTY. So allow sudo TTY. So this is the third option. So why I'm using this hyphen I means, so I need to have my container as the interactive one. Interactive in the sense, if I type something, it should get the input. It should get the input here. So that is why I'm just making my container as the interactive one. Interactive in the sense is what is this SDD in? Any inputs? What is this STD in? Any idea here? What is this STD in? Input. So you have to enable the standard input to your container so that you can interact with your container. Okay. Then the next one is detach. So what is the purpose of this detach? So why we need this detach here? So just give me a minute. So what is the need of the detach here? So like it will run your container in the background. And what is this TTY? So TTY stands for teletypewriter. So what is this teletypewriter is? TTY stands for teletypewriter. So what is this need of TTY here is that, so whenever you are typing something, you should get the output, right? So that is what your TTY will help to achieve. Now I'm going to run the container without these flags. Let us see what is happening. So Docker run. So I'm adding this, appending this sudo. So Docker run Ubuntu. Okay. So what happened means our container got created, but we didn't get any output. So like you can run this command sudo docker container ls, and even we are not having any output. So if you give container ls hyphen a, so what this is the command to see the list of running containers. So this is another one learning for you. So this is the command to see the list of running containers. Okay, so list of running containers. Okay, so list of running containers. And after that, what is this A means? Okay, so hyphen A means list of all containers. Okay, so list of all containers. So what it is mentioning here? So a new container got generated, but it got exited. It got exited at that particular moment itself, which means your container is not running. So you created the container and actually it exited at that particular moment itself. Okay, it exited at the particular moment itself. Okay, because you have not mentioned any what is that interactive session, or you have not mentioned any flags. Okay, that is the reason. So what is the ultimate aim here? So we have to create the container that should run for some time, and also you have to interact with that particular container, right? So that is the expectation. So in order to achieve that, okay, in order to achieve that, you have to pause some commands. Okay, you have to pause some flags. Sorry, not the commands. You have to pause some flags here. Okay. Okay, can you differentiate between container and image? So team, do you want to take this particular question? Anyone? Anyone just give your understanding. I will give the exact answer for this. Perfect, Mohammed. Perfect, Raja. Yeah, super. So, team, your image is like your AMI or your operating system. Okay, so that is the base. So what you will do, you will use your AMI to create an EC2, or you will use your operating system to be installed in your laptop or desktop. So without installing your laptop or desktop, without installing that particular OS or the AMI, that is just a file. That is just a template. Am I right? So will you be able to use your AMI or operating system without installing that? Will you be able to use that? No, definitely not. The same applicable for your image and container. So you can download the image, but you have to create the container from that particular image. Then only you will be able to use that. So team, is this clear? Okay. A container is the running instance of your image. You should not call that as an OS. A container is a running instance. Will you call your EC2 instance as OS? Apply the same concept here, the same analogy. So whatever Raja said is the perfect analogy. Your image is equivalent to AMI. Your container is equivalent to EC2 instances. So you are using your base AMI to create the EC2 instances. Here we are using the image to create the container. That's it. No. No. Don't bring the states and all. If once you have created the container, that is called as container. Okay. So it won't go back to your images and all. So from the image, you can create as much as containers you want to create. Okay, from a single image, you can create multiple set of containers. Okay, that is not a big deal. Okay, so team, coming back to our business. So here we create this Docker exec. Okay, so we are having this Docker execute command. So what this command will do, it will help us to enter into the or take the terminal of that container. Okay, so now my container is up and running. So how I can connect to this particular container? That is my question. So how I can connect to this particular machine? Can anyone please tell me? This is something similar to taking the shell or connecting, you will be connecting to the Linux machines, right? Okay, so you will be connecting to the Linux machines, right? So that is the what is that? That is the stuff like we are having here. Exec command. Yeah, that is what I'm going to see. And also, okay, Sai Shushma posted PS means process status. It is a process ultimately. So PS stands for process status. Okay, so now I'm going to execute this command. So sudo docker execute. So hyphen IT and your container ID is mandatory. Your container ID is mandatory here. Then you have to mention what is the exact command we have to use. Okay, so what is the exact command that it should run? So Linux, it is a Linux machine, am I right? So this is the Linux machine. So you have to mention what is the exact command to be executed. Okay, what is the exact command to be executed? So the command you are having here is this ls. Okay, the command you are having here is bash. Okay, you have to give the bash so that it will take the bash session so that it will take this terminal session. So this is the command that will be executed. So if you see this particular one, so that is the difference between this particular one and this particular one. So what is the meaning of the first line? So team, what is the meaning of this first line here? To which machine I got connected as per the first line? In the first line, I have connected to the EC2 instance. But if you see in the next line, so what is the one that I have connected? So what is the root at the rate? What you are having here? So root at the rate, what you are having here? Container ID. So the second command refers to I'm connecting to the container. So this is how you have to take the or enter into the container, the respective container. And someone posted the question, PS-A shows two container ID. So Javagar, is it a question or is it an information that you are trying to tell us? Yes, we have created as the fresh one. So now we are having, like this ls-lrt. So all these things are sitting inside the container which we have created. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to touch a command. Okay, I'm going to use this touch sample.txt. So where I created this particular files, guys. Okay, where I have created this. Yes, inside the container. So all these things are sitting inside the container. So how I can come back after this particular container? So this exit, if you put exit, you will come out of the container. So this is how you can create the container. You can log in into the container and you can exit from the container. So containers and how to enter into the container and how to perform or how to deal with these containers, which means like how to enter and how to check all those things. So we are clear here. So now the next thing I'm going to, we are going to see about the stopping command. So how to stop the container. So we are having this Docker stop. Okay, so we are having this Docker stop command in order to deal with. So how you can stop your container? So the command is, so the next command I'm using here is stopping the container. So Docker stop. So you can stop the running container. So take the container ID and put it here. So your container will be stopped. Okay, so this is what we are having. So your container, your running container will be stopped here. See, your running container will be stopped here. So this is what we are having in terms of stopping the container. Okay, so this is what we are having in terms of stopping the container. And also you can use the Docker kill command. Okay, instead of stop, you can use the Docker kill command. So what is the difference between Docker kill and Docker stop? Okay, this question might be raised in your mind right now. So the difference here is that the Docker stop will give the container time to shut down gracefully. So gracefully in the sense, if any process running inside the Docker container, so Docker stop will give some time for that particular process to be stopped or closed. But Docker kill will, what is it? It's a kind of immediate stopping or immediate shutdowning your system. So that is what we are calling it as Docker. Yes, you are right, Aman. Yeah, so you are right. It's a kind of hard close. You can check the status. You can check your container will be stored in the current machine only as the file. But I'm not sure like how you are just like using the size and all. You can define that. Okay, the capacity in the sense, are you asking about the memory kind of expectations or memory kind of that you can just you have to define based on your flags. That is why I told you during the Docker run command, you can define the memory or the space that you want. Okay, so that you can define. By default, it will take only lesser amount of memory and space. But if you want to do that, you can just like what mentioned that by using the Docker run command, there are some flags for that as well. So whatever the requirements you are having, so you are having the flags. Yeah, so clear? Yes, I'm moving to the next one. So the Docker RM command. So what is the purpose of this Docker RM right now? So it is to remove the container. Okay, this is to remove the container. So I want, okay, now like both of my container is in the stop state. Am I right? So both of my containers are in the stop state. So I want to remove this. So what is the command? So sudo docker rm, then we are having this container ID. Okay, we are having this container ID. If you paste here, it will be removed. or it will be deleted from your system. So this is the command we have to use. So Docker RM command. So team, are we clear here regarding this Docker RM command? So the another one here is that I want to delete my image itself. I want to delete my image itself. So what is the command I have to use? I have to use the Docker RMI command. Okay, let me take the image ID. So this is the image ID. So the command you have to use here is that, so sudo docker RMI, the command ID. Okay, sorry, paste the ID here. So your okay, so like okay, one container is being, okay, this image is being used by one container. So in order to delete the image, you should delete all the containers which are running with this image. Then only you will be able to delete the image. So now what is the solution I have to apply here? Any inputs? Now what is the solution I have to apply here for this problem? Yes, I have to delete the container first, then I have to delete my image. I have to delete my image after that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to delete the container with the ID. So this is the container that I'm having here. So I'm deleting the container here for the first time. Okay, the container got deleted. Then if I try the image, so like my image will be deleted. So this is how you have to delete the container and as well as from the image. Image we used during EC2 creation initial stage and downloaded image. No, both are different. So Jabagar, I just told this for an analogy. Okay, I just told this for an analogy. Please don't take that as the exact meaning. So your EC2 instances will use the images from your marketplace, the AMI, the Amazon machine images from the marketplace. And whatever we have downloaded, this image is available in the Docker Hub. And that EC2 instance image will be huge in size. Here it will be in, what is it? What is the size of the Ubuntu image that we have downloaded? What is the size of the Ubuntu image? Yes, so it is so lightweight. Image stands for OS. No, image is a kind of template. So from that particular template, you can create any as much of containers you want. So even here also we have done that, right? So from from the single image, so we have done that. What is it? From the single image, we have created two containers. Am I right? Resuming the session. So we have stopped till this particular section. Till this particular command. So how to delete the images, okay, image ID. And with this, we have completed the basic set of common Docker commands. And also you are having the assignment or the hands-ons related with that. Okay. So this particular common Docker command, so you should have this. Okay. The common Docker commands, you can just take this particular documentation and you can complete the hands-ons from your end. Okay. Then coming back to our business. So creating a Docker Hub account. Okay. So the first step, what I'm doing here is that I'm following the same commands. I'm not doing any fancy stuffs here. Okay. So I'm pulling the latest Ubuntu image. So what is the command to achieve that? So Docker full Ubuntu. So it will download the latest image. Right. So we have downloaded the latest Ubuntu image. So now the next step is to, I have to create the container. I have to create the container from this particular image. So what is the command? So the command is sudo, so docker run -it -d, then the image name. So what it will do, it will create the container. So team, are we clear here? Yes. Okay. So I'm just entering into that. Superb. So now we are good here in this particular stage. So then what is the next step we have to do? So we have to enter into this Docker container. So how I can enter into this Docker container? Using the command docker exec -it. So this is the command I'm going to use. So sudo docker exec -it. So your container ID. So you can just like pick like first 6 to 7 digits. So that would be fine. So ID, then bash. Okay. So this is the command that I have to use. Okay. Now we are inside the container. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to install Apache 2 inside the container. So we are going to install Apache 2 inside the container. So what are all the commands that we are going to use? We are going to use apt-get update and apt-get install. So that is what we are going to use here. Okay. So we are going to use this particular one. Okay. So apt-get update. So then apt-get install Apache 2. So that is what I'm going to use. So team, where I'm installing this packages? Inside the EC2 or inside the container? Yes, I'm doing all these things inside the container. Okay. So apt-get install Apache 2. So don't miss any steps, then you will be like, what is it? Deviated. You are already logged in as a root. You are already a root. What is the purpose of using sudo? Okay, Syed, is this the information or is this a question to me? Okay, then it's fine. So apt-get install Apache 2. I'm installing this. Okay. So what I have done, I have pulled the image, I created the container, and I entered into the container, and I have installed some changes. Okay, I have installed a new package inside your container. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use the command called docker commit. Okay, I'm going to use the command called docker commit. So what is the purpose of this docker commit command? So what is the purpose of this particular one? So you have to take this docker commit. Okay, so you have to take this docker commit. So in order to convert your container into a new image. Okay, so this is one of the ways to do that. So now I'm exiting from the container. I'm running. So I'm just like verifying how many images are there right now. So sudo docker images is there. And also you are having sudo docker ps is there. So only one container is running and only one image is present. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to convert or I'm going to create a new image from this container. So that is what I'm going to do. So how I'm going to do that or how I can achieve that? Committing means creating a image from a container. I don't know like how you will call that as a copy. So sudo docker commit. Okay, sudo docker commit is the command. Then the container ID is the mandatory option you have to give. Then you have to pass this particular username under the container name. So what is the username you have to mention here? So team, any guesses? So the username should be similar to the username that you have created on the Docker Hub. So that is why I have asked you to create the Docker Hub account in prior. So this is what I told already. Okay. Okay, so this is what like I told like already. Okay, so you have to create this docker commit. Okay, so you have to create this sudo docker commit image id, and you have to pass the in this particular format. So this is my docker hub username, and I'm passing this as new apache 2. Okay, I'm passing this name as new apache 2 image. Okay, so this is the one I'm passing here. So new apache 2. I'm just giving some random name for my image. So if I give enter here, so now how many images will be there in my docker in my machine, guys? How many images will be there? Tell me. So how many images will be there in my docker in my local machine? I'm expecting some good number of responses. Sorry. So I will be having two things here. Okay. So I will be having two things here. Okay. So one which I have pulled from the Docker Hub, and the another one which I have what is it? Downloaded from the what is it? Sorry, I have created from this particular commit. I mean this Docker commit I have created, no? So that is here. Yeah, you have installed, right? So sudo apt-get apache. So what that will do? That's it. So you are installing and you have updated something here, right? So that is what we are having. That is why like the image size got increased. Can it be used by other user? Have we pushed this image to the Docker Hub? Can we, are we, have we pushed this image right now? Not yet. So if in that case, no one can use this. So we have to push this image to the Docker Hub. Then only like the other people will be able to use that. It can be used by other people, but I have to push this to the Docker Hub. So till this particular moment, I have not pushed that. Okay, so that is the next. Okay, that is the next step I'm doing here. How to push this image. Okay, how to push this Santosh NC, this Apache, new Apache 2 image to. Okay, so I have logged into my Docker Hub here. This is my Docker Hub account. Okay, this is my Docker Hub account. Okay, my profile. So what are all the images I'm having here? So I have not mentioned any new image called new Apache image. So what I'm going to do now here is that first I'm going to log in into this. So the first command I'm going to use here is sudo docker login, and it is asking for the username. So I'm just like entering my username here. Then it is asking for the password. So here you have to enter the password of your Docker Hub. So now the login got succeeded. Now what you have to do as the next step? So you have to mention this. So Docker push. So what is the image that we are going to use now? What is the image that we have to push? The new Apache. So you have to use this naming convention. So Santosh NC and new Apache 2. So now it will, okay, sorry, I have not used sudo, sorry. So sudo docker push. If you do this, now it will be pushing, okay, it is pushing the image to the Docker Hub. So from this, we can just like wait for some time for the confirmation. Yes, so we got that. So now if you go to the Docker Hub, you will be able to see the images. So you will be able to see the new images, see, updated in 2 minutes. So this is the image which we have pushed. So Santosh NC, new Apache 2. So now anyone having the access to this Docker Hub can be able to download or pull the image. So team, any inputs here? All those things are available in this particular PPT deck. Okay, all those things are available in the PPT deck here. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Public images, so anyone can use that. So there is an option for private registry in Docker itself. So there are three options here for the private registry. So one is you can use the Docker Hub itself. Okay, you can use the Docker Hub itself for the private registry setup. Okay, so you can use the Docker Hub for the private registry setup. The second one is you can use the inbuilt option called registry. Okay, there is a container called registry. Okay, so you can use this particular one as the option. I mean, there is an okay, let me open the Docker Hub. Okay, so that will like it will be easy for you to. So this is just for the theoretical purpose and understanding team. So the real world scenario. So in the real world, you won't like what is it? Push your code to the push your image to the what is it? Your public or the private, sorry, public repository. So you will be doing that for the you will be doing that under the private registry. Okay. So here in Docker Hub, if you click on create repository, you will be having two options. Either you can go with public or you can go with private. So this is the first option. And the second option is if you search for registry in Docker Hub, there will be an image called registry. So what is the purpose of this registry? So this will act as your private repository. This will act as your local registry and the private registry. So that is why we are having this registry option. And the third one we are having here is, so what is the third one? The third one we are having here is third-party registries. Okay, so you are having this third-party registries, or you are calling it as artifactory. So we are having this tool as artifactory, and mostly in real-time scenario, your company will be using this artifactory. Okay, your company will be using this artifactory in order to post your images, I mean the private images. So I'm just like moving to the next one. So here, like, you are having the hands-ons. So please take this as the what is it? It is not that much of what is it? Creating a private registry is just like downloading the registry and running it as a container. So you can just like take this as an assignment if needed, because it is not needed that much in terms of the real-time scenarios, because we are having a lot of important topics here. So then what we are going to do is that we are going to talk about Dockerfile. So team, have we discussed about this? I mean, have you written any code for Docker as of now? Have you written any code for Docker as of now? No? Okay. So what is this particular Dockerfile mean? So team, what we have done in order to push the image to the Docker Hub? Can anyone please tell me from the starting step? So Artifactory is a tool, so that will help you to manage your Docker images. So you have to install that particular tool, or you have to use the cloud-based available SaaS product in order to manage your Docker images that is similar to the Docker Hub. We installed the application. Then we created a new image. Created the container. Yeah, so entered into the container, installed the application, and created a new image, right? Is it right? So team, these are all the steps we have followed yesterday by running the Docker commands. Okay, super. That is fine. That is a different story. That is a different story. But these are all the steps we have used for creating the image. Am I right? So now we are going to automate these particular steps using a file where we will be writing the code. Okay, so that is what we are going to see now. So what we are seeing right now is the Docker file. So we will be writing the Docker file for that. The name is Docker file. So let us see what is meant by this Docker file. So team, in the real world scenario, you will be writing the Docker file. Okay, so you will be using the commands to do the troubleshooting, but ultimately all your things will be in terms of your Docker file. Okay, so everything you will be, your image will be created using the Docker file only. Okay, so here we can see this, what is meant by this Docker file. So it is ultimately a text file. Okay, so that understanding we should have. That is ultimately a text file, text document. So we will be having all the commands. See, like whatever the topic we have discussed, all the commands a user could call on the command line to assemble an image. So it is used to create an image. So based on our specifications. So we will be writing the file and we will be running that particular file, and that will help you to create the image. And what we are doing is that, so what is the command we are using that in order to create the image? So we are using this command called Docker build. Okay, so we are using this command called Docker build. Okay, so using this Docker build command, we can create an automated build. Okay, so the file will be executed, and like you have to run only one command and your file will be executed, and that will be useful to achieve all the things. Okay, so team, is this clear? So this is what we are calling it as Docker file. So we are going to see some different commands. Okay, so we are going to see some different commands. So how your Docker file will look like. And before that, let me, yes, I'm taking the official site here. Yes. So this Docker file, this is the reference that you can use. So for all the commands, you will be having the extra, what is that option here? So you are having the from, okay. So you are having a from here where you can implement like all the steps, and you are having this run command, and you are having this CMD, you are having this label. So we are going to see each and everything here. But if you need more information, so please come and visit this particular URL. So you will get more idea on top of that. Okay. And also there is a self-study or self-learning assignment I'm going to give for this Docker. So what is this from? Okay. So the first command you will be using in your Docker file is from. Okay. So what is the purpose of this from command or from keyword? So it will define the base image. Okay, it will define the base image. So on which we will be building our application. So it is a base image we will be talking about. So we will be informing this is the base image. So download this particular one. So that is what we are mentioning using the word called from. Okay. Then the second command is add. So what is the purpose of this add command? So this add command is used to add the files. Add the files in the sense it will add the files in the current directory to the var www/html. So it is just similar to copy command. Okay, this is just similar to the copy command. Okay, there is a command called copy as well in Docker file. So the command copy and add will act as the similar scenarios, but it is having only one difference here. So that should be the first assignment for you. Okay, so just do the self-learning of what is the difference between add and the copy command. So I told this particular one. So add will be doing the same scenario as a copy. So what it will do means it will copy all the things from the current directory to the var www.html. So this is the scenario. Then we are having the run command. So what is the purpose of this run command here? So why we need this run command? So run command is used to execute the respective Linux commands. So whatever the commands we want to run or we want to execute, we will be using the run keyword or run command. And another thing, another important information regarding the run command is it is used to, okay, so it will add an extra layer. Okay, it will add an extra layer to the base image. So I think like we have seen this already. So your Docker image is based out of layers. Web server, the size got increased a lot. So you have asked this question: why this size thing? Why there was an increase in size, right? So whenever you are executing the run command, it will add layer to the exact image. So if you are having multiple run commands, what will happen, guys? If you have multiple run commands, what will happen? Multiple new layers will be added. Fantastic. And that will impact our, if you are adding multiple layers, more and more layers, so what will be impacted? You know the answer. Yes, simple. So whenever you are adding more and more layers, your size will get increased. That's it. Okay. So whenever you are adding more and more layers, your size will get increased. That's it. Nothing much. Okay. So this is the purpose of run command. So whenever there is a need, or whenever you want to execute a Linux command, so then you have to go with the run command. Are introducing the commands to all of you in a step-by-step manner. Okay, so this is not the working Docker file. I think like you are more interested like in terms of seeing what was given in the PPT, right? So they are just like introducing you to the each and every step. So if I open this Docker file directly without introducing all those things, so will you be able to understand that? No, so we cannot like understand that. So that's why they are just introducing you to the step-by-step manner. Okay. Yep. So I'm moving to the next one. So the next one is the command keyword. Okay. So what is the purpose of this command keyword? So run and command. So run will help you to execute the command, and command will also help you to execute the commands. But what it will do means this command keyword is used to run commands on the start of the container. Okay, it is used to run the commands on the start of the container. So whenever you are starting the container, some command should be executed, right? Like starting the services, or what is it, reloading the daemon. So these kind of commands should be executed, right? And that will be taken care by this container. So on the start of the container, this command keyword is used. So just understand in terms of the theoretical perspective, then we will see the example here. So we will write a Docker file and we will see an example like how it is working fine and all. Okay. And then another one important stuff here is that these commands will run only when there is no argument specified while running the container. So which means like for these commands, for this particular command, you don't need to pass any argument. Which means you can pass the argument here. So Tim, do you know about the sleep command? Do you know about the sleep command in Linux? Are you aware of the sleep command? So what it will do? Henry, I just told as an example. So because we are aware of those commands only, right? Right now. So it is just to start the service. So team, there is a command called the sleep in Linux. Okay. So what it will do means it will just like the what is that? Yeah, as Suresh said, it will pause your machine. It will pause the command's execution. Okay. So you cannot execute the sleep alone. So you have to pass some values here in terms of seconds. So either 60 seconds or 120 seconds. Like that, you have to pass the what is it? You have to pass the argument here. So for this particular command, you have to pass the argument. So not only this command will work. Okay, just giving the sleep won't work here. Okay, so that is what they are telling here. So the commands, like what is it? These commands run only when there is no argument specified while running the container. So we don't need to pass the that is seconds, 120 seconds. Your execution will be paused for the next 120 seconds. So like for example, this command, the team has used this particular command, Apache CTL foreground. So they don't need any inputs or any argument for this. So that's why we are using the CMD option. Okay, now a question might rise in your mind. So if I want to pass the argument, then what is the command I have to use? Then you have to use the entry point. Okay, then you have to use the command called entry point. Either you can use the command or you can use the entry point. So your next assignment would be, so team, this is, I'm giving this assignment for the self-learning, and these are all the common interview questions that you can expect if you are telling yourself as the Docker expert. So just search answer for this particular question as well. So run versus command versus entry point. So first one is add versus copy, and the second one is run versus command versus entry point. So you just like have a do the self-learning as a self-learning session for this. Okay, so you will get a more idea on this. So that's why I'm giving this particular exact question. So what is the purpose of this entry point? So it is similar to CMD. This entry point is similar to CMD, but what it will do means it will run. Okay, the entry point will run whether we need the argument or not. Okay, that is the secondary. So whatever the command you give, it will run. Or also, if you want to pass the argument, you can use the entry point. Okay, so that is what we are having in terms of CMD and entry point. And the next we are going for this env. So env command is, so env command here is that in order to define the environment variables. Okay, so env command is called is to define the environment variables inside your container. So whatever like we are creating, right? So it's a kind of like environment variable, defining the environment variable. So that will be done with the help of env. Okay, so these are all the various commands in the Docker file. And Henry posted a question, why is the purpose of daemon command? So Henry, I told that for an example. Okay, that I told that for an example because you are aware of that particular systemctl daemon reload. So you can pass any command here. Okay, so you can pass whatever the command you like for the CMD or entry point. I told that particular command because we don't need to pass any arguments for that particular command. Even you can use systemctl. Okay, let us say you are installing Jenkins. So even you can use the final command is, CMD as systemctl start Jenkins. In addition to that, you are having a lot of another commands as well. So please have a look on this. So we are having a lot of commands as well here. So you can just like have a look on this particular one. So we are having this run. Run we have seen, label, maintainer, expose. So what is it? Copy and all. We are having work directory arguments and on build, shell check, shell. So you are having a lot of commands. For this. Okay. So just have a look and just understand what is the purpose. And whenever there is a requirement, yeah, you just go and write the Docker file. Okay, so team, your hands-on and your self-learning is mandatory. So without doing the self-learning, so it's really difficult to become a DevOps engineer. Okay, so I'm keep on iterating this particular point, but yeah, so hope you understood the importance of self-learning in order to become the DevOps engineer. Yeah, cool then.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the role of a Scrum Master in a DevOps team? And your options are managing the development team's task, ensuring the quality of deployed software, facilitating team collaboration and removing obstacles, or overseeing the deployment process. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT and Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IITM Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Yeah, okay, team. I'm resuming the session here, where we can find the related projects for Dockers. So, Mohammed, you can just like browse this official documentation itself. So you are having lot and lot of good projects here. I mean, projects in the sense like you can get some inputs. So you can take that and you can do the same by your own. Or even that is what I'm going to give the real-time project for you based on our SysFu application. Okay. So you can just like you can use that particular one. Or you can go with the specific language, because see, if you're this is for Node.js. If you see my screen, this one I have already told. So for Node.js, you will be having an you will be having a simple application, and see, you will be having a create simple Node.js application. You will be creating a Docker file. You will be running this container and set up a local environment. You will use Docker Compose to run, and you will be configuring a CI/CD. So if you follow this particular one alone, you will come to know about the the background of different set of applications. So this will help you to learn a lot, but you have to do the hands-ons. Assemble an image. So this is the exact keyword, assemble an image. So assembling an image in the sense, creating a new image, you know. Okay, so team, this is what. So if you want to do an end-to-end in terms of the Docker, then you can go with this particular URL. So the language specific guides, you are having this for Python as well. You will be creating a simple Python application. So you can understand that. You can understand the code, by the way. Okay, so it is just like the hello world application. So you can just like create the Docker file for that. See, they will be explaining in one step-by-step manner. So from and work directory, copy, why we need to copy, why we have to run, what does the copy means, what is the CMD. So all those things they will be having. And you need to follow that, and you will get an idea on top of that. This is fine. This particular flow is fine. So you know the basics of Docker, and you know how to write the Docker file. So then you can just like you can start exploring writing the Docker files for different set of applications, and how to automate that inside the CI/CD pipeline. So that is the ultimate one. Creating the Docker file now. So let us see how we are just creating the Docker file. Okay, so take this assignments, so you will get more idea on top of it. Okay, so now what is the image that we have used here? So we have used this image for from Ubuntu. Okay, let me create a new file here, then I can use it. Okay, so the first command I'm using here is from Ubuntu. So I have to use the base image. So Ubuntu is my base image here. Then what I am having is that, so what I have executed yesterday, I executed the run get update, and I executed the run get -y install Apache 2. So I will be updating the file, I will be updating the Ubuntu machine. Then I will be installing this particular Apache. So the command is run apt get update. So I'm just like doing this apt get update. Then I'm running this apt get -y install Apache 2. Okay, so this is what I'm doing here. So install Apache 2. Okay, so I downloaded the image. I'm going to pull the image. Then I'm updating my Ubuntu. Then I'm installing Apache 2 on top of this. Okay, so installing this Apache 2 on top of this. So then we are having this command called add. So I already told, so what is the purpose of this add here? So whatever in the current directory, so you have to combine all these things, okay? So dot means whatever it will refer to all the files or folders in the current, yes, all files in the current directory. So what I'm doing here, so I'm copying this. Okay, I'm copying this to, what does this add will do? It will copy whatever you are having in the current directory to this var dev.html. Clear? So team, are we clear with this particular step? So what this add will do? Okay, now, okay, I have installed Apache 2. Apache 2 is a web server. Okay, consider the Tomcat one. What we have done for the Tomcat after installing the Tomcat, what we have done? After installing any service in Linux, what you guys will do? We installed Jenkins, we installed Tomcat. So after installing any service or any web server in your Linux machine, so what you will do? Starting that particular service. Am I right? You will be starting that particular service. So this command, this Apache CTL-D foreground is a command to start your machine. Okay, it is to start your machine. Okay, it is to, sorry, not the machine. It is to start your Apache tool. Okay, so that is the concept of this particular command. So you are installing Apache 2, but you have to start that, right? So that is what we are having. So Apache CTL-D and foreground. So it will be like executed. I mean, the this is a command to start your Apache service. Okay, so that is the point here, the entry point, Apache CTL-D foreground. Okay, so you are installing Apache. We are copying some files to the HTML and we are starting the service here. Okay, so this is what we are having. So env, and I'm just like setting the name. Okay, the same name we are having. So Intellipaat, DevOps, Intellipaat. So I'm using the same name here. Okay, so you can use like whatever the name you want. Yeah, super. So this is what we are. I mean, we are in this particular machine. So like the machine, and I'm just like checking the Docker status. Okay, so I'm just, I mean, it is to verify so whether the Docker is running or not. So it would be good. Yeah. So my Docker is running. It is in the active state. So I'm just like coming back to our stuff. So what I'm doing here is this. I'm creating a file called DockerFile. Okay, so no extension, and this is the naming convention I'm using. So D in terms of uppercase and F in terms of lowercase. So I'm just like opening that particular file and I'm editing this particular file and I'm pasting these contents there. Okay, so guys, my suggestion. So you just like try without this line number 2 and 3 and try with line 2 and 3. So you will get you will know about the difference here. Now I'm just like I have pasted the Docker file. So from Ubuntu, I'm setting the time zone in line number 2 and 3, and I'm updating the machine. And I'm just like getting this Apache 2 and var.html and this DevOps. Okay, so I'm saving this particular file. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create here new directory here. Okay, Okay, so I can create a new directory called Docker, and I will be moving this Docker file to Docker. Okay, so that like we will be having all our contents inside the Docker itself. Okay, now we are good. So we are having the Docker file here. Now, what is the next step we have to do? So we are having the Docker file. So what is the next step we have to do? The same thing. So they have like created the, what is it, make directory Docker, and they created the file inside that. I mean, they have created the file inside that particular directory. Then you have to create this index.html. This is just for the demo purpose, whether your application is working or not. So the third step would be create the index.html. So you know your I mean, I think you guys are like already aware of that, how to create the HTML file and all, or use this chat GPT or kind of thing. So to create this particular one, or you can just like copy, I mean, use the same content here, or just use the content which I'm going to share. So it's a basic, very basic level of this, what is it, index.html I'm creating here. Okay. So this is just to inform, or it is just to like showcase another one concept in terms of our Docker. Okay. Yeah. So we have created the index.html here. So totally we are having two files here, index.html and the Docker file. Now, what I have to do as the next step. So I have to use the command. Okay, I have to use the command here, this particular command. So to create this particular one, so the command is docker build, then the dot and hyphen T stands for tagging and your name here. Okay. So what I'm doing is that, so new Apache image 3. I'm just giving the name as new Apache image 3. So docker build is the command. So team, why I have used the dot here? Why I have used the dot here? Because you have to mention the directory of the Docker file. So I'm going to refer the current directory. And what is this hyphen T stands for? It is for tagging. So hyphen T stands for tagging. And the name of the container, I'm giving this as Santosh NC. Sorry, name of the image. Guys, this is a little bit deviating. So this is not container. This is name of the image. Okay, we will be giving the name of the image here. Okay, so this is what we are having. Okay, so this is what we are having in this particular step. Okay, so Sachin posted a question: will this file replace the existing file inside the var www.html? So your var www.html will be empty in the first place or at the initial place. Okay, so team, we have created the Docker file and we have created this particular index.html, and we are creating the new we are creating the new image. Okay, now I'm executing this particular command. So team, you should be in the same directory where you are having the Docker file, then execute this particular command, then only your command will work, because I'm referring to this dot here. Okay, before that, before executing that, I'm listing my images. Okay, I'm listing my images here. So sudo docker images. So team, do we have any image called new Apache 3? Do we have any image called new Apache 3 in my machine? No? Right? All clear? Okay. Now then I will be executing this particular command and let us see what it is happening. Okay. So docker build -t. Okay. So I'm getting this error. So I have to use this sudo. Okay. See, like whatever the steps we have done or we have entered, it is running the steps automatically. See, it is installing Apache 2 and what is it? It is performing the installation now. So with single command, we have created the new image. So if I use this docker sudo docker images, so a new image got created, and if you see the seconds, I mean, it got created 15 seconds ago. Team, is it clear for everyone? Because in order to create this image, the new Apache 2 image, we did lot of manual steps. Am I right? Yesterday we have created that. Am I right? But see, with the single command, we created the image. Simple. So this is the automation. So this is how you have to, I mean, this is what expected in terms of the real world scenario. In any, if you see every, okay, see, like someone posted whether it will create the container or not. Yes, it will create the container, then it will perform the related activity, then it will remove the intermediate container. So if you see this particular line, removing intermediate container, so it will create the container in the background and it will remove that after the execution automatically. See, removing the intermediate container, removing the intermediate container. So these steps will be performed automatically. So it is based on the Docker file which you are executing or which you are running. So you should run your Docker file in a very clear manner and you should create the Docker file in a perfect manner. So what we have done in this particular stage, we created an image, right? We created an image with what? Inside that what we are having? Inside that image what we are having? How we can add the containers inside the image? How we can add the containers inside the image? Mohammed, this is not possible actually. So you can create the containers and you can create the image out of those containers. But why we need to add the containers inside the image? Containers are ephemeral, containers are temporary one. Why you want to add containers inside the image? What is the need? What is the purpose? My image, new Apache 3 is having a web server and I have posted a HTML file there. Am I right? Team, are you clear here? So I created an image. I installed Apache. So Apache, and inside that we have posted the, what is it? Let us say you have posted your or you have deployed your application. So now I want to check that, right, whether my application is running fine or not. Yes, am I right? So we need to check that particular application, whether I'm able to get the index.html page or not. Am I right? So how I can do that? Can you just tell me? Now I'm having an image here. I'm having an image here. Now I want to check whether my application is running perfectly or not. So what are all the steps I have to do? You just like list down the steps. So I have to start the container, but in order to, I mean, in addition with starting the container, I have to mention the port. Okay. So I have to mention the port. So team, what is the command to start the container? Run it, run, I mean, a -d, then the image name. Am I right? then the image name. So which is nothing but my image name is this one. So Santosh NC Apache 3. So this is my image name. So if I do this, the container will be created and it will be up and running. But do you see any details related with the ports? Do you see any details related with the ports here in line number 24? So what I have to do is that I have to map the port. I have to map the port of what is that? This 8080. This is called publishing. This is called publishing. The process is called publishing. So you can just like get those information from the detailed information from this. Just a minute. Yeah. It would be good like if I open this. Yeah. So if you take this particular one, I mean Java run container, this is a common one. If you see here, we are having this publish option. So if you see this publish, to publish the port of our container, we will be using -- publish or -p. So which one I'm using here? I'm using the shorthand operator. And what is the syntax here? It is host port colon container port. So team, what is this host means here? What is my host here? My host is EC2 instance. Okay, my host is EC2 instance and I'm using the port of 80 and my container is also running in port number 80. Why I'm telling this the port number as 80 team? Why I'm telling this telling that my port number of container is 80? Any specific reasons for that? Because I can tell some other port number, right? Why I'm exactly telling this port number 80? Because the port number of Apache 2, the default port number of Apache 2 is 80. Okay, yes. So the default port number of Apache 2 is 80. So what I'm doing is that my application is available in the port of, the container port. So please understand, your container is a different machine, your host is a different machine. And are you agreeing with that particular point? Your container is a different machine, your EC2 instance is a different machine. Yes, perfect. So what I'm doing is that I'm taking this port number 80 and I'm mapping that with the EC2 instance. Okay, I'm mapping that with the EC2 instance. Okay, so is it clear? So my container port will be mapped to port number 80 of the EC2 instance. Okay. So Mohammed, last time we have used the 8081. Why? Because your Tomcat and Jenkins were both on the EC2 instance. Okay, but this is not the case in here. Your application is in container and you are just port forwarding that to the EC2 instance. Clear? So last time we have used 8081. So here my Apache is running inside the container. I'm forwarding that particular request to the EC2 instance. Okay, so team, now I'm going to run this particular command. Then let us see what is happening. So I think I have to use sudo here. Yeah. So if I use sudo ps, so team, what you are having here, see, the port forwarding has been done. Okay, there has been a port forwarding here. So ports, so 0.0.80, it will be transferred to the 80. This particular 8080 traffic port routing will be happening. Okay, so team, now what should I do now? So I have to use my public IP colon port number 80. Okay, I have to use this public IP port number 80. So this is my public IP and port number 80. But it is loading for a long time. So what should I do as the next step? So it is not loading, that is for sure. So what should I do for as the next step? So think in terms of the AWS perspective. Yes, I have to change the security group of this instance. So team, you are familiar with the security groups and all. So that's why I'm moving a little bit faster. Okay. Because now we are not freshers or beginners. So I'm enabling the port number here. Okay, I'm enabling, I think HTTP would be fine. Yeah, HTTP is port number 80 and I'm enabling only for my IP here. Okay, so I'm enabling this only for my IP. Now, if I come and hit the page, I will be able to see the hello world, but I'm using the IP of EC2 instance. But where this application is running, guys, this hello world, where we have posted this file, have we installed anything in our EC2 instance? So, I mean, we are able to like, what is it, see the respective IP, I mean, what is it, our application here. So if you want to test that, yes, so you can just like perform all these things. Okay, you can exec into the container and you can do the echo name. So you will be able to see the, what is it?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Okay, so you are downloading the images to your local machine. So all your images and your containers will be stored in your local machine. Okay, so that is the expectation here. Okay, that is the reality here. So what we are having here, okay, so this is all talking about how your data in a container is stored. Okay, so that is what like we are having. So if you see this particular, the first line, the first point, so data exists while the container is active. So yesterday I told the containers are ephemeral, they are temporary one. So the data will persist only until the life cycle of container. So if the container no longer exists, so the data is deleted along with the container. So which means like your writable container layer, which means writable container layer in the sense your data, whatever the file you are creating or whatever the logs that container is creating or whatever the file that you are creating inside the container will be available only inside the container. So how long it will exist? It will exist till while the container is active. So if you delete the container, then your data will be deleted at the same time. So which means this is not portable. So what we are trying to achieve here is that, so we are taking the data on the writable layer. Okay, we are just taking the data on the writable layer and we are just like using the storage driver. Okay, we are just like using the storage driver to store this particular one. So team, like definitely we are going to have a good demo for this. So the ultimate takeaway here is that so the file which you are creating inside the container, it will be active or will be available only when your container is active or available. If you delete your container, the file which you created inside your container will be deleted. Clear? So for that, what we are going to do is that, uh, so this, let us say this is your Docker container. This is your Docker container, let us say. And what we will be doing is, this is the host machine. Okay, let us say this is the biggest, this big box is the host machine. So in this host machine, we will take a directory or we will take a path and we will map this to the Docker container during the creation. So whatever we are creating here will be applicable in this particular folder or directory. So even if you delete, okay, even if you, what is it, delete or stop this container, your files will be available in the host machine in the folder. So team, is this clear in terms of the theoretical perspective? Team, is this clear in terms of the theoretical perspective? So I'm just like telling you only from the theoretical way. Okay, so I have not entered into the demo here. So for that, what we are doing is that we are having we are having three options. Okay, we are having three options here. Docker. So that is why you should check the official documentations. Okay, so your official documentation should be the first point of contact of all the things. So whatever the topics we are discussing, so that is available here. So that is what I told. So you will be having, this is the image I just wanted to mention. Okay. So here you are having the container, so you can persist the data in three types. So this is a temp memory. Okay, this is a temp fs. Okay, this is a temp fs. So it will also will be deleted after the restart of your host machine. But if you want to persist, then what you have to do is that either you have to use the bind mode option or you have to use the volume option. So if you see, we are having the same options here. I'm just checking this URL, and so that it will be easy for you in the reference section. Yeah. So one is Docker volumes and another one is bind mounts. So Docker volume, okay, we will be seeing about that. So if you see, to persist the data inside the container, even if it is deleted, you have to use either of these two options, either Docker volumes or bind mounts. So what is this Docker volume actually? So this Docker volume, we have to create a new volume using this particular command. You will be able to see the command in the screen, I guess. So you have to create a new volume. So this Docker volume, create my volume. Then you have to mount that with the, okay, you have to mount that with the respective container. Okay, you have to mount that with the respective container. So this is what we are calling it as Docker volume. So what you are doing, you are creating a common volume and you are mounting that with the Docker. This is a mountable entity. That is what they are talking about. These are mountable entity. So we are having here. So, but bind mounts are nothing but you don't need to create any volume. But what you can do is that you can simply map the source directory with the destination directory. Okay, you can simply map the, see, mounts here directory of the host machine to the Docker container. So we can see the demo for this. So then you will understand that. So the first one, you have to create your volume and you have to map that. So in the second one, we are directly mapping the Docker container. Okay, we are directly mapping the Docker container. Okay, so that is the stuff we are having here. So directly mapping the Docker container here. I mean, directory of the host machine to the Docker container. Okay, so team, I got the access here. So what is the first step? Actually, we are going to see about the, okay, what is this? We can go as per the agenda itself. So we are going to see about the Docker volume here. So the first command we have to run is that, so I'm just like putting the heading as Docker volume. Okay. So the first command you have to put here is that you have to create a volume here. So what is the command to create the volume? So it's sudo. I'm using sudo because like I have not. So volume create, and I'm giving the name as my volume. So I'm just giving the name as my volume. So it created a volume here. So I'm just copying this is the first step. So I have created a volume. So now what I'm doing is that I am creating a new container. I'm creating a new container and I'm mapping the what is I'm using this hyphen mount. Okay, I'm using the hyphen mount option. So if you see the command, so sudo docker run it and d, then hyphen mount is the option I'm giving. Then source I'm giving equal to my volume. So source equal to my volume, and come on guys, you have to follow the exact what is it, the syntax, or I mean you should have this, what is it, this comma, and everything should be there. Okay, so or you can just like refer this particular one. Source equal to my volume and the destination equal to app, because I know there is a directory called app inside your Ubuntu. And finally, your image. What is the image we are going to use? We are going to use Ubuntu image here. So this is what I have to do. Now, we created the container. So how I can verify that, guys? So how I can verify that? Could anyone please let me know? So I have created the container. So how I can verify whether I'm able to process the data or not? ls container is fine. So now I'm going to enter into my container. So what is the app? What is the directory we are dealing with? What is the directory we are dealing with inside? Okay, guys, where this particular directory will be slash app? Will it inside the container, or will it inside the, is it inside the container, or is it inside the host machine? Yep. So slash app is sitting inside the host machine. Okay. So just give me a minute. So sudo docker exec it, and I'm just like putting the container ID here. Okay. Then bash. Okay. Now I got the access of the container. So now I need to go to the slash app directory. So now I'm in slash app. Okay. So what I'm doing is that, so team, what I'm doing is that I'm touching, or I'm creating a file here. So echo, this is a sample file. Okay, this is a sample file, and I'm just like naming that, I'm giving the name as sample.txt. So team, are you all able to see the sample.txt in the app directory? It is inside your Docker container. Am I right? It is inside your Docker container. Am I right? Okay, superb. Okay, fine. Now, okay, let me copy and paste this command as well so that like it will be easy for you to uh, check out. Okay, I'm just like removing the name and I'm putting the name as, the placeholder as container ID. Okay, okay then, superb. So we are done here. So I created a, okay, created, okay, done. Now I'm going to exit from this particular container. So now what I'm going to do is that now I'm going to, okay, now what we have to do, we have to check whether the file has been created in automatically in our host machine or not. Am I right? So that is the expectation, right? So whenever you create a file inside the Docker container, it will be the same file will be created in the my volume itself. But guys, do you know where your my volume resides? Do you know where your my volume is pointing to? Docker Hub. Okay. My volume is a kind of volume, an entity that got created in your local or the host machine. Okay. So now what I'm doing is that I'm just checking the directory. Okay. So I'm just checking the directory of this particular one. Okay. I'm just checking the directory of my volume. So the command I have used is sudo docker inspect my volume. So what is the output that you guys are getting here? So what is the output that you are getting here? If you see, you are having the mount point. So this mount point is the place where you can find the data which you have created inside the container. Okay, so inside this you will be able to see this. So now I'm going to enter into this particular directory. So cd varlib docker volumes. Okay, so just give me a minute. I'm just like entering into that. Okay, so I'm not having the permission, so let me put sudo. Yeah, so I'm giving this ls. So inside that you will be having the, I think, just a minute. I think okay, I have not like entered into that. So just give me a minute. So I just switched to root. Okay, I just like switched to the root here. So now I'm inside the volumes. If I give ls-lrt, I will be able to see the my volume. There is a new directory called my volume. And if I give ls-lrt, there is a directory called underscore data. And if I give ls-lrt, you will be able to see the sample.txt. So team, now what is the expected outcome? So have we achieved the expected outcome or not? So you are having you created the sample.txt inside your container. Am I right? So you created the sample.txt inside your container, but you are having the file in the host machine. This is what we are calling it as volume. This is what we are calling it as Docker storage. Okay, what will happen to this particular file if I delete my container? Will it be deleted? Why? Okay, team. I'm taking a pause here. If you guys are having any queries, yes, my file is in local machine. So if I want to delete, so I can go and delete the file directly. So if I delete the container, this file won't be deleted. So team, I'm taking a pause here before deleting the container. So if you guys are having any doubts, please do let me know. Team, if you are having any questions, you can post it here. Or if you are not having any queries, yeah, so please feel free to post your confirmation. Not the folder. So we are not going for the Docker Hub. So please don't include the Docker Hub and all. We have not included, or we have not, what is it? Mapped, or we have not touched the Docker Hub here. Okay. So please like don't include the Docker Hub. So this is actually violating. So we are creating a volume, and we are just like mapping that volume is having some storage space or storage directory in your local machine, and you are just like mapping that particular volume to your container. So whatever the files you are creating inside the container in the respective directory, that will be replicated in your local machine. So even if you delete your container, so it won't be deleted. So that is the expected behavior. So this is the directory. So from the directory itself, like you will be able to, from the path itself, you will be able to understand the purpose of this particular volume. So where this particular path is present. So you can give the answer for me. Where this particular path is present. Okay, so now this is the volume. Actually, we have created the volume and we have performed all the activities. Okay, so this is the volume and we have created like all the items and all. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to see about this bind mounts. So bind mounts is nothing but it is the mapping a directory here. Okay, mapping a common directory. Okay, so you can just like map a common directory. So it is slash root, right? So under the slash root, okay, under the slash root, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a sample directory called sample directory. Okay, the name is sample directory. Okay, so if you see, we are having this sample underscore directory, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a container with this sample directory as the volume. Okay, so the syntax will change, guys. So please make a note of this particular syntax. So Docker run -it -d, and you have to give -v. Okay, you have to give -v, and you have to give the path of the destination. So you have to give the path here. So sample dir here. Okay, then to which, okay, you are mapping this root sample dir to the /app of the Ubuntu the container. So /v, this is the core portion here. So /v, then root sample directory, and you are just like mapping that to the /app directory. Okay, you are just mapping that to the /app directory, and the related image you have to use here is this Ubuntu. So now if I do that, a new container got created here. Okay, so a new container got created here. So now I'm entering into this particular, okay. So team, before that, like we can see, okay, I think I made a typo here. So that's why two directories got created. So I made a typo here. So I mapped the, instead of sample underscore dir, I mapped the sample -dir. Okay, that is fine. So no issues. Let me delete my. So this is the directory which we are considering. So team, do we have any files inside this directory? Any confirmation? So do we have any files inside this directory? No, it is a 0. It is an empty directory. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to enter into the container. So it is the container we have created. We have created this 86B. This is the new container got created. So I'm going to enter into that. So Docker exec -it, then the container. So copy the container ID and the bash. So now I will be getting an option. So cd app, okay, enter into the app. So here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to touch two files here. Okay, so one.txt and touch two.txt. So there are two files in the app folder here. I mean the app directory here. Okay. So there are two files in the app folder and the app directory. There are two files. Okay. Now how many files will be in the sample-directory, guys? Any inputs? Now, how many files will be there in the sample-dir? Okay, we can see that. So I'm exiting here. So ls, so cd sample directory ls. So initially it was empty, and now if you see the file got created by 211, which is just 1 minute before. Okay, which is just 1 minute before. So this is the demo of your mapping. Okay, this is the demo of your mapping. Okay, this is the demo of your mapping the volumes. So Docker volumes or Docker storage, and this is what actually we are using. So Sachin, like I have not used the Docker attach command. Okay, I'm just like taking your question. So I have not used the Docker attach command that much. So I cannot like comment on this particular one, but better like I would suggest you, I will give you the exact place where you can get like all the options. So inside the Docker commands, so you can get like all the respective commands. Okay, so whatever the commands you want to check, so you can just come to the documentation and you can verify that. So in addition to attach, you are having lot and lot of commands. Okay, so I'm not having like all the commands in my memory, so sorry for that. Yeah, so super. So you can just like check that. So you can just like check all those things in the official documentation. So whatever, like if it is like extra apart from that. Okay. Yep. So team, are we good here? Are we clear in terms of the Docker storage? But in the real world, you will hardly use all these concepts. Okay, you will hardly use all these concepts. Okay, so that is what I can say, because based on my experience and after seeing other set of DevOps engineers in their working nature, so you will hardly use all these what is it, the respective features. Okay, fine then. So we can just like go to the next one here. So the next one for the day is linking the Docker containers. So what is the purpose of linking the Docker containers? So this linking is nothing but it's one of the features in the Docker. So used to connect multiple containers. Okay, so used to connect multiple containers. So why you have to connect? So in order to make them communicating each other, so that should communicate each other. That is why we are having that. Okay, that is why we are having that. And so the name of the containers, okay, you should give the perfect name. Okay, using the name only, you will be linking that. So this is a mandatory one. So you should have the name what is in that meaningful manner, so that you can use that particular name to link. Okay, so that is the concept here, or that is the expectation here. And So once you link the containers, so you can reach out to others. Okay, you can just like reach them out. Okay, so that is the perfect scenario. So you can just like reach that out. Okay, so like this is the high level information. So like you should have the good correct name. So based on the name only, you will be able to connect to containers and how you can connect that. See, this is how we can connected. So for example, if you see, this is what actually they have done. So okay, let us have a demo for this. They are having two containers. I'm creating a two containers here. Okay, think I think I have missed. Okay, just a minute. I missed to enter the commands related with the bind mount. Okay, so just give me a minute. Let me check all those things. Oh, I missed that. Okay, so the remaining you all are aware of it, right? So you have to create the file and you have to exit and you have to check the root sample directory. That's it. Okay, so this is the expected behavior. Now, what I'm going to do is that for the linking option, okay, for the linking option, I'm going to create two more new containers. Okay, so I'm going to create two more new containers. So which is nothing but I will be creating container one and container two. So I'm going to use the same command here. So docker run idtv, okay, not v. So docker container, okay, idtv. The name would be, just a minute. Yeah. So here, if you see, we are dealing with the new flag called hyphen name. So why? Because like you can assign the name to the container. So you can assign the name to the container. So see, like if we got this particular, I mean, container one got created, and how we are connecting that with the container two. So we are creating the container and you have to check the syntax of this. So hyphen link container two. So these are all the some basic like the small flags. Okay, these flags will play a vital role here. So link, so which one I want to link? I want to link the container one here. Okay, I want to link container one with the container two. So now if I create that, so you will be having the two containers up and running. So next step what I should do, so next step, what I should do? So I have to enter into the container two. Okay, so I have to enter into the container two. Then I have to ping the container one. So this is how we are working. So this is how we have to do. Okay, so ping container one, you will be able to, okay, so ping command is not found. So I have to install the ping command here then. Okay, so I have to install the ping command. So ping command is not available here. So let me check whether it will work or not. So this ping or, okay, so there is no, so ping container one, and now I'm able to do the ping here. So which means without making any network connectivity, you will be able to connect two Docker containers inside the same host by using this link option. Okay, so team, but just learn this particular one. That is a disclaimer. Okay, so it is a disclaimer. So this link, that there are some what is the caveats in this particular link as well, hyphen link. So while using in your production, you should be very clear. Okay. So iputils is the command to install the ping module. So like the ping module, the ping command was not available in this machine. So that's why I have used this. This is not related with your what is it, the so-called Docker. You don't need. I mean, there is no relationship between this command and Docker. Okay, so the ping command was not there, so that's why I installed like the tree. So we have installed the tree command, no? So that is how we have done. Okay, so enter into that and do the ping. That's it. So Docker exec, then do the ping container one. Okay, all good. So this is what actually we have done in terms of the linking. So but guys, like while using this particular linking, so please like you have to ensure and ensure the other set of activities, then you can just like proceed for that. Okay, so team, are we all good here? Or do you have any queries at this particular stage? To connect two containers without creating any network. This is the benefit. Will it copy the data? No, we are not using any volumes and all, no. So we are not using any volume, so it won't do that. So it is just like enabling the connectivity between two machines. Okay, so you are enabling the connectivity between two machines. So will it will it copy any data between the two containers? I mean, two machines. Let us say you are connecting two machines over the network. So team, let us say you are deploying an application. Okay, so you are deploying an application and your application container wants to connect to your database container. So how you will achieve that? Your application container needs to connect to your database container. Okay, so then only you will be able to take the data. So how you will do that? Is in an easy way. So you are deploying your application in one container. You are having your database running in another container. So you have to connect the connection between these two containers. Like what you will do? So there you can use this linking option. So one container can easily communicate with another container. So team, this is just like a networking. So, okay, what you guys will, okay, you want to connect your one PC with your laptop. Okay, let us say you are having a laptop, you are having a, what is it, your PC. Okay, so you need to connect to that particular one. Okay, so what you will do after connecting, what you will do? Either you will just access something or you will just like copy the data over that. That's it. So I cannot like comment that the only intended purpose is to copy the data, right? After connecting, you can do anything in that particular machine. You can access the data. Yes, you will be having the access because you are giving the entire link permission. Here, so all of you, it won't blindly and go the data. Okay, it won't blindly to copy. So you can do whatever the things you want. So even you can just like delete the data there. So it's just like, what is it? Enabling the network access. That's it. So my assumption, so that you won't what is it? Use this what is it? Linking. Okay, so yeah, understanding microservices we are having here. So in this particular one, so you have to understand what is the purpose of this Docker. So why we are going for this Docker, the real-time implementations of the Docker, you have to understand here. So what is meant by first of all, for that, you have to understand what is meant by this microservices. So here you have to understand about the monolithic application first. So what is mean by this monolithic application? So this monolithic application is a single tiered application, okay, which means there will be a single, okay, all the applications, okay, all those things will be clubbed together under a single platform. So that is what like we are having. So combined into a single program and combined and which resides into the single platform. But there will be a different component. So if you see there are different components. Notification is a component, mail is a module, payment is a module, location services is a module, customer service is a module, passenger management is a module. But where it is locating actually? In a single program under a single platform. So this is what we are calling it as, okay, this is what we are calling it as monolithic application, okay. So this is what we are calling it as monolithic application. So okay, it is a single point of failure, and also if there is an issue in mail module, that will affect all the other modules. Am I right? So that will affect all the other modules. If there is a single issue in this mail module, and it will affect all the other modules. Am I right or not? So this will affect like all the other modules. Am I right or not? Yep. So that is why, so we are having here, okay. So like these are all the advantages. Your application will be large and complex to understand because you will be keep on adding modules. And if there is an update, what you have to do, you have to redeploy the entire application. That will take some time. And this is what I told. So bug in any one of the modules will take some time. Okay, bug in any one of the modules will take the entire time to resolve. So that is another issue here. Okay, and also it will be a barrier, right? In order to bring like this, all those, I mean, in order to like bring the new technologies. So what you have to do, you have to bring this for all the applications at a single shot. Yes, it is difficult to scale. That is also another issue. So that is why we are going for the microservices architectural style. So what we are doing in terms of this microservices, right? So what we are doing in terms of this microservices architecture. So we are just like taking all those things, okay? We are just like splitting that, okay? We are just like splitting each and every service to the separate one, okay? So we are just like splitting each and every service to the separate one and using that particular stuff. Just a minute. Yeah, and using that particular stuff, so we are just like using this, okay? So which means like we are deploying all the services as a separate one, okay? So collection of loosely coupled services. So are you able to see any connection between any one of these services? Are you able to see any connection between any one of these services? That is what we are calling it as loosely coupled, okay? Now, how you are deploying that particular services? So you are deploying all those things as
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
So let's start with what is DevOps? DevOps is a set of cultural concepts, practices, and tools that improves an organization's capacity to provide applications and services at high speed. If I talk about what exactly is DevOps, it is actually collaboration of development and operations team. It is more of a cultural shift, which is kind of related to the agile methodology. And its priorities are resource management, communication, and teamwork. And an organization get benefited by the speed, functionality, stability, and innovation by following this methodology. I hope so it's clear to you what exactly is DevOps. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, how does HTTP works? And the answer to the same question is, HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, which works in a client-server model like most other protocols. HTTP provides a way to interact with the web resources by transmitting hypertext messages between clients and servers. So, there is an HTTP request by the client, and in response, there is an HTTP response given by the server. This is how the HTTP works. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is CI and what is its purpose? Actually, CI stands for Continuous Integration, which is the process of compiling the entire code base every time a member of a software development team checks the code into the shared code repository. Suppose if a team member checks into the code file with a bug, the build gets broken. In this sort of scenario, the other developers can synchronize the shared source code repository without introducing the compilation errors into their own local workspaces. Thus, collaborative and shared software development cannot go forward. When a CI build breaks, it is crucial that a problem is corrected immediately. A CI process often includes a suite of unit and integration and regression tests that run every time the compilation succeeds. If any of these tests fail, the build will be considered unstable, not broken. I hope so it's clear to you what is CI and what is its purpose. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, name 3 important DevOps KPI. And the answer are, the 3 most common DevOps KPIs are, first, mean time to the failure recovery. Then there is a deployment frequency. And finally, we have percentage of failed deployments. I hope so it's clear to you what are the 3 important DevOps KPI. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The question is, what is the difference between continuous deployment and continuous delivery? Continuous deployment is fully automated, and the deployment to production needs no manual intervention in continuous deployment. Whereas in continuous delivery, the deployment to production requires some manual intervention for change management in the organization, and it needs to be approved by the manager or higher authorities to be deployed in the production. According to your organization's application risk factor, continuous deployment or delivery approach will be chosen. I hope so it's clear to you what is exactly the difference between continuous deployment and continuous delivery. So basically, if I talk about the continuous delivery, your code is done first, then you go for unit test, then you integrate, then there is an acceptance test, and finally you deploy it to the production. And in the continuous deployment, we have first the code is done, then there is unit test, then there is integration, then there is acceptance, and from acceptance test to deployment production, the test is done automatically, where in the continuous delivery, it is done manually. I hope so it's clear to you what is the major difference. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The question is, what are the core operations of DevOps in terms of development and infrastructure? The core operations of DevOps are application development, version control, unit testing, deployment with infrastructure, monitoring, configuration, and orchestration. I hope so it's clear to you what are the core operations of DevOps. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, can one consider DevOps as an agile methodology? And the answer is, DevOps can be considered as in complementary to the agile methodology, but not completely similar. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Can you tell me what are the advantages of using Git? So if the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer the major advantages of using Git are data redundancy and replication. Then we have high availability. Then we can discuss of only one Git directory per repository. Moving ahead, you can say something like this. There is a superior disk utilization and network performance. It is collaboration friendly, and finally, it can be used for any sorts of projects. I hope so it's clear to you what are the advantages of using Git. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The question is, are Git fetch and Git pull the same? This is one of the most important questions which is asked in DevOps. So you can answer something like this. The command git pull pulls any new commits from a branch from the central repository and then updates the target branch in the local repository. But git fetch is slightly different from git pull. Unlike git pull, it pulls all new commits from the desired branch and then stores them in a new branch in the local repository. In order to reflect these changes in your target branch, git fetch must be followed with git merge. The target branch will only be updated after merging with the fetch branch, where we perform the git fetch. We can also interpret the whole thing with an equation something like this, where git pull equals to git fetch plus git merge. I hope so it is clear to you what is the major difference between git pull and git merge. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the benefits of using version control? And you can answer something like this. The major benefits of using version control are that it helps to improve the collaborative work culture, which means that the team members are allowed to work freely on any file at any time. The version control system allows us to merge all changes into common version. The next advantage is that it keeps different versions of code files securely, where all the previous versions and variants of code files are neatly packed up inside the version control system. Then it understands what happened. Every time we save a new version of our project, the version control system asks us to provide a short description of what was changed. More than it allows us to see what changes were made in the file content, as well as who has made those changes. The next advantage is it keeps the backup. It is a distributed version control system like Git, which allows all team members to have complete history of the project file, so that in case there is a breakdown in the central server, they can use of their any teammates' local Git repository. The next question is, how do you handle the merge conflicts in Git? The answer to the same question is, in order to resolve the merge conflicts in Git, we need to follow these three fundamental steps, and these are: understand first what has happened. It could be because of the same line edit on the same file, or also it could be because of deleting some files, or it could be because of files with the same file names. You can check everything by using the git status. Then mark and clean up the conflict. When we open the files using the merge tool, git marks conflicts the area like this. Then it performs the commit again and then merge the current branch with the master branch. I hope so it's clear to you how you can handle merge conflicts in Git. The next question is, can you tell me some advantages of forking workflow over the other Git flows? And the answer to the same question is, forking workflow is fundamentally different from the other Git workflows. Instead of using a single server-side repository to act as a central code base, forking workflow gives every developer their own server-side repositories. This workflow is most often seen in the public open source projects. The main advantage is that contributions can be integrated without the need for everyone
to push a single central repository to maintain a clean project history. Developers can push their own server-side repositories, and only the project maintainer will push to the official repository. As soon as developers are ready to publish their local commits, they will push their commits to their own public repositories. Then they will perform a pull request from the main repository, which notifies the project maintainer that an update is ready to be integrated. I hope so it's clear to you what are the advantages of forking workflow with other Git workflows. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, when do you use Git rebase instead of Git merge? The answer to the same question is, both Git rebase and Git merge commands are designed to integrate changes from one branch to the another branch, just that they just do it in different ways. When we perform the rebase a feature of branch onto the master branch, we move the base branch of a feature branch to the master's branch endpoint. By performing a merge, we take the contents of the feature branch and integrate them with the master branch. As a result, only a master branch is changed, but the feature branch history remains the same. Merging adds new commit to your history. Rebasing will create inconsistent repositories. For individuals, rebasing makes a lot of sense. Now, in order to see the history completely the same way as it happened, we should use merge. Merge preserves history, whereas rebase rewrites it. I hope so it's clear to you when do you use Git rebase instead of Git merge. The next question is kind of interesting, and interviewers can also give you scenario type questions. Suppose he says, if I want to move or copy Jenkins from one server to the another, is it possible or not? You can answer something like this. Firstly, I would suggest copying the Jenkins jobs directory from old server to the new one. Then we can move a job from one installation of Jenkins to the another just by copying the corresponding job directory. Or also we can make a copy of an existing Jenkins job by making a clone of that job directory in a different name. Another way is that we can rename an existing job by renaming the directory. But if you change the name of a job, you will need to change any other job that tries to call the renamed job. In this way, you can move or copy the Jenkins from one server to the another, and which forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Now let's discuss the next question. An interviewer can ask you something like this. Can you tell me what continuous testing and automation testing are? And you can answer something like this. Automation testing, as the name suggests, is a process of automating the manual process of testing. It involves the use of separate testing tools that lets developers to create test scripts that can be executed repeatedly without any manual intervention. Whereas the continuous testing is nothing but the process of executing the automated tests as a part of the software delivery pipeline in DevOps. In this process, each build is tested continuously, allowing the development team to get fast business feedback so that it can prevent the problems from progressing to the next stage of software delivery lifecycle. This will dramatically speed up a developer's workflow. He or she no longer needs to manually rebuild the project and rerun all the tests after making the changes. I hope so it's clear to you what is continuous testing and automation testing. You can answer something like this. An interviewer will definitely get impressed. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, are there any technical challenges with Selenium? So you can answer something like this, that there are certain challenges with the Selenium, such as it supports only web-based application, it does not support the bitmap comparison, no vendor support is available for Selenium as compared to the commercial tools like HPUFT, and finally, there is no object repository concept. Maintainability of objects becomes very complex. So these are kind of technical challenges with the Selenium. I hope so it's clear to you. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, when should you use Selenium Grid? And the answer to the same question is, it can be used to execute the same or different test scripts on multiple platforms and browsers concurrently in order to achieve distributed test execution. It allows testing under different environments, remarkably saving the execution time. I hope so it's clear to you. In this scenario, you can use the Selenium grid. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question is, what does infrastructure as a code refer to in DevOps? And your options are writing documentation for the infrastructure, treating infrastructure configurations as code, managing software development using infrastructure tools, or creating hardware-based infrastructure manually. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
The next question is, how will you secure Jenkins? If the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. The way to secure Jenkins is as follows. First, ensure that the global security is on. Then, check whether Jenkins is integrated with the company's user directory with an appropriate plugin. Then, you can say something like this. It also makes sure that the project matrix is enabled to fine-tune the access. Then, you can automate the process of setting rights or privileges in Jenkins with custom version control script. Then, you can limit the physical access to the Jenkins data or folder. And finally, you can also periodically run the security audits. I hope so it's clear to you how you can secure the Jenkins. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is how to create backup and copy in Jenkins. So, if the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. To create a backup, all we need to do is periodically back up your Jenkins home directory. This contains all of the build configurations of our job, our slave node configuration, and our build history. To create backup of our Jenkins setup, just copy this directory. We can also copy a job directory to clone or replicate job or rename the directory. I hope so it's clear to you how you can create backup and copy in Jenkins. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Jenkins pipeline and CI/CD? The answer to the same question is, Jenkins pipeline can be defined as a suite of plugins supporting both implementation and integration of Jenkins continuous delivery pipeline, whereas CI/CD or continuous integration or continuous delivery pipeline consists of build, deploy, test and release. The pipeline feature is very time saving. In other words, pipeline is a group of build jobs that are chained and integrated in a sequence. I hope so it's clear to you what is Jenkins pipeline and CI/CD. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are Puppet manifests? So, this is one of the most important interview questions which can be asked by the interviewer, and you can answer something like this. Every Puppet node or Puppet agent has got its configuration details in Puppet master, which is written in native Puppet language. These details are written in a language that Puppet can understand and termed as Puppet manifests. These manifests are composed of Puppet codes and their file name uses the .ppp extension. For instance, we can write a manifest file in Puppet master that creates a file and installs Apache on the Puppet agents or slaves that are connected to the Puppet master, which forms the Puppet manifest. I hope so it's clear to you what exactly is Puppet manifest. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, how can I configure systems with Puppet? This is also one of the most important interview questions, and you can answer something like this. In order to configure systems with Puppet in a client or server architecture, we have to use the Puppet agent and the Puppet master application. In a standalone architecture, we have to use Puppet apply application. I hope so it's clear to you how you can configure systems with Puppet. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Now let's discuss the next question. It is also an interesting question, and the question is, what is Puppet code dir is? So, if the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. It is a main directory for code and data in the Puppet. It consists of environments containing manifests and modules, a global modules directory for all environments and your hero data. The next question is, name some of the most important DevOps tools. So, the answer to the same question is, the list of important DevOps tools are Git, Maven, Selenium, Jenkins, Docker, and Puppet? This is one of the most important questions. An interviewer is definitely going to ask you this one. So be aware of it about some of the most important DevOps tools. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Now let's discuss the next question. And the question is, how does Ansible works? This is also one of the most important questions which can be asked by the interviewer, and it can be on any tool which you are comfortable with. So here I have chosen Ansible, and you can answer something like this. Ansible is an open source automation tool which is categorized basically into two types of servers. The first is controlling machines and second is nodes. Ansible will be installed on the controlling machine, and using that machine nodes are managed with the help of SSH nodes. Locations are specified by inventories in that controlling machine. Since Ansible is an agentless tool, it doesn't require any mandatory installations on the remote nodes. So there is no need of background programs to be executed while it is managing any nodes. Ansible can also handle a lot of nodes from single system over an SSH connection with the help of Ansible playbooks. Playbooks are capable of performing multiple tasks, and they are in YML file format. So this forms a perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, why should I use Ansible? If the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer that Ansible can help in configuration management, application deployment, and task automation. That's why I'll prefer to choose Ansible. This forms a perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are handlers in Ansible? This is one of the most important questions, and you can answer something like this, that handlers in Ansible are just like regular tasks inside an Ansible playbook, but they are only run if the task contains a notify directive. Handlers are triggered when it is called by the another task. I hope so it's clear to you what is handlers in Ansible. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, can you tell me the purpose of SSH? So if the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. SSH is nothing but a secure shell that allows users to log in with secure and encrypted mechanism into remote computers. It is used for encrypted communications between two hosts on unsafe network. It supports tunneling, forwarding TCP, and also transferring files. I hope so it's clear to you. It is one of the most important questions which can be asked by the interviewer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is an RPE in Nagios? So if the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. An RPE stands for Nagios Remote Plugin Executor. As the name suggests, it allows you to execute Nagios plugins remotely on any other Linux or Unix machines. If I talk about Nagios, it can be helpful in monitoring remote machine performances metrics such as disk usage, CPU load, etc. It can communicate with some of the Windows agents add-ons. We can execute scripts and check metrics on remote Windows machines as well. I hope so it's clear to you what is an RPE in Nagios. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Now let's discuss our final question, and this is, what is Nagios log server? So if the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. Nagios log server simplifies the process of searching the log data. Nagios log server is the best choice to perform tasks such as setting up alerts, notifying when potential threats arise, simply querying the log data, and quickly auditing any system. With Nagios log server, we can get all of our log data in one location with high availability. So this defines the Nagios log server. I hope so it's clear to you what's the answer of this question.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.